stage. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap all worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe. We're open for business. Great to see you all here back with us again. I hope everybody's having an amazing day, guys. We're heading on back to Idaho. A couple new documents to review. Wholly unredacted state witness list, as it says. We're going to go over that, discuss it, and more. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much. That being said, guys, please make sure to hit that like button on your way through the door. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing today, please, and thank you. And that's all there is to it. You know what comes next. Let's do this thing, folks. Here we go. Here we go. Well, here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. Great to see you as always. I appreciate you all. so very much for joining us. Hope you're all having a great Friday. Weekend's beginning, getting ready to start. Great to see you all. Great to be here with you all. Good morning to you all. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is, wherever you are. I hope it's good. It's great to be here with you all. As always, we're open for the day. Great to see you guys. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. We got some new docs to look at. And discuss. There's some footage that was put out. Again, we're going to look and review that, talk about it as we do every day. Thank you all again for joining us for this. Please, 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 please hit that like button on your way through the door. Elbow it, knee it, spit on it, leg it, whatever you got to do. I know it's gross. Just whatever you got to do to make contact with it. Leave some DNA for us, folks, on your way in the door. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. And let's do it. Come on in. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. And let's do this thing. Thank you to my amazing and underappreciated moderators that do the most amazing things in this channel. Most amazing moderators on YouTube. We're going to fight on that hill. I will never leave it alone. They are the best. The most, the best out there. Facts are facts, folks. And I appreciate and love each and every one of you all for what you do. And thank you to all of you for being here, supporting this channel. Just by stopping by and saying hi. That's all that matters to me. I appreciate you all so very much. Come on in. Who we got with us here today? It looks like SRBBB. Looks like I scheduled this just in time after her appointment. That was good stuff. Miss Tandy's in the house for lunch break with us. Great to see you. Kitty Cat, Miss Cat K's in the house. Great to see you, Cat. Miss Mary Holt, welcome back to you. Yvonne Poole, wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Randy Fur, my brother. I think Randy's my only male mod. You got to love it. You got to love it. I love Randy. Fellow drummer, fellow musician, fellow YouTuber. Sorry, I got stuck there for a minute, folks. It happens. We love you, Randy. Appreciate you very much, my friend. Hemisphere's in the house. Great to see you, sir. Angel D, my favorite Aussie. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Typically Unique, another amazing creator in the house, guys. Please make sure we drop her link in here, and I want everybody subscribe to her. And if you have not yet, what are you doing with your life? Come on now. Come on. Congrats, Miss Angel D. 3 months. I know you've been here longer than that. Angel's been around at least for 3 years that I know of, so that's crazy. But congrats and happy day anniversary to you. We appreciate you, ma'am. The done one. Welcome back to you, Lions Den 728. Great to see you today. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama, Miss Diane. Wonderful to see you and welcome back as always. Let me see. Show. Miss Tomboy, the Bomb Toys in the house. Drew Bledsoe, good to see you, my brother. Thank you for joining us. TGIF, back to you, Woman Power 101. Thank you for joining us. Michelle F. Welcome to my UKers from over the pond. Great to see you all. So many of them. Great to have you all. Great to see you all. Oh, thank you, bro. Appreciate you, Drew. Let me see. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. We're going to take a few minutes just to get things right. Oh, yeah. We knew that, buddy. Interesting, isn't it? We'll talk about that, too. Interesting stuff. Thank you, Drew. Appreciate you so much, bro. As always much appreciated. Yeah, that was an issue we talked about early on in this case. I'll get to it here shortly. He points out he came in a little after we did on this, and he's caught up with everything, and he's saying the same thing. What the actual hell is going on here in this case? Collide of Hope, great to see you. Michelle F. Oh, I did see you. Welcome. And yes, please listen to Miss Tandy, guys. Please like this, subscribe, share, hit it, notification bell so you don't miss nothing we do. We appreciate that so very much. And leave a comment after the show, during the show, before the show, whatever you want to do. I try to keep up with them all, and I love seeing what you guys have to say. Miss Jen Seven, there she is. I've been worried about you. I just took off my Lane glasses. They were on my forehead. I had them on from being outside earlier. I'll put them back on just for you. There you go. It is great to see you, Jen. We've missed you. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you got my email. I told you guys, when I don't see you for a while, I come looking for you. I get worried. You can ask my mods. It's facts. Ask Jen. I send her an email. I worry about people when I don't see them because I want to make sure they're okay. So, InStitch is in the house. Good to see you, neighbor. Thank you for joining us. I did. Told you I think about you guys, even when you're not here. I appreciate every single person that comes into this community. And that's a fact, guys. So I'm glad to see Jen. I'm glad she's okay. Come on in, Mr. Randy Fur. Is Jesse here? Jesse's here today. Good to see you, Mr. Jesse. Miss Jessie coming up here and discussing things with us. It's all good, Miss Angel. You don't have to have one to be part of this community. We all know that. Is Twiz in here? Is he really? Where's he at? Where you at, Twiz? Hiding from me. I don't see you either. Twiz don't like to come and talk to me about anything. He just hides out in the back corner. One of these days. One of these days. Great to see you, Jesse. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. No, Jesse, not at all. That's a whole other person, Jesse. Typically was not van life at all. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. We missed you. It's great to see you. And I understand completely. Oh, I miss Twiz too. I always love hearing from Twiz. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Twiz. He's the one that helped me put this damn computer together. Otherwise, I'd still be sitting there fumbling around with pieces that I didn't have. Yes, it is truly understandable, Jen. But I love your input, insight, and you're very knowledgeable feelings about this case and everything that we have covered. So yes. Yeah, Twiz is awesome. He's definitely been a huge part of this. You think? You think? Come on in, guys. Share this out. Hit the like button, please. A few more minutes. Just waiting for everybody to join us before we get started so we don't have to backtrack. I'm hoping to see Eddie in here somewhere. Hopefully he'll join me on this because I have some thoughts and feelings. Look at all these unhappy people. Jeez, if you're so unhappy with me, what are you doing here? Come on. See how they treat me, you guys? This is how they treat me. But I talk nothing but the greatest and how great they are, but then they beat me up like this. It's amazing. Miss Tracy, great to see you. Sarah D. Irish in the house. There she is. Another hard worker. Bye-bye, Miss Tandy. Have a great day. See you later. Yeah, Miss Sarah's been working hard on this. She has done so much with this. Bye-bye. Have a great day. That Subaru that was fished out of the river in Oregon was light colored and stolen. You gotta wonder, Stitches. You gotta wonder. I was watching the new 1112 video last night, and once Murphy started barking, my dog went crazy. He's never reacted to dog. He was barking a lot. Nosferatu, Ms. Nosferatu. I love your name. I'm a huge Nosferatu fan, by the way. But yeah, it was barking a lot, a whole lot. That's crazy, Yvonne. You shouldn't be at all. Thank you, Randy. Please do what Randy says, if you will. Miss Samir Dalby, good to see you today. Great to have you here. Okay, well, I guess I won't do it no more. Won't do it no more. Won't. Miss Kelly Land, good to see you today. Happy Friday to you. My mods are horrible. They're mean. They don't like me. They treat me like doo doo. I guess I'll start saying that instead. Maybe I won't get that reaction. I don't know. Miss Clara, Miss Aunt Clara's in the house. Good to see you. Morning, afternoon, whatever it is. Had to step away from this case for sale of my sake of my BP and the AH. They're everywhere. I guess they have. I guess not, ma'am. Wonderful to see you, though. Wonderful to see you. Oh, you're still here. I thought you left, Miss Tandy. I thought you're still here, though. Okay. Enjoying your lunch, I hope. Great to see you, Samira. Come on in, guys. We got 84 peeps in the house. I don't know because they changed my thing again. I don't know how many likes we actually have. It doesn't tell me. And I do not like this. I don't like when you change things that are working just fine. Because there's 161 views, but it doesn't tell me how many likes there are. So I can't tell. But please hit the like button. Moonlit baby. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. The witness list is interesting. Yes, it is very much so. Oh, would you stop? Jesus. Going for coffee? No problem. I'll be here, Randy. I'm not going nowhere. Okay, are you leaving or not leaving? I don't know what you're doing. I thought you were leaving because your lunch was over. I know, Tracy. It's very rough. We talked about her again yesterday. Very rough. 19 likes with 85 people. See? That don't make no sense. No sense at all. Please hit the like button, y'all. Miss Lisa Winchester, good to see you. Woman power. No. We just got started, Lisa. Don't worry about that at all. Now we're at 50 likes. That's good. With 90 people, we're catching up. Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate that very much. WB, 55th Brigade. Good to see you, WB. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate all of you guys that take time out of your day. Like Miss Tandy jumps in on it, even on her lunch break, guys. That shows dedication, and I appreciate that very much. Dedication and love. A lot of people don't do things like that, but she does, and I appreciate it very much for that, as I do you all. Miss SRB dropped 5 new memberships. That's awesome. Good to see you in the house today, SRB. Thank you for that. And it looks like Randy Fur, Bobby Old Dude, that's wild. Miss Sherry, Simply Solo, and Elizabeth Wagner all received new memberships. We got 5 new meatballs jumping in the sauce. Thank you so much for joining us. And SRB, God bless. Thank you for that. Guys, make sure down at the bottom of your chat screen, there is a little $ in a square, in a circle. Click on that. Make sure you can receive memberships. That way you can when they're gifted out like this. And it very much appreciated, SRB. God bless. We appreciate that very much. DKM, welcome. Good to see you. The pot is simmering, but not bubbling yet. We need many more in there. Yes, we do. Let's get it out. Let's get it up. Get many people as we can get in this sauce. We got brand new pots, big ones too, that we can hold many people. So come on now. Too much white in here. I like the color green. I promise you that. K Dips is in the house. What's happening? I hope you're good as well. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for that, Stitches. Appreciate it. Mountain Mama, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Come on in, everybody. Where is Eddie today? No Eddie today. Good Lord. I was grateful to see Gen 7. That was pretty wild, too, because I just dropped an email to her, so it's good to see you, Jen. Welcome back. I miss seeing you guys that haven't been here for a while. Always good to see you. Thank you so much again, SRB. That was very, very nice of you. Very generous, very sweet. We appreciate that. Surprised to see Bobby Old Dude got one. That's got to be interesting. He's going to be a little irritated, I'm sure, but hey, is what it is. Oh, let me turn that down in the background. Oh, thank you, Miss Tomboy. Holy unredacted witness list. You can thank Meg. I don't know where she's at, but you can thank her for that title. I stole it from her. Okay, Miss SRB. Tina Gobley, good to see you today. We do have, this has happened to me before, folks. I don't know. They must like wait for me to go live sometimes. I swear. It's happened to me right in the midst of my live streams, in the beginning of my live streams, right after I go live. It's happened before, but um hold on here. Maybe not. Oh, wait a minute. We have two, three, four, five, six. So I thought there was only two. There's six new docs for us to review. There may be more that drop as we go through this live stream, folks. It happens all the time like that. It's crazy. So we're gonna be reviewing all of that today. Um, the thing I keep forgetting is because of all this new redaction stuff and unredacted stuff and all that stuff. You got to scroll down. They don't all pop up at the top of the list like they did during the case. They're reissuing documents, so we got to scroll down and find them. So thank you, Tomboy and SRB, for kicking me in the head and reminding me that. Document Dump Friday it is. Tuesdays and Fridays. Thank you, SRB. I appreciate that, hon. Frank Reader, welcome back, brother. Good to see you today. Always glad to see you. Jackie Bushable, welcome back to you, dear. 93 peeps in the house. I have no idea how many likes we have, but it ain't enough. Let's at least get us up to 100 to kick this out into the algorithm, folks. Please and thank you. And let's try to make YouTube happy. And let me see. All right. Well, I started too late. Miss Tandy probably didn't get to spend much of her lunch break here. Usually I start around the time she starts her lunch break and she gets to kick it with us for her whole lunch break, but she must not have. I came in too late this afternoon, unfortunately, so hopefully we'll see her later this afternoon. Of course, Miss Jen. I always have. For whatever reason, I get attached to the people that come in this community. That's just my personality. And when people disappear for a short period of time or any period of time, I go looking for them. If I don't see them anywhere else, I start wondering and worrying, and I notice. I pay attention to who's here and who's not, because you guys are that important to me. Hence the reason why I celebrate birthdays and things like that. If it weren't for you people, I wouldn't be here. That's just a fact. And every creator should think of it that way. I'm sorry that some don't, but everyone should. Oh, they're cleaning. Okay, gotcha. I enjoy when Candy's here during her lunch breaks. It's always fun. Young Steve and getting. Oh yeah, that's pretty wild too. It's pretty wild. I swear it is. Good Lord, Miss Jessie's in the house. Good to see you, Jess. Missed you too. I see all these people I haven't seen in a while. Jen and Jessie. I'm grateful to see you back in the house. Always happy to have you here. Always, Jen. Worry about you guys always. Yeah, it's kind of wild, isn't it, though, that Kaylee followed Olivia and now her brother and her are getting married? It's pretty neat to some extent, yes. I'm retired all over the place. Come on, 96 peeps, guys. We're about to break 100. Make sure if there's 96 of you, we have at least 96 likes, please, and thank you. That way we can get this in that algorithm. Almost ready to kick it off. Like I said, he's not joining us today. That's going to make me sad, but that's okay. Somebody should. Jesse, you can jump. Jesse's probably, he's always too busy for me now with his sports stuff, which I understand. That's his job. It has to be. Of course not, Moonlight. I would never do that. As long as everybody, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you're not coming in here and attacking people and being nasty, mean, and all that stuff, I have no. I want you guys to have different opinions. That's what it's all about. Cat K, thank you. Miss Cat dropped the first of our goal. First of our first one of our goals, I should say. Thank you so much for that, Cat, for the super chat. God bless. Coffee time it is. Keeps us going. Thank you so much, Cat. God bless, hon. We appreciate you. Fox is in the house. Good to see you today. Good day to you, my friend. Always happy. Thank you so much for that, Cat. Miss Jackie just dropped one as well. $9.99. That's a super sticker. Thank you, Miss Jackie. God bless. Appreciate you very much for that. Looks like a lemon laughing. those crack me up, them stickers. Thank you, Jackie. We love you. I appreciate you very much. Randy's back. Not a whole lot, Randy. Just my big mouth running. Eddie's awesome. Yes. Eddie is awesome. He's a good person. He's a good person inside and out, guys. He truly is. There's no two ways about it. I'm grateful and proud that Eddie's part of this family and this community. I'm glad that he became part of the community very early on as well. And there she is, Miss Megastar Mega P. Thank you, Meg, for your statement you made today in the Discord. As you can tell, I used your phrase. I told you I was going to. I love it. In and out. Kids have Fridays off. No worries, Meg. You don't ever have to explain, dear. I appreciate you even trying to be here more than you know. Circus Music, welcome to you as well. Enjoy your time with your kids, Meg. That's the very most important thing in the world. And again, thank you for your phrasing, Miss Meg. We love you. I appreciate you very much. Noelle, Miss Noelle's in the house. 2 deep breaths through your nose. Great to see you today, Miss Noelle. Echo 444. Good to see you today. 100, but I just rejoined the channel and they kicked someone out for thinking Peterson is a what? We're gonna look into that case too, Moonlit. Moonlit, I would never do something like that. You know me better than that. You've been around for a way long time. I just don't understand how somebody how couldn't you be angry and kick somebody out just because they have a different opinion? It makes no sense. That's sad. That is very sad. Good to see you, Echo. Thank you for being here. Very sad. Very sad. Yeah, I would not want anything to do with a channel like that. Miss Terry, good to see you today. Bobby X, welcome, my friend. Miss Joanne, always happy to see you today. Great to see you, brother. Love your geese. Beautiful cats. Beautiful cats, bro. I'm a cat person, folks. I don't mind dogs. Obviously, I have 2. We're about to have 1, but I love cats. You unjoined? I guess so. I mean, that's not a good way to present yourself, I guess. Hemisphere, what's happening, brother? Good to see you today. Hope you're having a great start to your day and great Friday to you. Good to have you here.
It's good to be here. I had some good news earlier today.
That's good. That's good. In regards to,
I might be driving for FedEx here pretty soon.
okay, there you go. That means we won't see you as often, but that's still
Yeah,
that's a
I've
good
been
thing.
struggling for the past couple months, man. Trying to find work is hard.
It is very. It is very. I get that. Well, good for you, bro. I'm glad to hear that. It's a good company to work for. I've heard too.
Yeah, I was doing something that I had never done before, but we'll see how it goes. I'm
Is it just
always up.
gonna be like regular, like local delivery driving, or are you driving over the road for them?
I don't know.
Okay,
They're looking for DOT drivers.
gotcha, gotcha. Either
So
way, I hope it works out, and good for you, bro. Good to hear that. It's good news.
yeah, well, background came in clean, so I gotta go up Monday to a clinic and do my physical and drug screen, which I ain't worried about none of that.
Right, right. It's just the process of getting through it all. Makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's a
Absolutely.
hard process.
Well, hopefully it all pans out, and you get started soon. We'll miss
Yeah,
you.
I hope
Obviously, we
so.
won't see you as much, but
I hope so too. I got a wife. She getting up there in age. She can't do it all by herself. I got to
mm,
work.
understood. Completely understood, my friend. Completely understood. Good stuff. Thank you, Jen, for that. We got 2 out of 10 on our goal. Says for repping the iconic lanes, shades, and the sweet welcome back. Yes, absolutely, Miss Jen.
So,
Yes, Jen and I are
did
both
you did you get a chance to view that video, the new video of Kaylee and Maddie at the Corner Club?
a little bit. We're gonna review that together today too.
Okay.
Just review it and discuss it. So yeah, yeah. Jen and I are both huge fans of Alice in Chains and Lane Staley himself. So we have that in common, and we always discuss that in here. Um, that's what she's always referring to. For you, those of you that don't ever get that when she makes that reference. Peaky, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. DHL. It's funny. I've gotten stuff from them. Some of my toys have come through them. They usually do overseas deliveries for us. Most of my stuff comes through Amazon. Miss Moonlit dropping hers as well. 3 out of 10. Thank you so much for that, Moonlit. God bless. Moonlit's been around a long time, been through a lot with us as well. We appreciate you so much. And I'm sorry you had to experience that in that other channel. That's really just unbelievable to me that people do that, especially creators that come out here that exist because of the people that support us. And you're going to dump somebody out because they have a different opinion than you do. It makes no sense to me. I just don't get that. That's
Oh,
right.
Dago, did you get the big news about Rush?
Rush. No. Uh-uh.
They've got themselves a new drummer. They're going on tour next summer.
I don't know how I feel about that one, sir. uh, I
This
mean,
drummer is from Germany, Alexis Niles.
I'll have to look into that. I mean, you know how we are with music, okay? And in a band like Rush, to replace Neil Peart, you can't do that. You can bring somebody in to stand in for him. You can't replace him though. That's the thing, and I hope he's not trying to. We'll see how he sounds. This looks like when kind of like when Steve Perry left Journey. Okay, they went through a couple people. Now the guy that they got to replace him is phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. He doesn't even he blows my mind because the guy doesn't even speak English. He didn't speak one word of English, but he sounded just like Steve Perry. Okay, that blew my mind. But this is a little different. Um, it's a little different about like Neil Peart was, in my opinion, the backbone and the whole. He was a writer for what do you call it? Their music and stuff too. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, if he can play up to at least what Neil did, I'll accept it at that point.
I
Good
would
creator.
accept it if she does not
Looks
try
like
to
it's gonna
be
change.
Neil Peart, but be herself.
Yeah,
And from what I'm gathering from Getty and Alex, they're very excited that she has brought something fresh to the table
yeah.
with with all that. So
Terry, I did join your channel. I don't know what that means. I supported and joined the channel, and I actually talked about it before. Are you talking about the channel that you and Rory put together? I did join that when it first came out. I told Roy, or Rory told me about it, and I joined it then. I don't know why you think I didn't.
The intro song that you got, they kind of remind me a lot of Five Finger Death Punch.
That's what other people have said, and I wanted to tell Molly that too. It sounds amazing. Welcome, Ryan. Good to see you. It is great, great intro. Molly did amazing with it. I'm very, very happy with it.
I would download
I
that.
did. I know I've talked about their channel before. I don't know if it's still going or not. I don't get to catch it too often. I don't get alerts for it. But when I do
Yeah,
see it live, I've tried to follow it.
if I could find it on Spotify, I would definitely download it.
Yeah,
Put it
yeah,
on my playlist.
absolutely. Oh no, we don't have to talk about him in private. I don't mind at all. I did join the channel, so I don't know what that meant, but yeah, he is very good, Yvonne, very good. And I didn't see that question until just when you said that, so I went back and I read it. That's why I did. No, 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 no. That's not true. That's not true at all. I absolutely am am fully in support of creators trying to grow channels, and I try to help as much as I can. Um, that's a fact. I've always tried to support. Good afternoon, Mr. Tardy. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
I was looking into doing that myself, but it's just I don't know where to start.
It takes a lot. I have no problems helping people if they want to start channels by no means whatsoever. Um, just ask the questions. I give the answers I can.
The computer I got is fairly new. I mean, I got it when 23, so it's only about 2 years old. Seemed like I got it a lot longer than that, but it's not compatible to run Windows 11, which I think I've already told you about that. So I got about 4 more days
Yeah,
with
um,
Windows 10.
I've heard a lot of people are going through that. It's not a good thing. Hopefully, we can get people to work that out.
Well, I get it, you know, but a lot of people like me, I can't afford to buy a new computer every 5 years or so.
No,
If I can
well,
get, if I'm blessed to get at least about, I don't know, that long with one computer, shit, I'm blessed. You know, I
yeah,
can't, I can't afford it. I mean, it's not. I have an idea about what I want to do. I just got to take care of my job situation before I do all that. But
sure, sure,
I got I got something in the back of my mind to do it, but the computer is fine. The only thing is hardware is not up to snuff to run Windows 11, which
mm,
I think is a bunch of crock shit. Excuse my French, but
no, it's okay. I agree with
you can't force people to buy a brand new computer just to run the damn software. That's
you.
just
No,
un,
but they're trying. Mm, mm-mm. Tomboy, you got to take care of that, hun. I thought by now you'd be getting over that. I don't want it to get any deeper and make things way worse for you. So please, 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 if you will, take care of yourself, hun. I've been worried about you for a few days now, and you sounded horrible when I was. I just I'm not used to that with you. Sorry, guys. Trafficking stuff. I am doing everything to get other crazy people. I know all about it, Terry. I was doing it. I was talking about it before you and guys even started that channel. If you think back, it is a bad thing, and I support that wholeheartedly. And I've told you that before. I've told you we absolutely have no issues putting your link in here. I've talked about your channel with what you and Roy were doing when it happened. I told everybody that Rory had left, covering this kind of stuff with that channel and started this other channel with you guys. So please understand that we do support that. It is a bad thing. It's horrible. And I've told you before, your link is, we're absolutely I have no problems putting that link in here and having other people subscribe to it by any means. And I've truly supported many creators. Congrats, Peaky, on 9 months. Happy day anniversary. We appreciate you very much for being here. Yeah, Moonlit said that too. I've helped many creators come to the table and tried to help them grow. I mean, it has bitten me in the ass. That's true, but it is what it is. I don't mind if things happen. If we have the ability, guys, put Terry's the link to her channel in here, please, and thank you, mods. I appreciate it. Mr. Girl, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Allison White, welcome back. Beach Babe, great to see you. No worries, dear. Yeah, computers are expensive, Hemisphere. Like I said, I am beyond grateful for what I have here. Thank you to Twiz for helping me understand how to put it together, showing me what to do, getting me to the place to buy the things at the best prices you can get because the stuff is expensive to put together. To have a good one, you got to have a good one. That's all I'm saying. Smiling Sleuth, hello, welcome. Good to see you.
This computer I got right here is the best one I ever had. Period.
This one.
There's nothing wrong with this computer at all.
Well, there's got to be. That's what I'm saying. There's got to be something else that you guys that have these good computers that run good still might be able to do to upgrade to some aspect to where you don't have to buy a brand new computer to run your operating system. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, William. I appreciate that, my friend.
I was told when I bought this computer that it was customized. I could be able to customize it. I just don't know how to do that.
Okay. Well, like I said, that's where I had issues too. I didn't know about all that new stuff. Last time I messed with a computer, it it was years and years ago, and things were all upgradable then, no big deal. And they changed it up so much now that you have to buy all these expensive things and parts to make it run the right way, fast enough to do what we do. That's the problem. Too fast for please. Good to see you. Good golly, there's Molly right there, guys. If you guys want to talk about anybody or thank anybody for that intro that we have, that amazing lady right there is the one that made that new intro song. That's the one that made the intro song right there, Miss Molly.
It's a computer run world now. You know.
Oh yeah,
everything's run by a computer now. If you don't have a computer, by God, you're lost.
100%. There is Moonbreakers in the house. You are right, bro. Hemisphere, I agree with you. Too fast for please. Again, great to see you. There's a link to Terry's channel, guys. Surviving the Truth. Please go check it out if you will. Subscribe. What they do there, folks, is they're advocating for human trafficking. It's a bad situation. Has been for a long time. It's just getting worse. So please go check it out if you will. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss any time that they do go live and what they talk about. So there is that link. And of course, there's Molly. And Molly's channel link is up here as well. Right there. Thank you, Miss Tandy, for that. Please, folks. I'm telling you, go check out Molly's channel. You will see the amazing things she does. Okay. She just does amazing things. She's very talented, folks. I'm very grateful that Molly's part of our family. I love her to death. She knows that. And this channel wouldn't exist if it weren't for Molly. Like I said, she's the one that has created the new song. She's working on another, because I'm stupid when it comes to the video part of the intro. She's working on that kind of stuff. But the song she did, and it's amazing. Everybody loves it, Molly, I'm telling you. And it does. It kind of does remind me of Five Finger as well, Molly. A lot of people have said that. So thank you, Hunan, again, for everything you do and have done. We love you.
Yeah, that was an awesome job. I know Tommy has a good selection of music, too, on his channel as well. So,
well, that's what Tommy's a musician. Randy's a musician. I'm a musician. Molly obviously has musical talent that she didn't even realize herself because she writes a lot of these songs by hand, folks. And then throws it into the mix with the AI stuff and lets it reorganize. But she writes the lyrics to these songs all herself and has done that for a long time. Yeah, she does it. And it's amazing. So, and then the video side, that's why she's a videographer in here. She does it all. Every intro and outro I've ever had, other than the new video portion of this, which is why it sucks, Molly's done it. So, we love her. That's our little Molly. All right, guys, we got 120 beautiful peeps in here. Thank you guys all for joining us. Please, but not my mom. Good to see you today. Hit the like button. It's awesome, Molly. You know, we love your stuff, all of it. Um, you guys can get a Molly shirt or cup or anything if you go to the merch store we have. We have the Moody Mod shirt in there, which is what Molly, we call her the Moody Mod. There's a shirt that is the Molly shirt. What's up, Pappy? Good to see you, brother. Thanos is in the house. Good to see you. I hereby nominate you as Fancy Pants of the Day. Thank you, Thanos. Appreciate that, I guess. And Miss Papa G. What's going on, Papa G? Been a while. Good to see you. Just dropped 10 new memberships in the house. That's amazing, Papa G. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that very much. It looks like Miss Pebbles got one. Tracy with an E. Alice or Becky Strider. Angela K. Red Riding Hood. Miss Tammy got one. Sassy Italian too. HOLS holes, I guess. Whoop, wait a minute. I don't want to lose it. Lady Bob. Murky Piglet. Hold on. I think that's it. But congrats to all you guys. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you so much, Papa G. That was very generous of you, my friend. Appreciate you very much. God bless. Hello, Miss Julia Rose. Good to see you. Is Pebbles in here? I didn't see Pebbles, but congrats and welcome to all the new members. Thank you again, Papa G. That's all right. We love your moods, all of them, Miss Molly. You wouldn't be you without them, and that's what we love about it. That's why we got that shirt in there. The Moody Mod, Miss Molly. Thank you again, Papa G. God bless. Yvette Clifton, welcome. Congrats again. Yeah, William just dropped 5 more. Combat Vet 49, Miss Aaron. The last 24. Randall and Lori Gray. Sudi Basic. Oh, Basic. I haven't seen Sudi in a long time, but congrats to you guys as well. I don't know how many we have in total now. It won't tell me that stuff, but thank you again, William. Appreciate you so very much, brother. Very generous. Very awesome. God bless. Welcome, Tea Time Sleuth. Good to see you. We got 129 peeps in the house. Pebbles was in here the other day, Terry. I just didn't see her today. She's always busy. Yep, this chat is very quickly turning green. Very little white left. Thank you guys all so very much for that. You guys are amazing. Yes, I love it too. Very much. Thanos, great to see you here today. Appreciate you very much. Pebbles popped in one of my after evening chats I did last week. I remember seeing her. Thank you guys so much. Oh, are there? Okay. Maybe that was the other one then. I hope the other one's good then. Tea time, good to see you. Been working my butt off. My kiddo has been home. He is. Oh my God. Jesus H. Oh my God. Tea time. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's horrible. It's great to see you.
Oh,
I hope
wow.
that all works out for you, Tea time. That's not good stuff. Pebbles with a Z. That's the one I was thinking. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, SRB. Um, all right, toes go in first. That's right, Tomboy. Please feel better. I'm really worried about you. Thank you, Randy. Please, or thank you, Randy, for doing that, my friend. I appreciate that very much. All right, guys, and I got Hemisphere up here with us. Elizabeth Wagner. Good to see you. Good afternoon to you. So much green in here. It's amazing. Pappy dropping a $5 super chat. 4 out of 10 on the goal. We're getting there close. Thank you. No thanks needed, brother. Thank you for being part of this family. We appreciate that and appreciate you very much. I do too. Pebbles is an awesome person. She really is very sweet. Yes, thank you, Pappy. Appreciate you, brother. Agreed. Tea time is a horrible thing. A horrible thing. Yes, thank you so much for the support for being here. You know me better than that, Tomboy. It's hard for me not to worry. You know that. Just as much as you guys worry about me when I'm not doing well. It's what family's all about, you guys. And this is an amazing family here. Best community on YouTube, I'm telling you. Argue with me. You won't win. That's all I'm saying. So, I don't know. I haven't seen Pebbles with a Z in a while, guys. I haven't seen her for a while. I hope she's okay. Um, Good question though. The other Pebbles, I didn't realize there was two of them until Tom or SRB pointed out the Z and the S. There's Scotty. Good to see you, brother. Always happy to have Scott in the house. Yes, tea time. We're gonna review that today. We're gonna review the new documents. I don't know where Eddie's at, Pappy. I hope he's all right. Might be busy. He does have a real life too, folks. Believe that or not. um, Let me see if I can reach out to him and get an email out to him, possibly.
My name ain't Eddie, but I'll do my best.
You do great, my friend. It's always great to be here.
Feeling kind of jelly.
Oh, you're
Just kidding. Yeah, I don't have anything as far as lawyership or attorney or anything in my background. I just tell you how I feel.
and that matters just as much.
I just tell you how I feel. I mean, it's sometimes I don't cut no corners. At the same time, I had to know I had just trying to be respectful and give it.
You do a great job when you do come up here. We do appreciate that, sir.
I just, I mean, no sugar. I can't sugarcoat anything. I mean, if it's bullshit, I can tell you it's bullshit.
That's
If
a
it's
weird.
truth,
That's
I tell you
part
it's
of it, though.
truth.
You got to be real with it. You know what I mean? JCJ's in the house.
Well,
Good to see you, Miss JC.
it
Got it.
might not be factual in law or anything, but it doesn't change how I feel and how I see it. It's kind of like we was
Yeah,
watching those body cams. I mean, I'm just looking at the dynamic of the body language and everything else that's going on around it, and it's like, does these people not know there's four people that's laying in the house right now as we speak or as they are speaking? Where's the EMTs? Where's the detectives? Where's everybody at?
oh, everybody had right, right. Thank you, Too Fast for Please. Again, making us hit 5 out of 10. We got a little bit longer on that goal. Thank you so much for that. You ate your spinach. It sure looks like it in the pic. Love me some spinach. Thank you again, Too Fast. Appreciate you very much, guys. The cat lady's in the house. Good to see you, cat lady. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's crazy. It's there was no like pep in their step. There's nothing serious. It was just like a normal average day is what I was getting out of those body cams, and it was just very troublesome.
Yes, yes. Thank you guys very much. Um, who said that? Fox Rooter just said hemisphere. A degree in common sense is worth way more than a diploma. That's a factual statement, and I agree with you wholeheartedly on that, Fox. Great statement. Great statement. JC, good to see you. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if anybody wants to join us. Please do. Of course, I always love hearing your feelings, folks, your thoughts, your opinions. And we're about to kick it off here. I think we got about everybody here that's going to be here. 131 peeps in the house. Please make sure that you guys have hit the like button. I cannot see how many likes we have, but I want to get at least 100 so that we can get this in that algorithm. So please and thank you and share this out, folks. Let's see.
It's I care like that. I mean, if there's a lawyer in the house, I mean that don't come up here, but they're in chat and they're listening to it, or if
Yeah.
there's anybody in former law enforcement, it don't matter if they're retired or whatever, and they're looking at this, they all have to be. I would think be looking at it the same way that I would look at it and going, what's what's going on with this picture here? What's wrong with it? So
I think we all look at it that way, and it's a very good point, sir. Thank you, Moonlit. So we hit that algorithm. You guys are awesome. Welcome, Miss JC. How are you today, dear?
Hey, what's up?
Not,
Is my background noise too much for you?
I don't hear anything.
Okay, good. Um, okay, so I am just like getting ready to go get my hair cut and stuff, so I only have like I don't know, 20 minutes or whatever. But um just saw that you were on, and so
Absolutely.
I was just think I don't know, I don't mean to like derail or anything,
No, no, you're fine.
but I guess my question is this. I'm thinking about this absolute wild roller coaster that we're on, right?
Right.
And I'm just wondering, you know how I think. I think of random crap all the time. Um, I'm wondering if a first off, I mean, we all know that this Idaho 4 case situation is going to be talked about for the end of our time, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, no doubt about that. So,
Take
but my
care, Miss Candy.
But my question is if it happened, okay, and I know quadruple homicides happen all the time, okay? That's, no question about that. But
Hmm.
I wonder if we looked into another quadruple homicide somewhere else or just any other one. Is there any that you've ever, I don't know if you've studied quadruple homicides, I don't know, like whatever. This is obviously the first one that I've been, like this associated with. But
Hmm.
I wonder if we looked into any other quadruple homicides if they would be as messed up as this one.
That's a good
that's
question.
my point, JC. Because every time when something does
Is it
like this happen, if it does happen, we don't hear about it, right?
we don't hear much about quadruple. I mean, we don't hear about. I mean, and Twiz, he said quadruple homicides happen all the time. We just don't
Multiple,
hear about them.
multiple homicides do happen where there's
Yeah,
two,
like
three,
two,
four.
three, four.
It's yeah, it happens.
Um,
They don't put it in the news. Well, that's a good point, JC. I'm glad you brought that up. We've talked about it a long time ago, but I think the reason why it was so well, it hit the news.
high profile,
It
high
was very because
profile.
it was a college. It was on a college campus per se. I think that was one
Right,
reason, and there were
right.
multiple females that were involved in it. And that's people took that to heart because there was three girls, one guy, and they're young. Young
Yeah,
people.
yeah,
When young people are harmed, they're not kids, but they're still very young. People take that a little harder than what somebody in their 60s or 70s being attacked would. And I know that's horrible, but that's a statistic, folks. It's real.
yeah.
It's very, very
But
stupid, but it happens.
let's face it, any, and I said from the beginning, like this investigation, this case is going, and I wasn't like huge into true crime yet when this happened, but
Hmm.
this is what got me to where I am today. I mean, um, but I guess my question is I knew from the get-go, even being kind of a baby crimer as I was
Yeah.
like, this situation is going to be a mess. Okay, it's going to get messy. It's going to get messy, but hopefully the truth comes out and all will be fine through a good investigation and all that. Well, my hopes and dreams were absolutely shattered because that did not happen. Um,
that's
and
that's
and
how.
I mean, even back and when it very first happened, and I thought the man was guilty, I was like, this is still a mess. Like, it's absolutely messy. But like I mean, any multiple homicide is going to be messy. It's how you handle it is how it comes out in the laundry. You know what I mean? And oh my gosh, it was just such a failure from the get go.
Well, and that's how this one became the way it did. I think if this would have went through, sorry for the lighting. Okay, if this would have happened and it was black and white, they caught the guy quickly. They arrested the person quickly. They put out the paperwork on it, and everything was in order. We wouldn't be talking about it now. It would have it's just done its thing. They would have had the trial. They'd have done what they'd done, and they'd have moved. We'd have moved on. there's where it came into effect that it became such an issue, is when they dropped the PCA on this case. After he was arrested, we all said, okay, you got your guy. That's great. I think, we had no reason to believe that he wasn't the guy at the beginning of this
Hmm.
until they put out the PCA on this. And at that point, I think the biggest thing with this was that
I was still even on the fence when the PCA came out
that's
though.
what I mean. And I think because
And you were too.
there was an 8-hour delay before they called 911. That's what threw the red flag up on this case immediately. That's what everybody said. Wait a minute, what? And why? What the hell? So we start looking into it. And then the
Hmm.
PCA comes out, and we started seeing the discrepancies within the documents and said, okay, hold on. That's where this thing went to the left and kept going straight on to the left and stayed far out in left field. It never had any normalcy from that point forward. Nothing. And they've
No.
kept it that way. Everything they've ever dropped, and you know this because you've said this to me yourself, JC, as Hemisphere has said, Eddie has pointed out the very beginning of this. Everybody else, my moderators, the time that we've spent on this, my wife herself has said, what the hell? I've talked about it with her many a times. She's never
Mhm.
thought Brian did this ever.
Really?
My wife never believed that Brian ever could have done this by himself. Those were her exact statements from the beginning. There's no way that he did it by himself.
No. And why in the heck and they do this all the time, like a lot of like most cases happen this way when they do their first initial press conference, like the next day or out, a few hours after, they always say more times than not, the public is not in any jeopardy, but we don't have anybody in custody. How is
Yeah.
that is an oxymoron?
Well, when they first said, going back to making statements like that,
Chief Fry from the get-go.
we have it under control. Trust us. The public, you're all safe. Don't worry about it. This and that. We don't have anybody in custody, but you're safe. What? That's where the lies started in some senses, because it
Yeah.
wasn't. They had no idea what was going on at that point, or did they? We don't, if you look at it that way. The all of that is what made this what it is. And it's just like I said, my wife herself said, Joe, there's no way that this kid did this by himself the way it was done. And she goes, I'm going to bet you they're not going to find DNA. They're not going to find this. They're not going to find. And she was right. Okay. And
Yeah.
she doesn't do this. She knows what I do. And we do discuss things. She's got two degrees in psychology.
Psychology, yeah.
Yeah. All that stuff. She looks at it from that aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Absolutely.
that's it. But she doesn't have the care, I guess you could say. I mean, not that she doesn't care, but like the interest in the crime side of things.
Right.
So but still, for her to say something, somebody that has no interest in that kind of stuff, and need to look at it and go, no, no, he didn't do
Even
it.
she can call it out. I
That's
mean,
what I mean. You don't have to have that kind of knowledge. You know what I mean?
you just have to have common sense.
Common sense. That's it right there. And common sense, you either have it or you don't. And most of us do. Okay. Most of us have it.
It's
There's
more
a lot
important, like you said, more important than any degree.
Yeah, it truly is. It truly is. Right. The evidence, Witchy's in the house. Good to see Witchy. Evidence that never connected, never added up. The dots did not connect in this case. To me, it indicates that they may not have known what happened, but they had a pretty good idea what the motive was. Good point, Jesse. Good point.
Okay, I have another question. Hey,
Right.
Jesse, I have a PhD. His common sense.
Yes.
Has she read the PCA?
I read it to her.
What does she think of that?
It's a joke.
Okay. Okay.
With what she had,
But,
with the
but
knowledge she had.
I just wonder if it happened anywhere else, if there would be I mean, I'm sure in some places there would be the same type of corruption and lies and all that.
There
But
are.
in other places it might be better. I mean,
Well,
but it all comes down, but I mean, I know I'm going in circles here, but does it all come down to resources or just people?
or both.
Or both?
Period. Yeah, I mean, that's a question you got to ask yourself when you look at this, and it does happen in other places. Look at Delphi. Look at Letcher.
Delphi and Flora, yeah.
Yeah, Flora, Delphi, Letcher County, Canton, Massachusetts. All these things have happened in different, and there's so many other ones that we haven't even touched on. Many cases I've covered. Look at Missouri.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
all the stuff that I've covered in Missouri. Um,
Yep.
many places. A lot of it comes out of small towns.
Yep.
A lot of it comes out, and that, in my opinion, is because you have too many people. Things are slower there than in big cities. You know, Chicago,
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland,
Yep.
Columbus, LA, things like that. Things are slower, so it doesn't get noticed as much in the bigger cities as it does here because things are constantly moving. So,
Right.
so when it's slow in a smaller community, people get a chance to step back and go, "Oh no, that didn't work out well. That doesn't look right. That's wrong. Something's not right here." So on and so forth. So yes, um, and that's a good point too. You're talking about a police budget that is 90% funded by the university and vice versa, Witchy. This community, as I've stated many times, we've looked at it, we've seen it,
It
we've looked into it.
is ran by the college.
One exists with the other, and one doesn't exist without the other, if that makes any sense. The college will
Right.
not exist without the town, and the town will not exist without the college. Mostly, the town won't exist without the college. That's how that works, okay?
Oh
Even
yeah,
if
that's
it's private.
I mean that's probably how my small college was. I mean,
Yeah,
there's only, it's a small college, but it's big funded and, you know, even though it's only 3,000 people, it still brings 3,000 people to town or more, and like if you have a football game or, whatever, it brings more people to town and, all that. So, which brings more money to the community.
that's it. Like I said, and they have to. This is why I feel that Scott Green was so involved within the investigation,
Hmm.
and
Because he's the
basically,
president of the college.
and he was, yeah, and he was dictating what would, like, listen, this can't happen, that can't happen. We have to have this guy in custody now. You have to figure this out now, so on and so forth. Because they know that people are not going to want to come to a town where you have a murderer running loose, whether you tell people they're okay or not, which is why they did that. Nobody believes that. Nobody's going to believe you knowing that you don't have anybody in custody. So stop telling things like that to the public. It's bullshit, okay? And that's
Right.
why he got, so why his voice was so loud within the investigation, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And it's just bullshit. It's all ignorant bullshit how it all went down. It still is,
They
as we've
went
seen. We're
full.
still going through it.
They went full on damage control. Was what they did,
big time damage control,
and
and they're
they
still doing
they
it.
tore
And
down the
for
house.
that,
Thinking, well, if we tear down the house, then the new students or people that
well,
tour the town can't won't
even
go to the murder house.
even further back than that, though, I think of the fact that Brian Koberger was not a member of Moscow. He was not a member of Idaho State. Um, he was in Washington, so he was a local-ish, but not a complete local. And he was from Pennsylvania, and he was not from the state, and he was attending another college.
Or had to be an
So
outsider. Remember
it
that?
had to be an outsider.
Yeah.
They totally picked on an outsider, and how they, I mean, I don't know if they ever got to him, but they have not really proved that they got to him, but yet still are getting away with putting him away for
Well, they did it.
life.
They did it. They did it. And I'm telling
They
you, I
got it
think
done. They got it done. Through
Brian
all
was
the lies, the corruption, the bullying, the threats, the uh, everything that you can imagine. They got it done. And
right.
that is absolutely terrifying.
It is because it can happen to any one of us. That's the biggest reason why I still run with this, because of that reason right there. Which he said, I just saw an older case from 2007 where the university tore down posters of a missing 17-year-old girl from every business in town because they thought it made them look bad. And that is facts right there as to why and what happens. Thank you, Peaky. I appreciate you very much as
See, and
well.
that's exactly what I was about to say. Was through all their damage control, thinking they can put put it on in a light or in the darkness in a dark place
Hmm.
where nobody can see it, but everybody was watching you, and we
But
all see.
then but then, like in this case, like nobody from, like, you have to have absolutely every single person that's worked on this case on board to not spill the beans. Okay.
Mhm.
And then, you hold your not just Moscow police but Idaho State Police, FBI, to that standard. Everyone needs to be held to a standard, and held to a standard, and I don't believe that that has been the situation in this case. And then also, but the is doesn't the FBI answer to the Department of Justice, and nobody from the Department of Justice has had the confidence to step up and call it out.
They should. They should.
They
That's what
should.
I've
They should. And the Department of Justice should feel the safest in doing so,
right. Yeah,
because they are, right.
100%. 100%.
They're in it.
I'm going to read something to you guys here in a minute, but yes, absolutely. This
See,
isn't an abnormal thing, by the way, folks. It's abnormal to us, but it does happen. On college campuses often. Need some Z's. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us real quick, Aunt Clara.
And
that's
that's a lot of what I want my channel to be based on, is college murders and missing people, college
that,
kids gone missing and murdered.
that's
There's a lot
something
of it.
that I
I mean,
feel
it's, if you follow my cases that I'm gonna be
Right.
talking about, you're gonna find mostly college kids or young adults in that genre. Um, it happens all the time, and that the series Death in the Dorms.
Yes.
I'm absolutely obsessed with those stories,
Right. Right.
and
Agreed.
I'm gonna be bringing them. If I haven't brought some of them already to my channel, I will be bringing them. I got my schedule kind of figured out, or at least the days. Not sure if the schedule is going to go exactly as planned, but if you hear me listen, speak about a case on my channel, it's there's going to be a lot of college cases, and it's terrible that these college kids and young adults are in these situations.
It is a horrible thing.
Happens way more than just Idaho.
I'm going
Happens
to show you
way more.
real quick.
I,
I'm going to show
I
you.
don't know what the statistics are, but it's in the 60 to 75% that it's a college kid or a young adult that this happens to.
Yeah. And I have something I've had here for a while. When you hit that point, I'm like, this is a perfect reason for me to show this. Mute everybody, mute real quick. I'm going to show you guys something real fast in regards to exactly what JC's talking about. Hold on. Okay, so 18 shocking college crimes from the Idaho murders to a dorm room beating. Okay, this is just 18. There's so many more of these. It's not even funny. Um, so it says the Idaho murders and other devastating incidents all share a common thread. They took place on or around college campuses. And you'll see that statement being put in there. I promise you guys we're going to get to what the title's about, but this is an interesting topic that I think needs to be discussed. And I appreciate you bringing it up, JC. On or around college campuses. And it says crimes on or near college campuses often shake tight-knit communities to their core, especially when they result in tragedy. The loss of young lives leaves a profound emotional impact, affecting not only the school, but the nation. This is true. Now, mind you, part of what, like Terry, Martin, and Rory and the channel that they run now, what we were discussing earlier with the trafficking is a big part of this kind of stuff as well, too, folks. It's all intertwined within this, as well as drugs and other things like that. And they all have links to the crimes that have been committed. There's so many that are committed in regards to college age kids, we'll call them, or people and college campuses. One of the most high profile cases that took place in 22, which we all know we're discussing today, when four University of Idaho students were fatally stabbed in their off-site residence. With suspect Brian Koberger's trial scheduled for August. This is an older article, like I told you. The case underscores the need to remember victims and reflect on the far-reaching effects of college crimes, from cold cases cracked decades later to trials still underway. Here are the 18 fatal crimes that occurred at college universities. The Campbellville University wrestler strangled to death in his dorm room. I remember hearing about this one. It was 18-year-old freshman Josiah Malachi Kilman was found unresponsive in his dorm room on Campbellsville University in Kentucky, and then he was pronounced dead shortly after being transferred to Taylor Regional Hospital. Authorities later confirmed Kilman had died of asphyxia by manual strangulation. Okay, so that means somebody choked him. The same day, an arrest warrant was issued for 21-year-old Charles Escalera, a fellow student and member of the college wrestling team. He was located hiding in a Greene County farm and taken into custody. As of May of 24, Escalera faces multiple charges, including murder, third-degree burglary, second-degree burglary, and evading police. He has pleaded not guilty, and a trial date has yet to be set. If convicted of murder, Escalera could face life in prison or the death penalty under Kentucky law. So again, we have the 20-year-old Dartmouth college student that drowns after fraternity brothers allegedly provided alcohol. This happened, right, in some aspects in the Idaho situation as well, okay? I remember this one too. Juan Jang, 20-year-old student at Dartmouth, was found dead in the Connecticut River near campus. Now, I'm not going to read through each one of these, the whole of it, but I'm going to give you guys just like the basics on it, okay? So there's another one, okay? And this was, says 4 months later, Hanover PD announced that 2 Beta Alpha Omega members, Matthew Catrombone and Samuel Terry, each were charged with a misdemeanor for providing the alcohol to him at the party that caused him to fall into the river and drown. Okay, then of course the Idaho 4. We know that one. We know everything about that case. Then we have the professor charged with killing 18-year-old incoming student in August of 22. Richard Sigmund was charged in connection with the murder of Anna Jones at the University of West Georgia. Okay. Music student found shot to death in New York. I'm sorry. Elizabeth Howell. I remember this case as well. She was found shot to death near the University of New York at Potsdam. And Michael Snow was arrested the day after Howell's unconscious body was found and charged with second-degree murder. University of Vermont student killed in a murder-suicide situation. Okay, Kayla Noonan. I remember hearing this one too. 22 years old, found dead inside her friend's apartment in July of 22. The gunman was Mikhail Dixon, 27, broke a window, entered the apartment with an AR-15 short barrel rifle. He shot Noonan and her 22-year-old friend who was living at the residence and was severely injured in himself, per the press conference. University of Mississippi student disappeared, suspect charged with murder. It was Jay Lee, 20-year-old gay University of Mississippi student, went missing July 8th of 22. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Where did we go? 2 weeks after his disappearance, Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr., another Ole Miss student who was 22 at the time, was arrested and charged with prosecutors alleging that he murdered Lee to hide a relationship between them. Harrington denied the claims and pleaded not guilty. University of Mississippi student killed by an on-again, off-again boyfriend. Allie Coastal's life was cut short by her.
Yep.
Right. Brandon Thiesfield, I never could say his name right. She was 21. He was 22. Picked her up from her apartment, drove her to Sardis Lake in Oxford, shot her multiple times. And they were both students at University of Mississippi. He was arrested July 22nd of 2019. And it says before her death, Costal told Thiesfield that she might be pregnant. Days before the murder, he told her he was not interested in becoming a father. There's your motive, folks. Okay. Very sad. Roommate charged 15 years after North Dakota college student was stabbed to death. 15 years, guys.
Anita Knudsen.
Anita Knudsen, yes. She was 18 years old. All of these cases I know. That's the sad part.
Yep.
Okay. Minot State University, North Dakota. She was found stabbed to death in her apartment, June 3rd of 2007. For 15 years, it went unsolved. Can you imagine if Idaho went that long? Welcome, Andy Ruler, Big Red. Good to see you guys. 15 years, guys, with no answers. None. That would scare the shit out of me if I was going to college at this campus. You know what I mean? Because you don't know who's coming next, if anything at all.
Well, and on that one, Daco, I'm sorry about the echo.
It's because of this. It's not your fault.
I know. But they just had the trial for her, and so they just had the trial for her, and they found Nicole Rice not guilty. So Who is it? Who did it?
She was
Because
charged. Nicole was
if
charged
Nicole,
with intentional murder, right?
yep, if Nicole didn't do it, you for 15 years, and they weren't chasing anybody else. I don't know if they were confident that they thought Nicole was going to be found guilty or what, but she's the only suspect that's ever been, and
Mhm.
now Anita has no justice,
That's
and
right.
it pisses me off.
That's a good point.
And I don't know who's left on your list, but look at Reagan Tokes. You know about Reagan Tokes. You know about Lauren McCluskey. You know about Kevin Jeong and Michael Dang. You know about
Yep.
uh, Lauren McCluskey and Reagan Tokes just ring bells to me because I'm so familiar. Who else was? I mean,
Uh,
there's several others. Like
uh,
the list goes on and on and on and on.
Dwayne Evans.
Madison Brooks. Um,
Yep. This
you
one
know,
girl was it Brittany Zimmerman. She was murdered, stabbed in broad daylight. Okay.
yeah. And then also just look at all the ones on Death in the Dorms. You got Yardley Love, you got Katie Autry, you got
Mm-hmm. Eric Plunkett, Benjamin Varner. Yes.
Haley Anderson. Um, oh God, what's her name?
Alexis
Uh,
Crawford.
yeah. I don't know if I know about that one specifically, but
Faith Hedgepeth. There's a
Faith
lot.
Hedgepeth. I, yeah, Faith Hedgepeth. And then there's another one on Death in the Dorms that Samantha Josephson.
Yes.
Um, like the list just goes on and on. Like we can't sit here and name everybody, but I'm just giving you a few examples off the top of my head.
A lot of them sadly are unsolved. Amara Marluke was another one. Tessa Majors, that was a botched robbery. Kristen Smart. There's so many of them, guys. There's one right here I told you about the other day. Rachel Evans was friends with my kids. Congratulations, Kelly, member for 2 months. Happy day anniversary, dear. We appreciate you being a meatball too. Rachel Evans went to school with my girls, all my kids actually, and she went to Ohio State, lived
Yeah.
on campus in an apartment. They found her dead in her closet, stabbed to death after being stalked, and she told police that she had been being stalked.
Lauren McCluskey did absolutely everything you're supposed to do, and she was failed by Utah, by the campus security and the police and the
Yes,
police department.
anything happened to Rachel? Welcome, Justice. Good to see you.
Hey, can you send me that link to that article that you have
Yeah,
on Discord, and
yeah,
then also remind me of Rachel, and I'll put her on my list.
yeah.
I got to go get my haircut now. I'm still going to be in chat,
No problem.
but and I'll let you get back to Idaho and stuff. But
Yep, yep. Absolutely.
I just wanted to kind of ask those questions to you today, and
Great
just
questions.
see what your thoughts were. Um,
That's a great talk.
and
It's a very good talking point because it's a factual piece of information that
mhm,
it's unreal how many there are. I'm grateful to know that you're dedicating to that specific thing your channel. I think that's awesome.
yeah,
We do need to drop JC's link in here, guys. We don't do it often enough, but I
and
apologize.
I do also want to highlight LGBT crime as well.
That's huge.
Um,
That's
yeah, it can be a genre in itself.
it
I
definitely.
promise you.
I think it is. I think it is. To be honest with you, yes.
Yeah,
Very-
and then the lack of publicity that black crime gets is crazy to me too,
Any kind of minority,
or people of color. Yes.
yes. Indigenous folks, guys, it's bad. I've
Yep.
tried to cover all of it in some aspect.
It's
There's
impossible.
there's so much.
It's
I've
impossible.
absolutely.
But yeah, I'm gonna go get my haircut now. Thank you for letting me on. Love you, and I will be listening in chat. And if I don't catch the rest of the show, I'll catch the replay and see you tomorrow.
All right, hon. Have a great
All
day.
right.
Don't work
Thank
too
you for
hard.
having me. Love you guys.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. Thank you, JC, for your input, and insight. I got it, Brandy. Try to go out and come back in. Prob and proud. Sorry, I know I said that wrong before. Thank you for joining us. Welcome everybody else that's jumped in. Justice, great to see you. Need some Z's. Again, congrats, Kelly. And on we go, you guys. Great stuff, guys. Great stuff. But yeah, I'm glad I got to actually speak on that article. It was awesome. Again, I'm sorry for the echo that happens. I'm still not understanding why that's happening, but we'll figure it out eventually. So back to these new docs that have dropped, folks. First and foremost, I'm gonna go over this one. I'm gonna step away for 1 second after I load this in. I'll be right back. Hemisphere, bear with me. You're more than welcome to discuss things. I'll be right back.
What does Idaho got for us today?
All right, y'all. Here we go. All right. All right. There's a lot of sounds that you hear in there. Nosferatu for sure. I don't know what the deal is, Miss Brandy. Have you updated? You might need to upgrade your Discord, hon. Or no, it's not Discord. It's your maybe updates for YouTube. Have you accepted all those? Maybe. I don't know why that would be doing that, Brandy. I'm sorry, hon. I don't know. So this one here is amended order unsealing, redacting, and or maintaining the sealed status. The unsealing of the final tranche of records identified in the order regarding sealed documents of August 4th of 25 as number 5, 8, 11, 17, and 29 is objected to, at least in part, by one or both parties insofar as those records disclose the names and contact information of potential lay witnesses and expert witnesses identified in this case. Citing to the persistent media scrutiny of this case and the fact that some publicly identified witnesses have previously been subject to harassment and other concerning behavior, the parties anticipate that revealing their personal identifying information would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy as provided by IC. Hold on a minute here. Sorry. One second. Sorry. By IC 74124741017 AII and should be redacted pursuant to ICAR rule number 32 A135 and or 7. We all know all about that. And of course, I'm going to have to say bullshit. And that's mainly because most of these people have been put out in the news, on Dateline, on Nightline, on 48 Hours, on all these places, but they're going to redact it from here. What about the witnesses that we're going to speak on the stand? They weren't going to redact them that way. We were going to see and hear it all. What were you going to do at that point? But you're going to do it now because you're worried about being harassed. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. The following receipt of the party's objections to revealing this information, the court requested that each party submit under seal additional information concerning the subject witnesses, including their respective roles in this case. whether their names have been publicly disclosed, and whether they have been actually subjected to harassment, threats. Order regarding requested redactions from 26th of August of 25. The court has reviewed the parties' responses and rules as follows. Stop looking at me like that. It says number 5. Their list is July 3rd of 25. The sheriff's return concerning witnesses KSF. There is no further justification under Rule 32 to warrant the continued sealing of this document. However, the court orders that KSF's address be redacted pursuant to Rule 32. KSF, huh? Okay. Welcome back, Sleuth. Good to see you. No worries. Number 8 was the sheriff's return concerning witness TAD. There's no further justification under Rule 32 to warrant the continued sealing of this document. However, the court orders that the stated location of TAD's new residence be redacted pursuant to ICAR 32. And I don't care where these people live. I don't need to know where they live. I don't need to know their birth dates. I don't need to know their personal information. We just need to know who they are, in my opinion, to know whether or not it was going to be somebody that is a decent witness. If a witness, as far a reliable witness, there's a good point. Way to say it. Sorry. Okay, no worries, Brandy. I don't know what happened, hon, but it'll work itself out. YouTube's a little bit touchy sometimes. Number 11, the state's amended notice of compliance and motion to seal the state's amended witness list. Again, you guys, there is no further justification under 32 to warrant the continued sealing of this document. No valid basis for redactions. This document identifies the names of witnesses, both expert and lay witnesses, disclosed by the state in this case. The majority of the witnesses whose names have been publicly identified have reported no threats or harassment as a result. Of the few publicly identified witnesses who have experienced past threats and harassment, they are largely individuals who had prominent roles in the case. Further, there have been no reported episodes of threats or harassment that have placed a witness's life or safety in danger. Thank you. In other words, there has not been a compelling showing that a person identified on a witness list will likely face threats or harassment of such a degree to outweigh the public's right to access, particularly given the time that has passed and the corresponding reduction in public juror. The public now has direct access to the most relevant evidence in the case. Thus, the need to chase down all potential leads is alleviated. While some of the listed witnesses may be contacted by the media and potentially harassed or threatened, this remote potential does not justify the continued sealing of the record. Consequently, the record will be unsealed. Number 17. The June 13th to 25 sheriff's return concerning witness YR. There is no further justification under Rule 32 to warrant the continued sealing of these record and no address identified within the record that requires redaction. Thus, record is unsealed. Holy unredacted state witness list, folks. Thank you so much for that, Meg. Chad T, good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. WB, great to see you, my friend. And happy belated birthday, Chad. Love you too, Miss Paula. Always happy to have you here. Yes, stay positive, Chad. 100%, my friend. Love the picture. That's it. That's all you can do is stay resilient or stay positive. Be resilient, my friend. No problem, Witchy. Next, we have June 9th witness list, defendant's second amended phase 2 mitigation witness list. Again, no further justification under 32 to warrant the continued sealing of this document, which identifies the names and addresses of individuals defendant identified as mitigation witnesses. For the same reason identified in number 11, supra, that would be the footnote number 1. It says, in addition, the reasons set forth in 11, the vast majority of individuals on this list, including some of the defendant's relatives, did not agree to voluntarily appear as mitigation witnesses for the defense. And in fact, sought to distance themselves from any association with the defendant. Consequently, the fact that they were named on defendant's mitigation witness list should not result in reputational harm significant enough to outweigh the public's right to access. Well, thank you. Good point. Um, it is ordered that her full name be redacted in favor of her initials, as well as the address of all individuals listed therein. So, um, that was the order on that one for CE. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me finish. I left off or started back up. The redactions are not warranted to the individual's names, with the exception of CE. There we go. That's the one that they're going to be redacting, whose health condition may render her acutely susceptible to adverse effects from even the potential of threats or harassment were her full name to be publicly disclosed. Therefore, pursuant to ICAR 32 I3A7, it is ordered that her full name be redacted in favor of her initials, as well as the addresses of all individuals listed therein. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry. CE. I'm curious. I'm gonna have to go back. I think I might know who that one is. And next up, number 41 is the June 4th, 25 Exhibit S1 to state supplemental response to defendant's request for discovery. Item number 41 must remain sealed as it recites the unrelated criminal history of witnesses who did not testify in this case, which likely would have been inadmissible even if the witnesses had testified. The unsealing of this record would contravene the privacy concerns of these individuals and likely subject them to reputational harm. Thus, pursuant to Rule 32 and 7, the record shall remain sealed. Signed by good old Judge Hitler, Mr. Bias himself. So that is the basis of the most important part of the document, I think, right there, folks. And that's how they're going to do that. So we get some unsealed, we got some that are staying sealed, and it's probably the most important ones that are going to be staying sealed in that aspect. And then, of course, the order sealing. Sorry, hold on a minute. It was ordered per se. Order to unseal, redacting, and or maintaining the sealed status. And it says it's the same thing that I just read. 1 second. This is just the order. That was the motion. 1 minute here. All right, so this one here, I'm going to show you guys real quick. So this is the Latah County Sheriff's personal return of service. Again, State of Idaho versus Brian Christopher Koberger. I, Richard Skiles, Sheriff of Latah County. Above described documents were delivered to me for service on the 29th day of May of 25. And it says, that's redacted. It says, I hereby certify that on the first day of July at 4:05, I, outside agency officer deputy, being duly authorized, served the above described documents in the above entitled matter upon. Welcome, Christine. Good to see you today. Miss Annie Ruler, good to see you as well. Thank you for all joining us today. Personally, let's see, it says Candy Soup Floria, personally at blank, within the county of Latah, blah, 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 dated this 3rd day of July, so on and so forth, outside officer. These were Jennifer Bryant was the returning officer, sheriff's fees, blah, 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 blah. So that was something they were just, this is they served papers on somebody. That's all this is. That is top secret, right? So there's that. Okay. Sheriff's return. This is all. These are criminal papers that were. Or I'm sorry, Jesus, trying to think and talk at the same time. The sheriff is serving these, is what this is. Ada County again. I hereby certify that after due search and diligent inquiry, I am at this time unable to serve the above described documents in the above entitled matter upon Timothy DeWolf. Said person cannot be found within the county of Latah, state of Idaho. Original service. These, I think Timothy DeWolf was a subpoenaed as a witness for the defense. No, yeah, defense. It was a defense witness. So once again, that's just showing that there. Two papers or two services that didn't. The one didn't get to go through because they couldn't find him. He didn't live there. Next document we have is sealed. Amended notice of the compliance and motion to seal the state's amended witness list. We all know how that reads. State moves that the court pursuant to Idaho Rule 32 and 674-124 for an order sealing the state's amended witness list pursuant to the court's order of October 8th of 24. Order the guilt phase witness list has to be filed under seal. That is a bullshit. So the witness list for the state of Ohio, I always want to say Ohio, Idaho versus Brian Koberger. And all these names are sealed. Or I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Yeah. No, amended notice of compliance and motion to seal state's amended witness list. This was the state's amended witness list, is what this was. And Derek, Allison Ackerman, William Adams, Sean Ahern, Emily Alant, Karen Alant. So these people, we already know who they are. I don't quite understand what this means. This is weird. Daniel Anderson, Gary Anderson, Jeff Anderson, Kenneth Anderson. Let me see. Are there any names on here that look? Eric Bailey. There's a lot of people here. Nick Balance, Sandra Baraskis. So these are the Cole Barenberg, Heather Barnhart, Jared Barnhart, the Barnyards, Lyndon Beck, Mason Barstow, Gary Dawson, Andrew Davis, Don Daniels. A lot of these people are law enforcement officers. Catherine Dace. And these people are also people that were already put out to the public, okay? Whether it be through Dateline, so on and so forth. So Gary Cooper, Lynn Courtwright, Shane Cox, another officer, Sean Crompton, Catherine Dace.
This is all prosecution's list.
It looks like it, yeah. And these are people like Jack Decor, James Deskins, Mike Douglas, Darren Duke, John Fletcher. Yeah, so these are people I think that there's Bethany Funk, Jason Gage, Eddie Garcia, Darren Gilbertson, Shannon Glinsky, Nick Graybell, Eric Gower, Shane Gunderson. These are people that were allowed to be out because everybody knows who it is. I don't see Dylan's name on here though, unless it's down here somewhere. It might be down here in the bottom because they're in alphabetical order, it seems. Rob Hill, yeah. Law enforcement. Lots of it. Amanda Koberger's name's on here. Roger Lanier, Josette Lawrenson, John Lawrence, Justin Larry, Vincent Lopez, Catherine my butt. Jenna McClure's on here. Brett Payne, Ryan O'Neill, Mitch Nunez, Riley Nolan, Brian Knoll, Bill Myers. There she is, Dylan Mortensen, right there. Bingo. Okay. Nick Pierce, Bianca Perez. Again, more police. Corbin Smith, Jeff Smith, Timothy Snell, John Showalter. That's Jack Showalter's first name. Holy shit in a handbag. Thank you, Lord. What's up, brother? Good to see you.
Good to see you. Hello, everybody.
Great to have you here. Jake Schwecke, more law enforcement. Laura Lee Schreier, Charlotte Schmidt, Chris Rutschert. There you go, guys. Eddie's in the house now, for those of you that were asking.
I'm behind.
That's okay. This is just the new documents that dropped. These are, here, let me show you the top of it, bud. maybe you can get better understanding because I'm not the greatest with some of this stuff. This is the amended notice of compliance and motion to seal the state's amended witness list. And it says the state moves the court pursuant to Idaho Rule 32. We all know what that is. And I-6 Idaho Code 74124 and B for an order sealing the state's amended witness list pursuant to the court's October 8th of 24 guilt phase witness list was to be filed under seal. Yeah, good list to compare to the reports. Good point, SRB. So, and these names, Eddie, these are all the names. And again, guys, signed by Ashley Jennings and Stacy Sterling, whoever that is. Probably just a court reporter or court. Somebody works with the courts. So all these names that are on here are all names that we all know. Okay. Again, there's a lot of law enforcement on here, Eddie. Jack DeCore's name's on here. Bethany Funk's name is on here. Emily Onstott. A lot of the witnesses that were just friends to the victims. Eric Gower. Eric Gower was the rideshare driver. The Barnyards are on here. Gary Dawson, Don Daniels, we all know who she was as well. Law enforcement for Pullman. Rob Hill, these are all law enforcement. Ryan Hoxie, Diana Huffman, Anthony ML, Hunter Johnson. There's Hunter Johnson. There's Dylan Mortensen is down here right there. There's Detective Mowry. We have the Koberger sisters on here. There's Amanda, or at least one of them. Where's the other sister at? That's different. Wait a minute. Let me notate that real quick here. What is the other sister's name? We have Amanda and Melissa. That's it. Melissa Koberger. Interesting. I wonder why her name's not on there. Michael and Marianne are not on here as well, which are the two parents. So Michael, Marianne, and Melissa are not, but Amanda is. You gotta wonder why. Okay. Let's see. Molly McMichael. I don't see that name here. What was her maiden name again, everybody? Because she changes her name every other day. Thank you, SRB. And Woman Power. Good eye. That's good catch. Yes. Oh, they are on the list? Where are they at? Because I don't see them. Amanda Koberger. I don't see any other unless it's down here somewhere. Christian Westring. That one's highlighted. Yeah, I don't see any Kobergers here. Just Amanda's the only one I see on here. They're on the other list for mitigation. Gotcha. Thank you. Good point. Molly is on there. She's on the other list too? Okay. Is it? Oh, right there. Sorry. I don't have my glasses on today, so there it is. Molly McMichael's right there. Jared Miklow's on there. Jade Miller. James Millar. Sorry. A lot of people, folks. A lot of people on this list. Bill Myers, Eric Seat, Jeremy Shepard, Veena Singh, who was, again, working with, that was the one medical examiner right there. Okay. So we're down at Paulette Sutton. I wonder why this one is highlighted, unless that one was being removed, possibly. There's Eric Warner. A lot of law enforcement, a lot of people involved in the case as well. I didn't see Ian Harsh either, unless it's on the other list. You haven't gotten to the broken down ones. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, SRB. Okay. Pull that up there. Let me back up to this now. Again, we have another criminal service return. And this one is for another subpoena, Yesenia Rajo. Again, for this is a defense witness. that they tried to serve and the service was returned. They were unable to reserve this person. Okay, so there's that. Again, Yesenia Rajo, another defense witness. Here we go. This is the other list here. 1 second. We'll discuss this all once we get through this. Defendant's second amended phase 2 mitigation witness list, and we already have redactions in the beginning. Comes now Brian Koberger through and his attorneys of record, and we'll call the following witnesses at trial, although not necessarily in the same order as listed. Alessandra Ferris, Amanda Koberger, Angela Alvarez, and then they have these things redacted, which is probably their addresses or whatever. So they were going to call Amanda. That's why she's on that other list. Brian's sister, they were going to call as a defense witness. Okay. For mitigation, Anna Parham, Anastasia Hurt Moran, Ariel Meyer, Ashley DeTour, Aubrey Scott, Augustine Atah, Brandon Andriola. I remember that being, he was subpoenaed out of PA. Christian Maynard, Craig Hemmons, Dale Willis, Dane Carroll, Daniel Parfit. Daniel, there's a couple names on here that may be interesting but not surprising. David Macon, Eileen Novik Cohen, Eileen P. Ryan, D.O., expert previously disclosed, Ellen Trexler, Esteban Pina, Ethan Ogden, Eugene Miller, Flavio Alvarez, Gaurav Narang, Jake Vogt, James Eakin, expert, we remember him from the hearing, Gene Saylor, Jeffrey Clutter, Jeffrey D. Lewine, another expert, Jennifer, Mayronis, that's weird, same last name as me almost, Jesse Harris, John Edens, PhD expert, previously disclosed, John Snyder, Jolie Brams, Justin Reed. There's Dr. Ramslin from DeSales University. Hey, Meg, good to see you, dear. Cy Ray, I don't know. Lorius Tate, Madeline Ansinger, Maggie Sanders, Mark Barossi, Mary Dote. There's Mary Ann. There's Brian's mom, Brian's sister, Brian's dad, all three in a row. So these were mitigation defense witnesses. We're going to be Michael Perchik. Remember that they were going to be called to the stand. They were not calling Amanda, from my understanding. So, let me see here. And then we have Michelle Bolger from DeSales as well. That Michelle Bolger, folks, if I'm correct, Michelle was the one that referred Brian to the WSU program and kind of helped him to get involved in that. If I'm pretty sure it was Michelle Bolger was the teacher that gave the referral for him to go there from DeSales. Rachel Lawson, again, we remember that was another expert. Randall Koberger, another relation to Brian. I think it might be one of his uncles, one of his dad's brothers, I think. Don't quote me. And it blacked out, and then it says from state reports. So I don't know. Richard Conaby, Schuyler Jacobson, Scott Koberger, another relative. William Surforce Jr., Anna Kane, Anthony Soma, Lori Scafuri. Mr. Koberger reserves the right to call witnesses to impeach or rebut the government's case. Furthermore, Mr. Koberger reserves the right to amend this list as witnesses become known and to call as witnesses individuals who have been disclosed as potential witnesses by the state and any other persons who were named by the state within other discovery materials. I think that, okay, Brian's dad had a set of brothers that were twins. I think that Randall was one of the twins because the other twin died. I think that's correct. Thank you, Jen. See, we've missed Miss Jen and all her knowledge that she has. Yeah, that's what I thought. And Scott Kilberger was a cousin. Thank you, Jen. See, this is why we need you around, Miss Jen. So that was the defendant's second amended phase 2 mitigation witness list. They had quite a bit of them there. And these people, we had Dr. Ramslin that was going to be a defense witness, folks. That's interesting to me. Also, Michelle Bolger, again from DeSales, who was the one that referred Brian to the WSU program and helped Brian get involved in that program, is interesting to me. Why was Bethany supposed to? Yeah, it's a good point, Pappy. That's what I want to know. And why it was like forgotten all of a sudden, completely forgotten about. That statement was made and then it was let go. So these people were all going to help to defend Brian. Rachel Lawson, Dr. Orr, if you guys remember her. Quite a few. Interesting as it is. Let me pull that down. All right. Any thoughts there, Eddie and Hemisphere, on this list of people at all at this point?
No thoughts.
If not, no worries.
Just a question. So, these defense witnesses, do we know what they were possibly going to be called to the stand? For what purpose? Are they like character witnesses?
I'm gonna guess that like family would have been a character witness, in my opinion, Eddie. There's a couple experts here. Dr. Orr, I think that's a psych doctor, I think, was going to talk and maybe speak to Brian's well-being, maybe. Dr. Ramslin, as a defense witness, would have been interesting. She could have probably given, truly would have probably attested to the fact that the different things that Brian did were all related to his schooling. Okay, certain things that they tried to call out as different issues, but these are all mitigation witnesses. So, that's a good point, Pappy. But it's a good guess. It's nice to. That's a good idea. A good question, Eddie, is what I'm trying to say. It'd be interesting to know who some of these other people were. A lot of them, I would guess, if this is the mitigation phase, then I guess you got to go with that as far as why. But as far as family, is testifying, that's interesting. Thank you so much, Michelle. No Loach, Barry, or Banfield. Interesting, right? Well, not for the defense, there wouldn't be, I wouldn't think, but Bethany saw them. That's exculpatory info and reason she's there. It could, yeah, that's kind of a thought that I think most have had, Phenomenal. I think most everybody thinks that too. Yes, Michelle, thank you so much, hon. I appreciate that. Good point, Scotty. Right. I think Bethany does have that answer, and that's why she was petrified of coming back, because she was worried that she would have to testify against who she saw, and at that point, put herself in danger, possibly. The state could easily call Amanda to ask about Brian's habits. Just because she was called by the state does not necessarily mean that she would be on their side. That's a good point. Good point, because they did state that they were not going to be using his family against him at some point, but I don't know that I believe that fully. Jen says, and then the defense would rebut, of course, which could have worked out very well for him. So were any of the prosecutors' names Amazon executives? Could be. Fox could be. That I don't know just by looking at them, but it could be. Yeah, that was the last of the documents there, but very interesting. Amended witness list there. Hold on a minute. Was Bethany Benmo Beak? I don't know that. That's a good question, Paco. And that's a great question too, Fox. This other document, Eddie, I don't think you weren't in here and didn't get to see it. The amended notice of compliance and motion to seal the state's amended witness list. It just reads that, and then it shows all these names here, which this is the, hold on a minute. Amended witness list, yes. Now, the state's amended witness list, I'm sorry. All of these names are mostly law enforcement or people like Jack Decor, Emily Alant, I'm sorry, and other friends. Bethany Funk's on here, Dylan Mortenson's on here, Don Daniels, the Barnyards, Nick Balance, Eric Bailey. A lot of law enforcement officers are involved in this. Nick Graybell, Eric Gower. This was who the prosecution was going to try to use against. Yes, that's exactly what I called it too. That's why we're using it. I stole it from Meg. I stole the title from Meg this morning, folks. Wholly unredacted state witness list. And that's exactly what it is. Thank you, Meg. Thank you for the title. I did too, Pappy. I wanted to see it in probably the worst way to the when they did what they did. I literally almost threw a temper tantrum like a 5-year-old, jumping up and down and screaming. That's how bad I wanted to see this trial. Maybe why Bethany not standing with the bunch during 9/11 is that she knows who. That's what I'm saying. That's a good point too, Phenomena Mom. That could be why she separated herself. So that was the other document, Eddie. And we also had 2 service subpoenas that were tried to be served and they couldn't. 3. And then the amended order unsealing. Sorry. I just want to give you a heads up to these as well. You probably already saw the documents themselves, possibly, but the amended order unsealing, redacting, and/or maintaining the sealed status. And it just gives off the specific names. Number 8, which was the TAD name, the KSF name, the YR, and the CE names. They talk about in there. And then the amended phase 2 amended phase 2 mitigation witness list is what that was, so on and so forth. Pro B and proud. Yeah, I wanted to see it in the words. This trial was probably the one that I've ever wanted to see the most, you guys. So that takes care of that. Give me one quick second here. I want to look at something real fast for you guys. One quick second. Sorry, guys, I was muted. So just a heads up, and there's going to be a video that she's going to be doing soon on this as well. She posted this 16 hours ago. It says, or 14 hours ago, Moscow PD responded to her FOIA request, read the knife sheath. They quoted her a price, meaning that there's information they're willing to hand over. It says video in the AM. So they must have something about this knife sheath. I want to see this. So I'm curious what the price is on that one. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Very interesting. I wish I could afford some of these FOIAs. They're ridiculous. So there's a heads up on that. So do we have any thoughts about any of these names that are being sealed or unsealed? There's a lot that's being unsealed, witness wise, but are they important enough? It is a money grab, KP. Agreed. Moscow is grabbing as much of this money from us as they can, in my opinion. I wouldn't doubt it, Pappy. I wouldn't put it past them either, bro. That sounds awesome. Typically, we have those here too. All right, let me pull this other footage up.
if this went to trial, do you think he would have walked? They found him guilty, not guilty. I don't. I think they'll
Hard to
find him
say.
not guilty. I don't think the state had too much to prove that he did do this.
I don't think they had anything, but I don't trust them to have done it the right way. Senor Wazowski's in the house. Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, I agree with how you put that, Dago. They have nothing on him, but yeah, they would have convicted him. They would have got the conviction somehow.
I truly believe that, and I think that's exactly why they went after the plea deal. Truly, that's the only reason, in my opinion, that they went after the plea deal. Hold on a minute here. Okay, so for those of you that have not seen this yet, there's no sound to it, but welcome, Amy. Good to see you. But if he walked, he would need to go. Well, depending on how he walked, I think that goes with it, Pappy. Yes, there's a lot of people that would have been against him. Miss Murky's in the house. Good to see you, Murky. And congrats, welcome to the sauce. I can't remember who gifted yours, Murky, but it's great to have you back in the sauce. Elizabeth, welcome. Yeah, there was no evidence at all. Welcome to all the new meatballs. I appreciate. SRB dropped some. William Tardy dropped some, and somebody else came in and dropped 10 of them. I think it was Papa G. It could have been any one of them that dropped yours. Elements on Amazon. If you have the evidence, wait a minute, was that a two-parter, Senior? Let me see something real quick. But if they had a prosecutor and judge that was on level, the issue of the sheath and then buying so-called what he bought on Amazon right there is enough for reasonable doubt. Why do you have to buy Ella?
Continued. There's not enough characters
Right.
to finish his thought.
It's on Amazon. If you have the evidence that he bought, you should have the physical property that he bought, or at least metadata that shows when and how. Yes, exactly, Senor. Exactly. Great point, my friend. Yes, yes, yes. That's a fact. There's no reason that they needed to buy that. If they have this sheath that they found on scene, on the crime scene, that's all they should have needed, and said, "Here it is. This is it. Now we just need the weapon." Yeah, we did hear. We talked about that yesterday, Z's, about Sarai's new Homeland Security course. But yeah, that's agreed upon. I agree with that wholeheartedly, Senor Wazowski. Now this footage is footage that they was leaked. They're calling it. I don't know that it was, but and it shows the girls that night at the corner club, who they were socializing with, what they were doing, so on and so forth. And we don't know who's who to some aspect because they have certain faces blurred out, which I think is dumb, but okay. Just saying. And I didn't see Adam Lauda's name on any of those lists either that we just looked at, which is interesting to me, unless I missed it somehow, which is possible because I do that from time to time. So I'm just saying. Um, I'm gonna let this play. Thank you to Outcast that put this up. Here we go. And this shows them the night of at the corner club as they were doing their thing, enjoying themselves, sadly, for the last time. It wasn't leaked. It was put out by Olivia way back. Okay. See, I've never seen this before. The dates listed down at the bottom, 11/13/22, and this is at 1/18/01/18/53. So this is not too long before they left. Maddie definitely looks like she's pretty intoxicated there.
Talk about something we don't see.
They
What
did.
I don't see is anybody facing toward them or anything like that that's spying on them, watching them. It seems like everybody's pretty well casual, just drinking and having a good conversation. Just a normal night out at the club. That's what I said.
Something you notice is
Who
that
is this guy right here in the blue?
that I that could be Adam. Or wait, it could be because I think Jack had on a white something white. Thank you, SRB. But I don't understand why they have him blurred out. And there doesn't seem to be anybody else at this point. At this point in time, that is like really paying that much attention to him.
And from what I'm seeing, though, I'm seeing a lot of backs turned to him.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah,
People
Joe
are being
Vito.
acted as close as to the camera.
That's the long-haired guy from the grub truck right here with the Dutch Brothers sweater on, which I have two of those, by the way, you guys, that were sent to me. Crazy enough as it is. And yeah, they're kind of in this corner by themselves. There's Joe Vito right there.
And as much as she's been looking at her phone throughout the night, I would like to know what her text messages was about.
I think everybody wants to truly know that. I think that's kind of important, Pop, probably. Yeah, everybody behind him were at the grub truck with him. That's true. Olivia and Kaylee were wearing this. Yeah. It it was old, but it was just put out right. Guys, make sure you check out Outcast channel, guys, please, and thank you and support him. He does a lot of great stuff with a lot of the footage that we get. I don't know if you guys saw these. I never got to actually show these to you guys when I received them long time ago. Right, redacted. I agree with that. The phone dump, I would love to see as well. So these were the. Let me show you real quick. The text messages from Steve, Brett Norton, stuff like that, and what was talked about. Hold on. Back then, that was his Facebook profile name per se when he was doing this. Hey Steve, someone on my TikTok told me you wanted to see the screenshots of Pinterest for Costas. As it starts to roll forward here, I can pause if I need to. I'm unsure why people aren't seeing all what I saw, but I find it extremely disturbing when looking at whole pictures. A lot about wiring and cloud security. I feel this is some type of form of communication for someone. Is the first one showing up as picture or video? It's supposed to be a video of all. And that just shows what that screenshot there was. Now, this was way back when, for anybody that doesn't know this. What's up, CH? Good to see you. Costas Alexandropoulos was the owner of the grub truck. I'm sorry, the Mad Greek. My apologies. I don't know why I said that. Aquarian, welcome. Good to see you, CH, as well. And we looked into him as well in the very beginning because we had, we were curious about, there were thoughts and talk of somebody from the grub truck being an issue here. Obviously, Steve wanted to know that back then. These are photographs that were from his Facebook page as well.
Well, I just remember how Kaylee was acting at the grub truck.
Okay.
She was steady on her phone, uh, like she was texting somebody
The whole
or
time.
the whole damn time. So I'm just wondering if there was some form of communication she was getting on her phone that there was an issue that her and Maddie was dealing with. Uh, to what context does Adam have involved in that, if he does at all? I think a lot of that would answer some of the curious questions we have in mind about the events that was leading up to that night. Uh, we hear Bill Thompson say, "Well, it's not they was not being stalked," but yet we hear several girls that was living at the residence saying that they felt like they was being watched. Um,
Right. And welcome, Leah.
and
Um,
you have a stalker like that, or somebody's watching you, especially if they've or got your phone number, or they're ghosting you, or they're just following you. Just kind of brings relevance to that. What we read the other day about the APD 77, what you call it, this
oh yeah,
Report.
blanket.
yeah. What'd you say, Eddie?
I said he was
Yeah, the
referring to
report.
77, and he was searching for the what it's called, and I suggested a report.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah, yeah. I just could. I was blanking on it. Yeah. So it kind
Um,
of brings that in that aspect of it. I'm just wondering because I mean, girls look at their phones for various reasons. They don't have to necessarily be that, but there's that aspect of it that's surrounding them, and I'm beginning to wonder how much relevance that has, if any.
well, I'm gonna say that if we, with what we just saw of them at the corner club at that time, her Kaylee, in my opinion, her demeanor changed from that point to the time that they're walking to the grub truck. She was on her phone nonstop. She asked in a irritated sounding voice, "What did you say to Adam?" Made Matter responds, I told him everything. She seemed irritated. She was nonstop on her phone the whole time. But then they get to the grub truck. She seems to lighten up a little bit. They're joking around, but she's still on her phone the whole time, texting somebody. There's a conversation going on with somebody or somebody's, so on and so forth. Hey, Stevie. So there's that. That's interesting to see. Nomad Scavenger, hello and welcome. Gary King as well. Um, there's that too. So Steve responds, gross. Thank you for sharing this. You're welcome, and I'm so sorry. What happened to Kaylee? Cannot imagine. Again, like I said, you see the demeanor seems to have changed, at least for that period of time. Um, then again, this is again Costas Alexandropoulos. Says this man needs to be looked into. From what I've found, he has businesses all over the world. He's got fronts for everything. His brother's boating company, and the port of Alaska is a huge flag. Also, I'm working with someone who has personally interviewed a lot of the surrounding people, and Demetrius tied to his new fishing something. And this was all way back when, folks, and that she was not on the up and up, in my opinion, which she was what she was doing. So there's that. Um, they're starting up north now. The Mad Greek started in Alaska and moved this direction. Just saying. So film of Maddie and Adam intense talk without Kaylee present, and he's bartending. Yeah, that's my understanding. Did you read the letter written by Samantha Nelson, Steve? Yes, I did. I watched and went through all that. Lisa, she definitely was not happy with him. But that stuff to me, that's their personal business, and I don't think that's the world's business when it comes to that. It's a family thing. I'm not saying that anybody's wrong for reading it because they put it out, but I don't think that has anything to do with what happened here. Truly, that's a whole different situation. But she definitely is not happy with him. His brother's boating company at the Port of Alaska is a huge flag. I read that already. I'm so sorry, Steve. I just know that these poor kids shouldn't have passed, but I want the big picture to come out and these people to be taken down. I feel that there is a much bigger situation going on, and I'm so sorry for saying that to you. I just know I'm my soul from research that BK may have only been a small part. I want to see real justice, and you sue that town. The fact that they told the town it was safe when they had no suspect or any lead, and let all the other kids feel like it was targeted while all these people were on the blah, I can't read that, are still in my opinion. That alone, hold on. And I do know she told me she was telling him stuff like that. He was hearing that from multiple people, that either people didn't think Brian did it or people thought that Brian was not alone when he did it. So that'll tell you how early on that Steve was being told this about him, and he still kept going and want that same narrative that Brian is the one and the only one. And I don't quite get that. Not, I mean, you want to know these things. You're asking these questions, but that's that. eh, Let me see. Did these people to be taken down, but it may be only a small part. I want to see that real justice, and you sue that town. The fact that they told the town, yes, I read that already, targeted while all these other people were on the loose. Some still are, in my opinion. That alone, you get your what? Because it's so much bullshit. Okay. We're looking at this for sure, he says back to her. Good, that makes me feel better because I have debated calling the FBI myself, but it seems like maybe they were already there trying to solve a drug problem in the area. As of late, a lot have been busted, but I ponder if they looked into this guy. Hey, Steve, I hate asking you this, but I feel I should ask the source instead of speculate on it. Do you know if Kaylee and Maddie were or Maddie were at a pool party on July 9th? Koberger attended this pool party with his neighbor Christina Martinez, and I can't find anything on this pool party, but I wonder who was there, if the girls were or weren't, and possibly anyone else. Again, I'm sorry for asking. Also, if you're looking for any info, please ask me. I'm a source, a super sleuth, and have something way too much info, but I'm sure you know why. God, I can't hardly see this to save my life. I'm sorry, you guys. That's a little better. I'm sure you have way more info than I do. I truly want justice for them and for you and your family. Well, that's great and all, but that's not why she was doing this, sadly. All right, go ahead and go forward now. Should be moving. Yes, SRB. There's a text between him and Brett Norton. No, he said there was Alaska around. She said I'd really appreciate it. That may be where he met them and or they got his attention. Also, I've been told that Dylan is connected to Sienna Costa's daughter. So I'm digging into that too, which is something we found a long time back too. See what I can find. Not sure yet, but I know Sienna was, or is it Celine? I think it's Selena. Sorry, was in Alpha 5 with Keely. Overlapped times, maybe nothing, or be something. I just feel that the guy Costas is a vile man. That this guy Costas is a vile man. Thank you, SRB. I appreciate it. Hey, Steve. So I reached. All right. I'm headed to Idaho soon with Howard Bloom, famous author. He has spoken to your attorney. He is writing a book on the Idaho 4. We've been helping him gather information, obviously. And only part of that is true, folks. That was a complete lie in that aspect as well.
Do we know who he's texting to?
Yes,
Back
I
and forth
do.
with?
He's texting somebody by the name of Brad Norton, who was working with a few of us creators in the beginning of this, and we came to find out that she wasn't on the up and up, so we kind of separated from her quickly. And I don't know what happened to her after that. Let's see. Obviously, we're in for a long road ahead, but we want to gather all the facts. I know you've done a few public interviews, but we'd love to sit down one on one, nothing public, just a casual conversation to try and better understand the timeline and maybe important details to you and your family that you feel haven't been looked at, or anything you feel is important. It's very important to us that we tell the correct story that your family approves of. I personally feel some kind of connected to Kaylee in a, of course she does. Howard Blum came out and stated that they weren't connected that way. So I don't know what's true or what's not. We have to go with what you feel, in my opinion. Um, let's see. Hey, Lucy. Good to see you, dear. You got some explaining to do. Is it gonna scroll up? Come on. Okay, so wait a minute. I'll just sit down when I want. Well, it proves I personally feel oddly connected to Kaylee in a weird way. I was in a sorority myself, and I found pictures the other day of her in Miami. She seemed to have loved Miami, and that's where I went to school. Also, her birthday is my grandma's birthday. This sounds weird, but she's the one I tend to shed some tears about. This is such ass kissy stuff. I can't stand this, but whatever. Um, I try not to think about that aspect because I don't want to get emotionally involved. I try to stay as unbiased as possible, but we would love to speak with you. Let me know your thoughts, and if you're interested, we plan on heading up there July 6th through 8th. Here's my number, blah, 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 blah. And yep, she does. She still claims it's all true. Like I said, she sent me these long time back. And then Kim sent me the same things because they were sent to her, because a lot of people didn't believe that she was talking to him. That part we obviously know is facts, but it is what it is. It's however you perceive it and take it, you guys. That's my opinion, of course. Okay, next up we have you seen the whole Linda Lane footage? Well, he released it, so yes. Go watch 4:05 to 4:07 a.m. to 4:22. I'm very something. I don't know why I can't read that word. I'm very someone running from the residence far left, 422, and jumping in SUV and pulling away. Thank you, Murky. Goal ended, but I'm going to contribute. I appreciate you very much for that, my dear. God bless. I'll have to start a different one. Go watch. Yeah. And he did know that because, like I said, he released it. He leaked the footage himself. That came out eventually. He released it to another creator, who had no idea what to do with it. She don't know why he released it to her to that aspect, and then she sent it to law enforcement, and she sent it to a few of us other creators as well. He says, yeah, but that SUV was there hours before, but at least it matches up with the white car being seen at 404. But it don't. That's the problem.
You talking about the SUV that was parked in front of the residence?
The one, no, this is the SUV that was at Linda Lane that leaves at some point. If you didn't see it, she says yes, it does, and it looks like Brian Koberger's car. But listening to the audio sounds, and see, she said the opposite of that to the rest of us as to what she said to him. That's what bothered me about this.
So she
Um,
saw Brian Kohlberger physically get out of his car.
no, not at all. All Steve is saying that it matches up with the white car being seen at 404, meaning Brian's car, because that's what he's been told. And she's agreeing with him, but she told us that she absolutely believed it wasn't Brian's car back then. That's what she said to me and Rory. Just telling you. So she was saying whatever she had to say to Steve to try to get him to do this interview, supposedly with her and or Howard Bloom. She's saying Howard denies this. She says it's true. Um, and who knows? Howard could be lying. We don't know. Steve said that him and Howard didn't ever have a conversation. Howard says they did. Then it came out afterwards that they may have.
I think it was Jules that said something about she was trying to get that footage from the residence that was across the street from the residence.
Yeah, she's trying. She's been denied, but she's still trying.
Had they caught whisper of that back in that day, that whole case right there, it's been a whole different story. You can imagine. But we don't know is if they do have it and there is
That's
footage.
it right there, and I think they do. And I said before, I think the reason why we're not going to see that from them is because that may show truth. That and it's if they had it, it's been destroyed, in my opinion.
That was my concern, Dago, because if they did know who actually did this and what exactly happened, and they went on with the plan they had.
I think they do know Hemisphere. They're never going to tell us though. I'm almost 100% positive they know exactly what happened.
It's just red flags all over the place for me, boss. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you.
Flags.
So she said yes, it does. Looks like Brian's car. Blah blah blah. Listen to the audio. Sounds like someone else is there too, and or I just don't know how Dylan didn't hear anything. I personally think that is Dylan or Bethany leaving at 422, but I could be wrong. And see, this was way back, and Jesus, I'm trying to remember when this happened, you guys. Like December, January of 23, which was 2 months after the murders happened. So that'll tell you how old this was and why certain things are being stated the way they are. Um, if they lied to the families, the public had no. Oh, of course, that's facts. And yes, everybody's been lying. So that's the 90% of the problem. So he says, "Oh, wait, hold on. Let me back that up just a tinge because I missed one."
Well, I'm sorry to keep putting this hope and faith and everything that something's going to come out and everything is just going to be exactly the way it's supposed to be. I'm sorry to keep doing that.
You don't need to apologize. I think we all hope that.
For somebody that's out there, maybe listening to this right now or will be in a replay, and you're in the profession of law enforcement or even attorney, and you're looking for a case that you would really like to pick up, if there was a footage knowingly kept from public that can exonerate somebody, you could take that and use it, you know what I'm saying, as evidence to exonerate Brian. But
Of course,
my
but do you
question
think that
is, with that being said, this is the reason why I brought this up. Would there be repercussions of that if that's the case?
in what aspect do you mean?
In the aspect of them covering it all up, knowing that it was there the whole time. They just keeping it out of public view so they can keep driving on their narrative.
Sure, there would be if you can prove that, which I will never be able to happen because if there was or is any other footage of anything, it's been destroyed or it'll never come out. It's buried deep, in my opinion. He says that also Kaylee and Jack D were at a pool party at some point. She says, "Oh my God, seriously, were they at that one? Did you ever hear anything about Dylan and Bethany?" He asks her. "Oh, I have a ton about Dylan and Bethany. Yes, Christy has a photo from it. We're looking hardcore into Dylan. We've talked with two grand jury members," he says to her, "and that helped calm the nerves a lot," which we all know is illegal, but he says that. Okay. A lot of odd sorority stuff, friends, connections. That's so good to hear. I want BK to be involved and them not have the wrong person. We know, trust me, Steve, we are working so hard. And she's saying we. That means all of us that she was in touch with that are working on this together. And she's the one that's talking to him about all this and wouldn't allow anybody else to have any kind of connection with him. Um, but that right there stating we've talked with two grand jury members that helped calm the nerves a lot. How did that happen? How did he get away with that? Okay. That should have never, could have never, it should have never happened. Not could have, but should have. That's a problem. And that's right, WB. They have absolutely had been caught lying in that situation. So this tells you right here that he's having a conversation with somebody back in January after Brian's been arrested about the fact that of Brian not being involved or very, very slightly being involved as compared to what it ended up being. She's telling him things like this, so on and so forth. Hey, so he knew back then, okay, and still continued going. I'm just saying. Senior says if it ever came to light and every person that had knowledge of suppressing said footage would be brought up on charges as well as triggering a new trial. And that's what I'm hoping for, Senior. 100% that's what I'm hoping for. Because I think that there's information out there that proves things like that went down. Not to mention this kind of stuff, okay? You know, that alone, talking to two grand jury members should be enough to throw the case out, in my opinion. Am I wrong? When you have a witness, or I'm sorry, a family member to one of the victims that is having contact with two grand jury members having a conversation, shouldn't that be enough to throw this case out? Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, I've said it's my humble opinion. The Cyrate deal, when Hipper did that to Cyrate, that was a wrap on that. That showed me Hipper's true colors about this whole situation. The judge that was over the Daybell trial, yeah, two of them. That was the judge that I was hoping they was going to do Idaho for. And had that judge presided over the Idaho for, it wouldn't have gone the way it went. He would probably throw this whole case out after having a meeting with all the prosecutors and all the lawyers that's involved about the corruption.
Right.
It wouldn't have been put on as a spectacle. It wouldn't have been handled the way it was handled.
Yeah.
He would have
Well, if they
He
would have
would
had,
have
if
this
they would
out.
have had people involved that weren't sideways on this, you're right. Yes.
So it didn't really matter. Brian Koberger was screwed all the way around. There's just no way around that.
From the beginning. Yes, sir. That's truly how I see it.
You would never thought. I never would thought that judges would do that. They were supposed to be impartial. They're like the referee.
They're also human and do bad things just like everybody else does, depending on what the reasoning is.
Who would have that big of a pull in the
think
political realm
think
to be
about
able to
that.
pull something like that
If
off?
you can get to a judge, then you're somebody of importance, is all I'm saying. If you want everybody on board with this situation, they're protecting something like Sai said, much, much bigger and covering something up much, much bigger. University, okay, the money that the university has, things like that. Welcome, Ashley. Good to see you. If that's part of what's being covered up is, but law enforcement, the pool and in my opinion, the people that are way higher up in this, because this goes higher and deeper in my opinion. Um, at the bottom here, she says, but what's hard is that we all feel strongly if it wasn't overstocking and others are involved, and she throws in including BK to keep him on the hook with her because she knows that if she goes off of the Brian Koberger thing, that she might lose him in this. Murky says if the first grand jury was thrown out, this means that Idaho could indict again, but they would have to all show all they have to do again. Good point, and I would love to see that happen. This should have been thrown out because of this right here, but maybe it wasn't known. Whatever, I don't know. But Steve tried to interact with another witness. I think it was Molly McMichaels, and was told by the FBI to leave it alone or he'd be arrested. Well, that'll tell you how many different things happened here that should have thrown this case out and re-evolved it, in my opinion.
You take what's going on. Might need to look into that, Dago. But there's a whole lot of stuff going on with our FBI. And I
Mm,
know they just got a new director that just took over the FBI. And I saw an old retired FBI agent come on and was talking about the FBI is not the agency they once was. It's totally different. And that's the reason
right.
why but the reason why I bring that up is there's things that Bill Thompson has said in Latah regarding the FBI there's that he can't get from the FBI. And he's supposed to get it, but they're not handing it over. When I first heard that, my first reaction, my first thought was, well, maybe they're just investigating you too. And then all that stuff with Joshua Hewitt came out with this big old drug bust in Idaho was the biggest bust they've ever had was going on at the same time. So you have multiple things on top of everything else that was going on at the time of this Idaho 4 that was directly affecting Idaho 4.
Yeah.
But to how much of that degree, I don't know. But my understanding is the federal, that's FBI, keeps the local enforcement or local government in each state in line. So if they get out of line, they're there to correct it. But if you have corruption on top of that, and then you got a new regime and everything else is going on with the FBI, they're in the Senate, guys. The FBI director's in the Senate, and
Yeah,
he's answering questions his body can't cash. You know what I'm saying?
right. Agreed.
So there's a but there's a lot going on in our federal government right now, and that had a lot to do with this case too. To what extent, I don't know, but it things like this don't happen the way it happens just for no reason at all. I mean, if it did happen, we would never hear about it. But this was plain right in front of everybody. It's just the way I see it. What do you think about it, Eddie? You've been quiet.
I haven't had a whole lot of time to process all of this.
And that's fine. That's fine. The next statement here, real quick, was that they have him buying the K bar, trying to. I think that meant hide how he purchased something. She said, "Yeah, I definitely think BK's involved. What have you heard about the protected witness?" He asked her. "We're trying to find the connection with BK and the house or Kaylee, Maddie, Zan, and Ethan. Well, we don't know exactly whom, but lots speculated that Brent Kopaka as the protected witness. We can something death certificate and that's like I said, you can tell that she's trying to play him by she was 100% against Brian being involved in this at all, okay, before I even was, and that's what she's saying to him about Brian because he keeps going back to that, and that's based on what he's been told, folks. Remember that, okay, early on, and we know that he wasn't being told the truth. And again, as Eddie always infers, where does it all start from? Back up, look at it, think about it. Law enforcement. That's where it started at. 100%. He says it's all on camera. From what I've been told, his car, Murphy freaking out, and him taking off 421. We know that's not true. Well, we hear Murphy and a car taking off, but and see a car taking off, but it's not his. They've already proven that, folks. That's not his car. That's all there is. Did it sound like someone else was there? She asked him. I agree. That's something with BK and Kaylee. I always feel Kaylee knew something more about something she wasn't supposed to know because of the search warrants kind of being similar. I was going through the warrants and they seemed to have home in on Kaylee. Well, that's true. Hey, Paula, good. I'm glad you're still here, man. Ashley, Brian Koberger's been talking to his dad, and his dad said the truth. Yeah, right, and that's something to remember. Willie's last show that he brought out is that the word got to him from people he knows that know Michael Koberger, and the statement Michael Koberger made was, "Just wait until the truth comes out." Well, that's what we're all waiting on. When is that going to happen? I don't know. I hope that he's right about that. I truly do. If that's what he said, I hope that means something. I hope that may mean something else, folks. That may mean that there is something going on in the background. It is, Rowena. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Don't be hating. Good to see you.
I must have missed that. Michael Kohlberger made a statement and said, "What?"
Willie has connections within to the pharmacist that the Kohlbergers go to get their medications. Okay, and there was a statement. He spoke with he tried to get a letter to Michael stating to Michael, Brian's dad, that he's got a support group out here of people that are trying to get to the truth to prove that he had nothing to do with this. So Willie got a message back through the through the pharmacy that they haven't been coming in there as often to get medications. It could be because they were having them sent to their house to avoid going in public. Michael Koberger made a statement that Marianne stays in the house mostly. He does some of the out shopping and stuff like that, but he still doesn't go out much because of the way the public is. So the remark got back to Willie that Michael stated that just wait until the truth comes out about the case, because somebody had made a comment to him, I guess, when he was out in public and he was talking to somebody, and he said, yeah, just wait till the truth comes out. So that says something to me from the suspect's father that's already in prison. Beach Babe, good to see you. And good. That's awesome. I'd love that mug is awesome, Beach Babe. But it makes me think back to when I said, hey, do you guys think there's still something going on in the background, being that the defense never withdrew, that they're still doing certain things with documents here, there, and everywhere, so on and so forth? Is there something going on in the background? And then Michael Koberger, Brian's dad, saying, just wait till the truth comes out. That means something to me. I mean,
Well, we don't know that he said it. We got to be careful of how we say that he said
I understand that. I understand, but I'm going to take it for what it is because of where it came from. I'm the guy but I know what you're saying. You're right. You know, with hearsay is hearsay. But what other reason would you say something like that for? You know what I mean? Other than,
I don't know, but when there's like, the game of telephone that we all know so well from, our preschool days when they taught that.
And that, yeah, that's why I try to say with everything I say, if that's true.
That's why it's called hearsay.
Yeah. If that's true, I think I try to add that to most everything I say now.
Right. That's all it takes. If it's true. If
that's true, that means something to me. You know what I mean? And it could mean that there is something else going on. I know Willie's tried really hard to get in contact with his dad. He's reached out to him, so on and so forth, via Brian's best friend's mother, Jeremy. Or Brian's best friend, Jeremy's mother. There we go. That Willie knows personally as well. And she was Willie's teacher too, and he's tried to reach out to these people. They don't live in the same exact area anymore. Willie still lives in that area, but not that specific area. So he's trying his best to get a hold of these people. And
please, nobody don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm not saying I don't believe Willie. I'm not saying Willie's unbelievable. I'm not saying that Michael Koberger is.
No, I know what you mean. Right.
But
and it's important.
What about all the layers in between?
And we've been through this before. That's the issue right there. And you
have to hear something firsthand yourself in order for you to be able to say that someone said.
That's it. And that's it right there. And that's why I try to say, if this is true, because the only way you can be absolutely positive is if Michael Koberger was standing face to face with you and said, just wait till the truth comes out. Then you can say, I know for a fact this was stated. That's how you know that. So yeah, it's very important to be
a bombshell like I was describing earlier would have to come out of that magnitude. That's what I'm trying to. When I hear something like that, okay, that's something that he's been wanting all along, is to be exonerated. But my question is, ever thought about looking up his phone records in prison of him talking to his parents and maybe listening to those and seeing what eggs may or what may come out of that?
Say the last part of that again. You broke up for a minute.
I said the phone calls that he gets in prisons, that he has communication with his parents, they should be on public files so everybody has access to that.
We will never
be able to listen to his phone calls.
And that's a good point. Would you think we'll ever hear anything that we would want to hear? No, they'll never give that.
It's something like that of that magnitude that he's talking to his parents and saying, I can't put words in his mouth, but what we don't know is what Brian Kohlberger is thinking. What is he thinking? He's thinking he's going to ride this out. Okay, he's got 2 years. He's looking at 2 years, up to 2 years, from my understanding.
Right, right.
Does he even want to be exonerated? Does he even want to be out in prison? Is he okay with how everything went down for him? Is he really guilty? Is he really not guilty? We don't know. What part does he have? There's reason why I have a big issue with the change of plea. If you're going to change your plea, fine. Give me a confession. Tell me how it was done. Who was with you when you did it? We did not get that. We still got answers, questions. We won't never get the answers. All we got is these theories of what we may think may happen or what this document might lead us to. Bottom line is the communication that he's having with his parents. Is there a nugget in that saying, this is what I want to do? That's Brian Kohlberger's decision. Just like he had to change, that was his decision to take the plea. You see what I'm saying? So
You're right. The
his
point,
daddy going out and talk to Joe Blow, say, well, just wait till the truth comes out. Well, that could mean a lot of things. I mean, we've been through these documents, and we could pretty much say that everything we've seen is a complete lie. And it does not prove Brian Kohlberger was involved. Period.
right. Now,
I mean,
what I was
you
saying
know,
though with that is, as far as like any phone calls between his family or him, and Eddie said this the other day and made a good point with it. I'm sure that if it is to be put out to the public, they'll do exactly what they've done with everything else. I'm sure they will put it out, what they want us to hear. They're not going to put anything out there that could prove anything other than where they're at with him at this point. You know what I mean?
Right.
They won't put that out, Hemisphere, and you got to know that that's got to be true at this point. That they, if Brian were to say, "Hey, Dad, I know this, or this," and it were to point away from him being guilty, we'll never hear that. You know that, Eddie. You know I'm right on that. We will never hear anything like that, folks, because it would go completely opposite and against their narrative, and that would screw the pooch. They're not going to give us that. Nothing in that aspect will they give us, if anything at all. And they've been doing that from day one. Now, if Michael himself were to go public and make a statement somewhere, I promise you, because again, remember, we were told by many people and many sources there were threats against his family. He himself, it was put in the Patterson book, made statements about threats against his family, extra security. Willie showed the security that's rolling in that gated community on his video, so on and so forth, about how they're running with it and how everything is because of those types of things. Ann Taylor was threatened. People from the courts were threatened. All this kind of stuff has happened. If that's all true, what's up, Fizzy? Good to see you. That's part of the reason why I believe the plea was taken, as well as the other things and what's going on. They're not going to give us anything we want. Let me put it that way. Go ahead. Sorry, bud. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I interrupted you. You were
It's okay. Go ahead.
Mid-pause. But as I was sitting here, it just dawned on me. So since the family released a public statement in writing early on, I'm sure we could look that up, but basically, we stand behind their son, our son.
Yeah, right. What's up, Scully? Yeah.
List for me all the times that we have heard any one of the Kohlbergers say a statement.
There's
Never.
You
right?
can't. Right.
They would know not to.
Of course, because that would be detrimental to their son's case.
And
if they were
since
to say
the
the wrong
plea,
thing.
either during or since the plea hearing, how many statements?
And that's the point I was going to next, Eddie, and I'm glad you said that.
But the point I'm going to is I'm sitting here. If you think about that, does it make any sense that Michael Kober said what he has, what someone is claiming that he said, and it's through different layers of hearsay. It's not just hearsay once removed. Like if one of my family members said something to me, and then I'm here live telling you what they said. That's once removed, right? Because I'm not saying it. I'm saying someone else said it. Here we have something to do with a CVS pharmacy, and somebody heard.
The context that it was given to me in, and that's the same place that
they've never ever said anything, and now
the context that I got it from. Well, first off, that's the same place that the statement that was made to, I can't ever think of her last name, the woman that's in the Patterson book, where Michael spoke to her in the pharmacy. That's where this happened. So that's where Willie went, because he knows that person specifically. He knows that they frequent that area, so on and so forth. The context was given to me as in somebody saw him there. This person saw him there. I'm so sorry that this is what happened to Brian. I'm sorry for the family, blah, 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 so on and so forth. His response was, I know, thank you, but Brian didn't do this, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So just wait till the truth comes out. That's how the way it was explained to me context-wise. Is it true, folks? We don't know. I don't know. And that's why I said, if it is true, sure, it would be amazing if it is, and I guess it gives a little hope in some aspect.
People have to be more careful doing that. Saying what somebody might have said, what they heard somebody may have said.
I
think that
you say truth. Okay, so what's the truth? Expand on that a little bit.
Nobody knows that. That's the problem.
I mean, we see the truth. We see the bullshit. I mean,
Well, we see the bullshit, but we don't see where the truth is.
Yeah, it has to be something of that magnitude, like I said earlier. If it ain't that or something like that, what are we talking about here?
That's what the problem is. Nobody knows what that is.
See, okay, say it was me. Like, I heard, because someone told me that they heard from Michael Kohlberger. Michael Kohlberger said to that person something, and this person is saying it to me. So I live stream and I put it out there, and now everyone who's hearing it and other content creators are saying it as a fact that Michael Kohlberger said. You see what I'm saying? Like that. Okay, it started with my channel. That's my brand, right? I'm saying the hearsay, and I'm putting it out there, and everyone hears it, and everyone runs with it.
I think it's wishful thinking in some aspects. That's probably why.
I think so too. It's like confirmation bias. In
that aspect, yeah. Agreed. And I think
I would never have, like, okay, maybe someone told me that, and it could be nonsense. There could be something to it, but Michael Kohlberger never told me it. So I'm not going to go running blasting it as a fact. I wouldn't even utter it and share it as an anecdote, because I know what people do, especially in a case like this.
Agreed. And I know where you're at with that 100%. That's why I think that I know Willie knows the person that works here personally, like they're close, they're friends, and he reached out to that person and said, hey, have you had or seen any contact with Brian's mom and dad, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Okay. The person responds and says, I see them like this amount of times. Usually it's just Michael because he's the one that goes out and does this, that, and everything else. So yeah, right. And that's I'll get to that next, but that's the point I was getting ready to make. So as in, I guess, like I said, wishful thinking, positive thinking, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying?
And again, put it all together with how many times have we heard the Kohlberger speaking?
The right.
Ever. Never.
Right. That's the point. That's
so the fact that they supposedly, in a moment of weakness, he's talking about his son to somebody at a pharmacy. Right? I mean, it just doesn't. They would know better. They've been practicing it at 100% for years now.
That's what I mean. Yeah. If this is true. That's why I do definitely say it like that. But in that aspect, on the other side of it, yeah, that's correct. Now I also think about it this way. Eddie's right about the one point. Okay. They haven't spoken. They've been told not to speak out to the public based on what I'm sure the defense team has said. Do not do this. Do not do that. Brian himself has probably said, don't do this. Don't do that. Okay. When you're in a situation, this is my thought though, in your comfort zone, in your own small town where most people don't know. Well, let me rephrase this. Where most people you've known forever. Most people probably support in that town the fact that Brian is not guilty. A lot of people have stated that, supposedly, if you read through the Patterson book. That's the part I'm saying, that he's interviewed different people. But again, a book and interviews are hearsay, per se, because we're hearing it from Bloom, who heard it from this person. So go through the ranks, you know what I mean? Or through the levels, peels of the onion, as we'll call it. If this man and Willie know the same person, they do. That's been proven already. Okay, and the conversation was spoken. And now, could the person that works there be telling an untruth? It's possible. Willie has no reason to believe that because he's always known this person to be truthful, so on and so forth. But again, we don't know that because we're not there. So I guess, again, it goes all back to wishful thinking. And that's why I always try to say, if this is true, it's a positive thing, maybe. But if it's not, then it just opens up a door to, I guess, getting your hopes up for no reason, which is kind of a shitty thing to do. We don't know. So you got to take it with as much salt as you can, as many grains of salt, until it's proven, in my opinion, is what I'm saying. Good to see you, Robert. Thank you for joining us, brother.
As much as tight-lipped Brian has been, and even his parents has been tight-lipped about this.
That's the point right there, yes.
Communication they may have should be going through their representative or lawyer.
Here's the thing, though. At this point, it's over.
Would not, if not amongst themselves in a house or in a gathering. They're all discussing it.
Right.
I don't.
There it is, right there. Noel and SRB. I think that's what it's all based on, is hope. That if it was stated that Michael may have said it based off of hope, Willie is saying it looking for hope. I think we all want to believe it because of hope. Okay. But we have to be careful with what we see, hear, and believe, not knowing. That's the things we don't know. Willie's out. He's been around, guys. He was just having issues before, but he's back out. So again, that's why when I say, if it's true and this person was correct and that interaction happened, it could be a positive thing, but we don't know that. That's the biggest thing. So it's all based on wishful thinking, hope as to that there is something going on in the background, based on what we do already know going forward, that we haven't seen the defense team withdraw. That could be a good thing. Not that they always do, but I'm just saying, you put these little things together in your mind. Again, it all goes back to wishful thinking. Nothing could happen. We have 2 years and nothing could happen. Brian will sit there for the rest of his life. He admitted to the guilt, or, the charges that were put on him, so on and so forth, and nothing else will happen. That's worst case scenario. That very well could be what it is. Is that
I
what we
think
want on this side of things? No, of course not. And I think we all look in that direction for hope that something will happen, that something big will go down, that these people will be called out, that the Department of Defense or Justice, I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that. Department of Justice will get involved. The Innocence Project could get involved, and the truth will come out, quote unquote, and something will change. That's the whole thing in a nutshell. But like was stated, they've been very careful as to not speak publicly. This, I think, if it's true, was a private conversation that was had between people that have known each other for 20 plus years and said, hey, just wait till the truth comes out. That person there in turn, because he knows Willie as well, when Willie said, hey, have you had any contact, so on and so forth? Well, a little. This is what he said, nothing more. That, to me, is something that is plausible, but we don't know. And I can't say it's fact. And I won't. It's just if it's true, that's what it is to me. That's all. That's why I have I do believe that it's possible and very plausible. Because in a small town like where I live, there are people that have these conversations that, we had a big deal happen here about 5 years ago that somebody went away for a while, and the whole town talked about it between each other. You know what I mean? It's just small town conversations and stuff. And from my understanding, that town, because of where he's from, a lot of people said they didn't believe Brian did it. You know what I mean? Because they knew him, teachers, people like that. And of course, that's never been put in mainstream media because they don't want that out there. Never did they do that. The girl that I was going to interview with here, that she kind of backed away because she got a new job. She didn't want it to affect her. And I fully respect that. Casey, which was like Brian's first girlfriend, very close friend, told Willie when she talked to him that they completely negated anything positive she said in that interview that she gave to, I think it was NBC or something like that. The only things they put out was anything that came off in a negative way about Brian. So all the positive shit, I said that the wrong way the first time, sorry, they completely redacted from the show. That's what they've done the whole time with anybody. The other guy that Brian or Willie had on his channel that he interviewed said the same thing when Rich, I can't think of his last name, but when they did his interview with NBC, the same channel that they did Casey's, nothing that he said positive about Brian, they completely negated and redacted it from the interview and put nothing but negative shit. That's what they've done the whole time with Brian Koberger, the whole propaganda train. So that has to be thought of and remembered as well.
they didn't have nothing on that dude but just character bash him. That's all they had to do with Brian Koberger. They didn't have nothing on him.
Right. That's facts. Even James Patterson said he has his doubts about this, and he wrote the book, stating that Brian's the one that was this and was it was a negative book in some senses, but there's things in there that people have read that have told me that he has doubts himself, that Bloom now has doubts, that quite a few other people that came forth and said Brian did it now have doubts about. So that's important to remember. Right. That's it right there, Tomboy. That's all it's ever going to be. That's all it's ever been. That's why they continuously, anything we see. Now, how many, I want somebody to tell me, anybody in here, and I know Eddie, Hemisphere, anybody else, I want you to tell me one time you've seen anything from mainstream media put out that shows Brian Koberger in any kind of a positive light. Anywhere, at any time, tell me if you've seen it. I don't care if it's just slight. Show me, tell me where you've seen or heard anything on mainstream media talk about Brian in a positive way ever. I already know the answer. It's never happened. Never. They've never allowed for it. Zero, right, Fizzy? Never. Nothing. Never. It's insane. I have never in my life seen any other cases that have been handled And Jesus Christ, even the OJ Simpson case, they talked positive things about OJ Simpson throughout that whole thing because of who he was, of course. Different situation, I get it. But with Scott Peterson's situation, there were positive things put out about him. Other things in other cases I've seen positive, they have not allowed not one goddamn thing to come out about this kid in this case at all that's positive. Never. Period. Even as far as to drag his coworkers, the people he went to school with, into this, and only put things in here that were negative. And everybody else that has ever reported on it, besides people like us, never said it. They didn't talk about when Brian saved that lady's life. They didn't talk about those things. They didn't talk about when Brian worked as a security guard at the school in a positive form. They didn't talk about any of those things that Brian did. They didn't talk about him overcoming a drug addiction and losing the weight that he did and all the positive things about him. Never. They completely avoided all that shit because they don't want anybody in the public to look at him as a human being. We cannot humanize Brian Koberger because he's a monster, the boogeyman, the worst person on the planet because he killed 4 people in Idaho. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. There's no way. And it's sad. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I have never seen somebody that seems more innocent to me look in the public eye so guilty. Sorry, go ahead. Hemisphere.
In a perfect world, when you try to get a plea deal done, both sides have to have something that they can get out of it. Okay, so if you don't want you want the death penalty off the case, off the table, fine. Give the prosecution something. We're looking at, because I'm going to mention this because they keep comparing this guy to Ted damn Bundy. If you look at all the peripheral serial killers, there's a Ridgway. He had to give up or let them know where all the bodies was buried. Where do you put them all?
They've done it in every other case I've ever seen, Hemisphere, besides this one.
Ted Bundy too. Where'd you put all before his execution? They asked him, "Where's the bodies?"
So then, that being said, you tell me one good reason why they didn't ask those questions or make that happen. Anybody?
What was there for Koberger to give them?
That's the reason. That's what my feeling is. That's the good reason that they couldn't do it, was because they knew. And Eddie can tell you, he said it. They knew. They know. They've known. He didn't do it. That's why they didn't ask him. No, instead they threw out some bullshit fucking answer. Why would we believe anything he says? Really? But you believed him when he said yes to the charges you accused him of. Okay.
But you sit there and say he's factually innocent right before the judge gave him the death or sentence him.
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm stuttering on my words.
Oh, you're good.
It infuriates me because it's like it's clear as freaking day. Hitler was there to keep the narrative and to make sure that whatever plea deal or deals is going to get made, he's going to make sure he signed off on it and put his ass away.
Absolutely.
Plain as day. Plain as day. And
that's exactly why they didn't.
I have never heard of a case like this where a judge will do that.
Right.
He's correct. Hitler is correct. He is not bound by the plea deal. He can sit there and tell him, say, well, I don't care if you want it or not. You're not getting it. We're going to trial. plain and simple.
They didn't even give a pre-sentence investigation. I've never seen that happen either. They didn't want him to allocute because they knew he couldn't. Okay. And it would have made them look way worse, and it approved the lies. If they'd have told him to allocute and he'd have sat there and went like this. Well, why aren't you saying anything? Why isn't he saying anything, Your Honor? Because he doesn't know it. That's why. Couldn't say that.
Well, look at his body language. Look the way he's looking. Look, see how you. When I first saw that video of them getting pulled over with his dad, I think it was his first time, or it might have been the second time they pulled him over. And you saw I saw Brian Kohlberger sit up in his seat and looking at that officer like, what the fuck? Why are you bothering me? That's the way I took it out of his body language. And you got some folks out there going, well, you see that the way he's looking, he's guilty of sin.
None of that happened. None of that ever happened. They said that when the female officer pulled him over, they said he was looking her up and down and he was doing it. Shut the fuck up with that. I'm sick of seeing that shit. I'm tired of hearing that. The kid did nothing but be polite with her, asked her a couple simple questions that I would have asked the same thing if I wasn't familiar with that law because I lived in a different state. And people are purposely trying to point things out that don't even exist. It's sickening to me. That's absolute fact. So yeah, you're right.
It's just, I don't know, man. It's just.
Well, you're right, Busy. Where did you do it, the weapon, Brian? Did you throw it in the Snake River? Did you do that? They didn't even ask him because they know the man never had the fucking weapon in his hand. They know he didn't.
So I remember Bill Thompson sit there and said, there's nothing that Brian Kohlberger has said or can say to us that we're going to believe it. So you never took this man to a room and have it videotaped of interrogating him. He is accused of killing 4 people. You never had him in an interrogation room grilling him about this. And you're going to sit there and say there's nothing that he can say is going to change the thing. Whenever you can take that, what you get out of that interrogation, and if he don't lawyer up and he confesses, there you go.
That's it, Senor. Yeah, and you're
there
right.
You go.
You're right.
But you didn't do that. That's why I am having such a hard time with this bull. If he confessed to you, that's fine. But you can't just change the plea just to get the daggone deal off the table, just because you railroaded him to a point where he ain't got nowhere else to go. He's cooked.
That's what happened. That is what happened. And it's ongoing. It's still ongoing with the guilters, with the people that are what is the word I'm thinking of here? Defending the guilt side to this, and the people that are guilters. It's nuts. It is absolutely nuts.
It's beyond Kohlberger now, because it could happen to me. It can happen to Dago. It can happen to Eddie. It can happen to anybody.
That is the absolute problem. That's why we're doing this today, yesterday, the day before, and tomorrow, and the day after. And we'll continue to do it because it can't happen to anybody else. It has to be known to the world. This will happen, could happen, and has happened. And it has to be defended. We have to defend ourselves, okay? And take care of ourselves because it happened to him. And it happened to Jesus. I just went brain dead for a minute. The Delphi situation, it happened with him, which that's a whole other show I'm gonna be doing soon, because they did file the paperwork on that one too. And I pray to God that gets overturned, because again, an innocent man sitting in prison, losing their family, not watching their child grow up because somebody else did something and they wanted to put it on. They didn't want to accept responsibility for it.
I saw that the other day, and
Richard Allen.
That right there is exactly where I'm coming from. If you sit there and say the truth and you know, balls to bone, what you're saying to this man is the truth, but everything other thing you say to him is a lie. So the way that he reacted was, if you say so, okay, well, whatever.
And that's what happens when you try to help the public. Richard Allen walked in there because he was there that day taking a walk and he wanted to help and he stepped in to help and look what happened to him. And that's, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You people, they ask for the public to help, but I'll be damned who wants to help in fear of the fact that they'll get fucking accused of it.
Yeah, well, if you get accused of something that you didn't do, and then it gets to a certain point where you're defending yourself to a point where you're feeling like you're losing ground more than you gaining ground, and you get kind of frustrated. And,
Yeah.
and it's like, what the fuck ever.
And
Put me in jail.
David Bird's right, guys. Now that they're making IGG so prominent on active cases, we're fucked. Good luck. Good luck. All I'm going to tell you is don't put your DNA into any of these 23andMe or whatever the hell they're called type situations, just to be safe.
Right at that moment, you have the right to remain silent. Use it. Get your lawyer on the phone and get him.
And that doesn't seem to matter even anymore at this point. Brian stood silent and look where he's at now. You know what I mean? It's sad. It's the worst. It's the worst railroad frame job I've ever seen in my life.
And it was so obvious. And if I was the parents and that was my child, I would freaking own Idaho. That's just me.
I think so, Tomboy. Yeah. But Indiana State Police even said that they didn't believe in that case, that they believed it was the man they had in custody that they let go, who died because of the pandemic situation. That's who they believed it was, but they let him go. So, whole other story, but another version of this, in my opinion. Eddie, did you follow? I don't remember if you did or if you didn't follow a lot of Delphi or not.
Yeah, I was with you while you were
I thought so.
covering that case somewhat. It was kind of, simultaneous with the Idaho 4 case.
Yeah.
So we would touch on it.
Right. I just didn't know if you went into it on your own. And I know with this one, you went into some things on your own and looked into it, so on and so forth. So I didn't know if you would just with while you were here or if you were, you know what I mean, up on your own. But I mean, you saw how that went down. You saw what happened. It's obvious what it is, but this is another version, And like I said, they tried to do that with Karen Reed's situation. Thank God that they did what they did with that, and it didn't happen. But it's just, there's so many of them. And it's going to continue to happen. Like I said, I feel that now, like with Othram being put out there and in the face of the world now, having a victim, a mother of a victim in this case as their mouthpiece and their face now, it's on. It's going to happen on all sorts of active cases now, not just cold cases. And it's going to end up being a problem.
There's a trial upcoming, and that is Tyler Robinson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm real curious to see how that goes. You think that's going to fully go to trial?
Well, that's a good question, because it is the exact same thing as the Idaho 4.
Mm-hmm. I can see it.
And just like the Idaho 4, they don't begin such an effort as that unless they're willing and able to see it through to the end.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Yeah, we're going to come back later on, guys, and go over some Delphi stuff, by the way, for those of you that might be interested, because there's some stuff out that I want to review on that. The last thing, somebody just sent me something I wanted to show on this that I thought was kind of interesting, depending on who you are and how you take it. I thought it was interesting, based on what we know about the guilters in this case, the guilty side to this case, and so on and so forth. I just thought this was interesting. And thank you for who sent it to me. I appreciate that.
The one I'm waiting on is a Hurman. That's supposed to be next year.
That's been so slow going. The Long Island serial killer thing. It, it's so slow, and that's another one, folks. That's obvious. I mean, it's been put in our faces. They've admitted, they've shown the corruption in that one. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. That I do believe that Harriman is the one that did what he did. There's no doubt in my mind. But there's other people involved in it with him too that should be absolutely being put on trial for this that aren't. I'll just put it that way. So that's going to be crazy to see how that goes down. But it's been a long time coming. Hey, Sunshine Girl, good to see you. That's what that's what was just sent to me, Robert. I'm going to show you guys this real quick and get your thoughts real fast. Here we go, real quick. By the way, Chaos Sector put this out, folks, for those of you who don't know.
Welcome to the Chaos Sector. We return to the Matrix. Well, it seems there's always pushback when the Chaos exposes the lies. Nothing new here, but whenever certain individuals leave posts on our channel, it indicates that it triggered something. Jeff H. Yep, the funny man. Always appearing out of nowhere to give his opinions about what we break down. Nothing wrong with voicing opinions, everyone has them, and we enjoy a challenge from time to time. But, Jeff seems to lean more towards, how can I put this? Oh, that's right, damage control. Quote. Sure seems to me that Bethany inadvertently talked Dylan out of what she thought she saw, rationalizing that Xana was also wearing all black that night. I feel that the truth is summed up in one sentence. Something's happened in our house, and we don't know what. We have hindsight in all this, and I think we forget that murder was the furthest thing from their minds that night. Bethany said she wondered if they were being pranked. It's all much easier than people are making it, and if they didn't have this odd affection for Brian Kohberger, I think it would be easier to see what's happened." Unquote. The first thing that Jeff stated was, "Sure seems to me." This means this is your opinion, not what Dylan stated. Claiming that Bethany inadvertently talked Dylan out of what she thought she saw, you are essentially speaking for Bethany, basically saying that Bethany tried to convince Dylan she didn't hear Kaylee screaming, she didn't hear her running downstairs, and she didn't lock her door due to being scared, and she didn't hear crying, and she didn't hear a man's voice in the home, and she didn't see the man dressed in all black with a mask on walk right past her. And she didn't lock herself in her room out of fear, and she didn't run downstairs to Bethany's room, and oh, by the way, on her way there, she didn't see Xana lying on the floor. This was all just one big prank that the housemates had pulled on Dylan and Bethany figured it out. I have a question for you, Mr. Jeff. Do you think they would be locked in Bethany's room if Bethany thought it was a prank? I have another question. You claim that Bethany said she thought it was a prank. Well, when did she realize that it may have been a prank? Around 4:30 a.m.? How about 4:45 a.m.? What about 5 a.m.? What about 6 a.m.? They called and texted the housemates, "Oh, it was all a prank." Halloween had already passed, Mr. Jeff. We could see them pretending to be attacked on Halloween, but not in the middle of November. I'm just throwing daggers at your opinion to get you to see that it's irrational for you to think that Bethany actually thought it was a prank. She may have said that, but come on, what else can she say?
Now, to be fair, Bethany did text Dylan and told her that Xana was wearing all black, which can support her claim that Bethany thought it was a prank. But here's the problem. When she told Dylan this, it was due to the fact that apparently Xana and Ethan hadn't made it back home with everyone else. So since Dylan didn't see Xana, she didn't know what she was wearing, and Bethany just notified Dylan that Xana had on all black that evening. You see, we cover all the bases. Yet you seem to be putting all the eggs in the basket, but they're spoiled. Quote, "I feel that the truth is summed up in one sentence. Something's happened in our house and we don't know what. We have hindsight in all this, and I think we forget that murder was the furthest thing from their minds that night. Bethany said she wondered if they were being pranked. It's all much easier than people are making it, And if they didn't have this odd affection for Brian Koberger, I think it would be easier to see what's happened.
Now, with that stated, okay, that statement alone has been made. I can't even count how many times it's been made in my chat by this man and many others that we have an odd affection for Brian Koberger. Now, I can promise you that myself, Eddie, I don't need to speak for Eddie or Hemisphere, but I'm going to because they've already said it in many other fashions. It has nothing to do with Brian. We don't have an odd affection or any affection whatsoever for Brian himself. We have an affection for the truth and real justice. And we know and see clearly and hear that there's lies being told. That's where we're pointing out. And anytime we point them out, these dumbass excuses from this dumbass person that makes these dumbass statements keep being repeated on a loop again and again like a broken ass record. Okay. So again, this is fact. I thought this needed to be seen because it's finally being called out for what it is. Absolute stupidity and ignorance. Okay. That's truly what it is.
So, you know, whenever I go through a mainstream media, anything about the Idaho court case, I'm rolling my eyes.
Oh yeah, of course. We all do. We all do because it's just more stupidity and ignorance. By the way, this video is put out via the Chaos Sector, folks. Please, again, go over, show some support, some love for them doing this. Finally, somebody doing this, putting it out. Hit the like button, share it out. Let them know I sent you. I don't care what it is. Hit the notification bell in case they do something else. You don't want to miss it, folks. Please, if you will. Thank you so much, Sunshine Girl, for the super sticker. God bless. I appreciate you very much. Right, Tomboy. And then some. On we go.
Unquote. The truth is not summed up in one sentence of something happened in our house and we don't know what, because if you claim Bethany thought it was a prank, then wouldn't she come upstairs to Dylan's room and go let everyone know to stop joking around? You don't stay locked in a bedroom throughout the night if you thought your housemates were pranking you. At some point, it goes from, you know what, I don't think this is a prank. Nobody is answering their phone. Hey, let's go check things out. But I guess they were so scared of the prank, it kept them frozen in a shocked phase in Bethany's room for close to 8 hours. In addition, you say that in hindsight, murder was the furthest thing from their minds that night. How can you prove that? Do you know what Dylan knew? Do you know what Bethany knew? How do you know they didn't know their housemates were in danger? You can't speak from that perspective, especially after damn near 3 years of investigating. You see, Jeff H. always presents an opinion that attempts to defend those housemates. We're not attacking them, we're investigating and exposing the truth. Yes, the truth. And the truth is, which can be summed up in one sentence, Dylan's whereabouts were not confirmed prior to the murders, which makes her a suspect. Now, Jeff H., until you can find a logical reason for Dylan's whereabouts not being confirmed like everyone else, you might want to step aside. And then to say that people have an odd affection for Brian Koberger? Nice jab at the chaos, but we don't have an affection for anyone. We just expose what needs to be exposed. Hey, Jeff H., you seem like a rational person, although you're executing damage control. Let me ask you another question. If Koberger allegedly stalked Madison, why wasn't his DNA found underneath her fingernails? Wouldn't it be Koberger stabbing her as she tried to fight back as much as she could and scratching her stalker until she perished? That would be Koberger, right? She scratched him, right? So why wasn't it Koberger's DNA discovered instead of some inconclusive result of DNA that was never identified? Do we have to do this all over again? Please, Jeff H., don't make us go over all this again so you can stop running from the truth. There was unknown DNA discovered underneath Madison's fingernails. There were 3 additional males' DNA discovered at the home, including blood. That's right, blood. These individuals were never publicly identified and definitely wasn't brought in for questioning, detained, arrested, or charged with any crime. Meanwhile, a trace strand of DNA of Koberger was allegedly discovered on a knife sheath, which wasn't discovered initially, by the way, but his identity wasn't confirmed until after they had collected DNA from his parents' home. He was never brought in for questioning, and his actual DNA was collected after, I repeat, after he had already been arrested and charged with the murders. So you have one individual arrested and charged for the murders, while 3 males are running around somewhere, and one left blood on the stair rail of the home. Jeff H., now, can you answer this question honestly? What type of murder investigation disregards blood DNA of a male left at the crime scene? You know what? Let's stay right here in this pocket.
Oh, he would probably respond in saying something like, they have Koberger's DNA on a knife sheath. His white Elantra was spotted in the neighborhood. They have digital evidence he stalked Madison, and he turned his phone off so he couldn't be tracked to the location. But that didn't answer the question, Mr. Jeff H. What?
By the way, those are everything that was just stated is exactly everything he's ever said. That's the truth. Okay. More than once. So yes, amongst other people that have said it as well. Carolyn Prestage, thank you so much for the super chat. God bless. Very much appreciated. So very generous. Never expected, but very much appreciated. Thank you, Carolyn. God bless.
Type of murder investigation where the crime scene was described as a bloody massacre would disregard blood, yes, blood of another male left at that crime scene described as a bloody massacre. This is the description of law enforcement, by the way. You see, the problem is people do not want to believe that those murders were committed by multiple killers. And the reason they try to deny it is because it obviously proves that the murders were rooted in some sort of consequence. Showalter warned Madison on their way to the grub truck. Kaylee and Madison were calling Jack from 2:30 to 3 a.m. and then no more. It's easy to pin it on a guy who wasn't the cool guy. It's easy to point the finger at one person instead of a group, which leads to a...
What they've done is they picked on a man that has been proven to be on the spectrum is what they've done and bullied him. So look at it the way it is, folks. They bullied and picked on a man that's on the spectrum because of his actions and his personal, the way he presents himself, and he's on the spectrum. So that's bullying. That's truly bullying. Many people have picked on him because of that. That's sickening, disgusting, and just absolute ignorance to me. And that's all they've done the whole time. This person included. It's sickening. So go ahead. Continue acting like you haven't done it, but you have. They all have. Law enforcement has. The government has. The prosecution has. This guy has, and all of his other followers. They've all done it.
Bigger group of people who called the shots. And sadly enough, those housemates were linked to these groups. The mainstream media doesn't want to report that, and certainly family and friends don't want that to be revealed. But let's bring this back around. Dylan allegedly arrived back home around 1 a.m. Her whereabouts were described as, quote, being out on the town, unquote. Bethany was at the frat party, along with Ethan and Xana. Kaylee and Madison were at the bar, then the grub truck. Now, out of all these housemates, there's one person who wasn't accounted for, and that's Dylan. Without knowing where Dylan was, it creates suspicion because it's likely wherever she was, it's linked to the murders. Oh, how did we leapfrog to that conclusion? We just explained it. Dot, the grifting troll, described by many, confessed to all of their wrongdoings, but they explained that one of the neighbors was afraid to speak out publicly about what she saw, and there was a decision to have Dot pretend to be at a neighbor's home that night and provide witness accounts. In those accounts, Dot claimed that they saw Dylan, Bonnie, a black male, who would be Clyde, a pale-skinned male with colorful hair, and another male with a hoodie on who they couldn't identify. Can we suggest that it was Dylan, Bonnie, and Clyde, and both Jacks early that morning? A pale-skinned male with colorful hair seems like this could be Kaylee's ex. Now, what would he be doing there? Heck, what would Bonnie and Clyde be doing there? And heck, even more, the fact that they were there proves that Dylan was associated with Bonnie and Clyde. But this is all lies from Dot, right? They never stepped foot in Moscow. Well, they admitted to that already, but many missed the point. It was a witness account from someone who was there that night who was afraid to speak out. Jeff H., do you think that Dot made this up? A confession what included pretending to be a neighbor who was afraid to speak out? Even that was a lie? Which is more likely here? A neighbor who was afraid to speak out and had someone else speak for her? Or Dot just making all that up for clicks? As we pointed out regarding Dot, we don't care about them personally, nor their true crime grifting for clicks. It is the information that is more than likely true from the actual neighbor. In some way, it's the boy who cried wolf element, which worked in Dot's favor, to be honest. Revealing the truth, but nobody will believe you, yet the truth is still revealed. You see? You have unidentified DNA underneath Madison's fingernails. The black coat she was wearing was discovered on Taylor Avenue, which detectives are seen taking an object out of it, then dumping the coat back onto the ground. Coincidentally, that's the same spot that the unmarked cruiser was parked during the citations. Then to head to Alpha Lambda on Nez Perce Drive. I don't think Jeff H. cared to look into any of this, but the fact that detectives were on the next street over snooping around a fire hydrant on Taylor Avenue means they were led to that spot. In other words, there's evidence there, guys. A black coat one of the victims was wearing that night is near a fire hydrant. Go check it out. Then to head over to Alpha Lambda indicates that there is someone in that fraternity that gave them a tip. Yep. Keep in mind, Jeff H., that all of this investigating is a part of our conclusion that Kohberger was framed for the murders, Dylan was involved, and Bethany was simply stuck in the middle trying to figure out what to do. It's not hard to understand. But the mainstream media's narrative establishing a motive of stalking, a creepy loner depicted as an incel, tormented sexually, obsessed with young college women, drove him to commit those murders. Yeah, it's easy to come to that conclusion. But when you actually dig into the facts of the case, there was no motive established. No DNA discovered at the home, outside of the trace DNA on a knife sheath, which wasn't discovered initially. Different reports of where it was located indicated foul play. In one report, it was reported to be next to Madison's body. In another report, it was slightly underneath her body. Yeah, sure, you can say it's semantics. But since the knife sheath was not discovered initially, well, it's logical that it was planted there. Speaking of different reports, what about where Ethan was discovered? In one report, he was discovered near the bathroom in the hallway outside of Xana's bedroom. In another report, he was discovered in Xana's bed. What about Xana and Ethan's arrival back home? In one report, they arrived back around 1:45 a.m. In another report, Moscow PD didn't know where they were from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. In another report, Xana's father stated he spoke to her around 12 a.m. as they were back home eating pizza. And in the exhibit, Xana and Ethan hadn't made it back home yet, and this would be later into the 2 a.m. hour. The reason you have all of these conflicting reports is because the murders were covered up. Dylan claims that the group met up in Kaylee's room. We said Madison's in the last episode. Correction. This was around 2 a.m. Xana and Ethan hadn't made it home yet. But how would anyone know this? They would have checked, right? Dylan claims she didn't know Ethan was there that night. And the reason she eliminates Ethan from the picture is the same reason they wanted to place him in Xana's bed upon discovery, as opposed to in the hallway. A strong defender. Xana is alarmed, runs to Ethan. He attempts to defend the home. And if Xana put up a fight, Kaylee apparently put up a fight, heck, even Madison scratched the killer, surely Ethan would have been way more trouble for the alleged Kohberger. So to prevent a physical setting of Kohberger being fiercely challenged by Ethan, let's just say he was killed in his sleep. He didn't wake up from Kaylee screaming. Oh, okay. Now, Jeff H. claims that it was more than likely Xana who was screaming, and Dylan wasn't sure who it was. Well, I guess Dylan didn't know the difference between Xana and Kaylee's voices. Quote, what makes more sense to me is that Dylan is mistaken. I think she actually heard Xana go upstairs, not Kaylee. Would be easy to assume Xana heard something happening on the third floor.
But you also remember that in the report and the interview that Dylan said that she knows that she heard Kaylee dancing with Murphy in the living room. She knows because she knows her voice. And then heard her say she was going to bed because she knows her voice. But you weren't sure if it was her or Xana that came running down the stairs crying and saying somebody's upstairs. You can't have it both ways. I'm sorry. You can't.
went up there, what she saw horrified her, and then her goal was to get to Ethan for help. Maybe Xana thought she wasn't seen by the killer, but surely the footsteps of the killer running down after her let her know. I really think the explanation is as simple as that, unquote. Okay, now in the affidavit, Musco PD interjected and also suggested it could have been Xana who stated there's someone here. But if Dylan stated she heard Kaylee saying this, why would Moscow PD interject and suggest that it could have been Xana? Do they not trust her accounts? Let's just go back over it for a moment.
Quote, Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom. She stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the 3rd floor. Okay, before we continue, this is exactly what we pointed out in the previous episode. This is the official copy of her affidavit, and what does it say? It says Dylan was awoken by what she thought was Kaylee upstairs playing with her dog. It doesn't say she was awoken by hearing Kaylee screaming from upstairs and running downstairs. But in the body cam footage, which is prior to the affidavit, Dylan claims she heard Kaylee screaming and running downstairs. Taking this out of her affidavit creates a setting in the home where Dylan was not aware of danger. That is not only intentional, but it's also unlawful investigating because it's concealing evidence of a crime unfolding in real time from the witnesses' accounts. Now, why would they do this? Again, because Dylan is linked to the murders. So her official affidavit will omit the evidence of danger, violence, and ultimately knowledge of a bloody massacre in the home. Hopefully Jeff H. is able to accept this truth. Let's continue. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could also have been Kernodle, as her cell phone indicated that she was likely awake using TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Unquote. Now, this is Moscow PD interjecting and suggesting it was Xana who made the statement, which would be from upstairs. In our opinion, Xana never went upstairs, but nevertheless, the reason Moscow PD is trying to make it appear it was Xana is because they needed to change the setting in the home. Pay attention, Jeff H., so you can see how corruption operates. If the setting is Kaylee screaming and running downstairs, for one, this means Dylan is aware of this. That's the first point. And since Kaylee is running downstairs, let's take a shortcut. If Moscow PD and even Jeff H. claims it was Xana, then that housemate made it to the 2nd floor, right? After all, Xana did make it back to her bedroom in this setting. Now all we do is apply Dylan's claim of it being Kaylee, and we come right fucking back to the question we asked. Where did Kaylee end up after running downstairs? If it's Xana who had gone upstairs and was saying there's someone here, then this same person had run back downstairs, right? It was Kaylee, my friends, and there's damage control being executed.
Yep. Somebody say something? Okay. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody say something.
With changing who it was. Kaylee would be somewhere on the 2nd floor, but how did she end up back upstairs? And Jeff H. stated, quote, maybe Xana thought she wasn't seen by the killer, but surely the footsteps of the killer let her know, unquote. So in this scenario, Dylan wouldn't know if it was Kaylee or Xana. She calls out to Kaylee, but it would be Xana screaming and running downstairs. But you see, this creates a scenario where Madison and Kaylee were essentially murdered silently. We know that's not true because Madison had DNA discovered underneath her fingernails, indicating some level of resistance. Kaylee's family even claimed that she put up a fight and Shirley Murphy was barking. Xana comes downstairs, screaming, saying there's someone in the room. Kohberger is chasing her downstairs. Dylan has locked her door at this point. Then Xana is heard crying, and Kohberger, after attacking her, tells Xana, hey, it's okay, I'm here to help you. Goes on to murder Ethan right in front of her, then comes back to her and murders her. Yep, this scenario is what Gray Hughes suggested in his bogus animated reenactment. I mean, do you see how far you have to go in attempts to rationalize a lone killer narrative? The reason they want it to be Xana instead of Kaylee is because you have Kaylee basically escaping, ending up on the 2nd floor, And if she's there, how does anyone explain her being discovered in Madison's bedroom upstairs? The only logical explanation is that Kaylee was physically carried back upstairs.
Hold on. Let's make sure everyone understands. Hopefully, Mr. Jeff H. will accept this. Kaylee reaching the main floor causes major problems for the lone killer narrative, essentially refuting it. Because if it's Kaylee running downstairs, reaching the main floor, there's just no way that he had the time, patience, energy, or even strength to carry Kaylee back upstairs. She would be squirming around, screaming, "Help, help," while Koberger is trying to attack before more housemates would be alarmed of his presence. And that's half of the problem. What about Kaylee being discovered deceased upstairs in Nassen's bedroom? Oh, okay, so now Koberger is Incredible Hulk? He just tossed her on his shoulder and ran back upstairs? In addition, Xana would also be awake, who would more than likely be alarmed and witness this, which definitely would cause indecisiveness with Koberger. We pointed that out in the early stages as well. Trying to attack multiple targets pretty much at the same time. A dog barking, housemates screaming. Completely unpredictable circumstances for the alleged lone killer. Even if it were Xana, the same scenario applies. She is screaming, running downstairs, right? Surely Ethan would have been awakened, but you see, this is why Jeff H. and even Gray Hughes suggest that Xana didn't get a chance to wake Ethan up. Yeah, so he was sound asleep as two housemates were stabbed to death upstairs, which we know they were screaming, the dog was barking. Then Dylan yells out to who she thought was Kaylee screaming downstairs, which was Xana, and Ethan simply wasn't awakened by any of this violence. Negative, Ethan wakes up, Xana is running back to her room, and now Koberger is faced with two people. He's Incredible Hulk, though, so he takes Ethan and Xana out quite easily. Then he...
Don't forget he's a ninja too, folks. Don't forget that.
He walks past Dylan. Keep in mind, her door is open. So the visibility she had, Koberger would obviously see the door open. He would be alarmed by this, as another person is in the home still alive. He doesn't want to leave witnesses, right? Maybe she's the last housemate. Go ahead and take her out. Oh, but according to Gray Hughes, Koberger was trying to get out of the home when Murphy kept barking. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera next door picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. Murphy was also heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. Murphy could be heard barking starting at 4:17 a.m. What this indicates is that there wasn't any barking prior, right? Well, if this is when Dylan was awakened, which aligns with her affidavit, then this means Koberger is still in the home and hadn't attacked or murdered Ethan yet, nor Xana, preparing to leave the home, again, slowly. In the video footage released from that neighbor's security camera, there is a female shouting around 4:17 a.m., and then we hear barking. This aligns with the affidavit, which says Dylan was awakened to what she thought was Kaylee upstairs playing with Murphy. Okay, pay close attention, Jeff H. The chaos may make mistakes, but we surely pinpoint the lies in this case. If this would be Kaylee, then she hasn't been murdered yet. Xana and Ethan hadn't been murdered yet. But in the surveillance footage, you have the alleged Koberger leaving the neighborhood at guess what time? 4:20 a.m. Now, if you believe he murdered Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan all in a span of a minute, due to the time it would take for him to leave, make sure he takes off the Myers jumpsuit, get in his vehicle, and you know what, please, just stop. The fucking security footage shows a vehicle, which is depicted as Koberger's vehicle, departing the neighborhood at 4:20 a.m. He would still be inside the home. Now, we provided an alternate scenario where we push the time back an hour prior, which would be 3:17 a.m., when the female is heard shouting and Murphy barking. And this aligns with the time frame that Kaylee and Madison were texting and calling Jack. He never answered, and at 3 a.m., it all stopped. Roughly 15 minutes later, we hear the female shouting in the footage, Murphy barking, and, well, that would be the time of death. In addition, the vehicle would be departing at 3:20 a.m., not 4:20 a.m. But before anyone says, well, even if you push the hour back, the time of death doesn't align with the killer's departure neither. We're not claiming the person in that vehicle is one of the killers. Go check the older episodes out. Matter of fact, it's titled Idaho Breaking, Times Have Changed. We break it down in that episode. And going all the way back, this same vehicle would more than likely be the same vehicle spotted speeding down White Avenue. Yep, it was spotted at 3:45 a.m. and was the first vehicle presented to the public as a potential suspect. Oh my fuck, we have to go over all this again. Originally, the estimated time of death was between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. Between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. The time was extended out to the 4 a.m. hour after the claim that Xana was awake or alive, awaiting DoorDash and on TikTok at 4:12 a.m. The DoorDash delivery was reported to be delivered at 3:59 a.m. and wait, we'll get into that later. Molly has some explaining to do. But yeah, it was Kaylee screaming because the trajectory of where the scream was coming from sounded like it was coming from the 3rd floor, not the 2nd floor. And if it was Kaylee screaming and running downstairs, there were multiple killers because she was physically taken back upstairs. Along with the 3 additional male DNA samples collected, let's see here. The blood that was discovered on the stair rail was bridged between the 1st and 2nd floor. Since we know this is one of the suspects, the blood trail is descending as the suspect traveled from the 2nd floor to the 1st. This is the male that Madison scratched. Ah yes, she got a chunk of his DNA underneath her fingernails. He ran out of the home, but before he left, perhaps paid a little visit to Bethany. You bet not say anything or we'll come back for you. Let me stop, getting too deep for Jeff H.
And we all know the Koberger wouldn't have the time, patience, and heck, even the strength to carry Kaylee back upstairs. So obviously, with her being downstairs, there were additional suspects in the home. Yep, like the 3 additional males who were there. We can even suggest, just to expand a bit, we can even suggest that Dylan blocked Kaylee from running down to the 2nd floor and the killer upstairs then carried her back upstairs where she was murdered. You see? Our analysis is always centered around logical scenarios because we focus on what information has been presented. Well, you know, the report has Xana awake around 4 a.m. She had just received her DoorDash delivery, perhaps was in the kitchen, just missed Koberger entering the home. She went into the bedroom for a moment. He slips in, heads upstairs, she comes back into the kitchen. Xana didn't lock the doors apparently, although it's very late. Everyone is sleeping, according to reports, at 4 a.m. but her. After the delivery is dropped off, she then locks the sliding doors. Everyone is in for the night, right? Well, there wasn't forced entry, meaning the doors were unlocked. Do you honestly think that a home full of college girls would leave their home unlocked late at night like that? Dylan unlocked the doors when everyone had settled in. They were in their bedrooms, sure, they may have been up for a while, but soon after, Dylan tiptoed into the kitchen and unlocked those doors to let the killers into the home. Jeff H. became the center of attention in this episode, but it only magnified everything, so thanks. Speaking of the DoorDash, they just released the video footage of the alleged Koberger driving around. We noticed something. Well, we didn't notice something. That's next. This is the Chaos Sector.
Quite interesting.
Very. Especially about Dylan's Road.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are on that same page with that. Now, that last part is all speculative, obviously, that they threw out about her maybe blocking Kaylee and all that. Obviously, it's all, but it's an interesting theory, in my opinion. They did a great job on that, so please, in my opinion, go over. They did a great job, in my opinion, is what I'm saying. Sorry, but and they did one before, 2 days before that. It was a great one too. So please head over there, hit the like button, subscribe if you have not yet done it. And like I said, let them know I sent you if you need to, whatever it is. But I really appreciate them doing that.
I mean, does that scenario what they just painted is that a little bit more believable than what we've been told?
Well, yeah, definitely. It has been. There's a few other pieces of info in there that could be thrown in, but definitely did a good job. They did one 2 days before that was called Dylan's Conflict. You guys should check it out. Truly, they did a great job on that too. But
Got me thinking about Bethany too, and the way she was acting. But I thought she kind of
right,
isolated herself away from everybody else.
Wayne B, what's up? Um, and Candy Girl, good to see you, dear. Dylan said the doors are usually locked, but that night it wasn't. How did she know the doors weren't locked? Good point. Good question. Here we are. Those are the things. These are the things that, and he and many others have argued every point we've ever tried to show and make, and then attack people for it too. It's all very interesting, folks. Very interesting.
I'm trying to picture in my mind of a scenario of somebody that's freaked out and knowing that it's a life or death situation would run all the way downstairs just to get into another bedroom and then say, "Oh, I saw the killer face to face, eye to eye."
Right.
I wrestle with that thought because in that scenario, and this is just my humble opinion, it's speculation on my end, that Dylan had to know the killer, and the killers had to know Dylan for that
Agreed.
scenario.
I've always, yeah, I agree with that. I do. Any thoughts at all on this at all, Eddie, or are you just going to stand silent on this one?
I'm sorry. Who are we talking about? Jeff H? No. Who's Jeff H?
There you go.
That's it. That's a good point right there.
That's how you handle that.
Absolutely.
You know, I found it interesting. In this video we watched, they mentioned that Xana's father said that he last spoke with Xana around midnight and they were having pizza. That was included in that Chaos Sector video, which got me to thinking, because we covered this on your channel.
We did.
Since those reports, I forget whether it was an ISP report or MPD, when they interviewed Jeff Kernodle, turns out that the last time he had any interaction with Xana was, a day or so before. I forget exactly, but the point being,
right,
is you got to ask yourself, what caused him to lie way back when, we heard him say that. It was probably during some when he was interviewing with the media at some point in time.
The first time it was stated, it might have been 48 hours or the other, and then it was stated again, I think on Dateline or somewhere in there. But yeah, but I've heard it actually in other places. Xana's mother stated that she was told that from her daughter and him as well, way back when she did the interview with that other channel and Jules. So it's come out way before, but now it comes out at this point now that was not true. So is it or isn't it? That's the problem here. We have so many of these situations that end up this way. And like Eddie said, why? That's the biggest question. Why?
I wonder if I took any notes and wrote down when we heard him say that. But at any point, I won't be able to find it right now while live streaming, but regardless if I could find it or not, the point is
right.
That's obviously the narrative. That's part of the propaganda, is that he talked to her at midnight.
Yeah.
The fact is that he hadn't talked to her for, a day or two prior to that fateful night. So why is he willing to lie?
That's the question. And let me ask you this before we even ask that question. Which one do you think is truth and not, Eddie? Which direction?
It's obvious. It's obvious that the truth is that he hadn't talked to her for whatever whoever he's being questioned, interviewed at the police station by, when he says that he hadn't either texted or called her, I forget which. It was a day or two. I forget exactly, but that's the truth. Because there's going to be, his phone would be able to show that, and so would Xana's phone be able to show that.
Right. He even said that, now that I think of it, in his impact statement. Eddie, do you remember that?
Well, I don't remember it, but thanks for bringing it up. Now I'm
he said that
interested.
he definitely said in his impact statement, how did he put it? That he should have been there. Something in that aspect. He should have been there that night, so on and so forth. Wonders how things would have turned out, or something like that. But he did say it, Eddie. I remember that, actually. And then in one of the, I can't remember which episode, there's been so many of them, but Jasmine and him were both being interviewed, and he stated there, Jasmine said it too, that he was supposed to go. He had been drinking too much, was the story that was told. And that's the story that came from Kara as well to me, that he had been drinking too much. Jasmine said no, and Xana had told him, well, we're fine, Dad. Don't worry about it. We're here watching movies, eating pizza, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So he didn't go. And Jasmine talked him out of it because she didn't want him to get, he's been drinking too much, driving, and all that kind of stuff. So it was stated in more than one situation, interestingly enough. Right, Noel. So you gotta ask that question. Why? Truly, why?
That's what I've been, it ties into what I've been trying to establish these many days, is that the parents are all knowingly on board.
And again, if that's the situation, that's the case. Once again, why? Why? Because as a parent, you have to wonder how and why.
Yes.
There's got to be something. I don't know what's going on with it, Robert. I'm sorry. I can't answer anyway while I'm live, my friend. So I don't know why it's doing it. It didn't ring or nothing, but you got to ask that question though. Why? Why would you do something why would you go that way in a situation like this? You would want truth and answers. Is there a fear?
Is there an incentive?
Was there an incentive? Is there a fear? Was there a threat? What is the incentive? Is it a negative one? Is it a
manipulation,
one?
coercion,
right. Or is it all of that, all rolled up in one nice tight ball of bullshit that has come out at this point?
Everybody has a weakness. Everybody has skeletons in their closet.
That's right.
There's a way to get at anyone, except for me. I'm exceptional. I would never do it because I'm exceptional.
Yeah,
guys, I'm just being silly.
We know that.
It shows that if these poor families are doing it, and they're knowingly doing it, it goes to show that you would do it too. I would do it too.
It depends. Yeah, and it depending on the severity of the situation, I'm 100%.
Something is going on that is that powerful, that influential.
There you go. Bingo. And that explains a lot in this situation.
I can only take it for what it is, right? So Pavarotti kind of lead to it earlier that the families of the victims was tied into a drug ring, and payment was due, and they didn't pay,
or something in that realm,
or something in that nature.
There definitely seems to be a blackmail possibility issue here. Just saying. That's a good one too, Robert. I mean, there's a lot of different things that it could be, folks. Lucci, you're a plum, okay? But there's something put out. There was something put out to entice people to lie. Many people, in my opinion, to turn the truth or to ignore things, look the other direction, whatever you however you want to look at things. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's some
It's,
form. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's. I'm thinking about Bethany and how her room was ransacked right at the end, right there, where he kind of made mention that she was I wouldn't say liability, but she was pretty much told to keep her mouth shut.
Uh-huh.
They
There was
kind of looks like they did get into Bethany's room and threaten her, and while they just so happened to be in the room, just trashing her room.
yeah.
That's speculation on my part, but that's just me putting two and two together.
Yeah.
Trying to,
And Don't Be Hating actually has a point. We hear Jeff constantly say, it's happened more than once. I just proved that. He talked to Xana in an interview from day one, in an impact statement. It's everyone else that changed because it goes against the timeline. It definitely does go against their timeline if that's true. Because we don't know a time that Xana and Ethan returned home that night. If you listen to that statement, it would have been 12:30. Now we're seeing things. We've seen many things over the past few weeks that changes this timeline, folks. In how many different ways? To the point where I'm comfortable saying that we have absolutely no factual information proving us the timeline that these murders happened in. None. So it could be anywhere from 12 midnight to noon the next day, for all we know. Argue that point with me, because nobody can, because we don't have any factual information. Reason being, think about these things, folks. These points here prove what I just said. There's no actual time of death. They put it at noon. That's bullshit, and we know that. Okay? That's one huge point. And everything else around that, there's no absolute timeline in this case. I no longer, and have not for a while, believed in the 4:17 a.m. timeline. It started at between 3 and 4. We have another parent saying that 2 a.m. is a bad time or a dark hour. We have this statement from Jeff. We have this statement from that person. We have that statement from this person. The timeline has been destroyed again and again and again, to the point now where we don't have a real solid. We're listening to audio that you can clearly hear at 1 a.m. hearing things going on. Then you see shit at 4 a.m. And then you hear other videos over here of things that could be something. We don't know, but could be. What is what? What is real? What is not? Okay? That's the problem. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
No, I was just listening and agreeing. Yeah, what is real?
That's what I mean, folks. What's real in this case? The only thing, and I'm going to say it again, that I can tell you is absolute truth is as far as we know, it's the closest thing to truth is the date that this all went down on. That's sad. That is sad.
here's another speculation. Could it be that the killers just threatened Dylan and Bethany to keep their mouth shut for a certain amount of time? This is the reason why there's an 8-hour window.
Oh, well, of course. That was something we talked about in the very beginning, too, Hemisphere, that's a very plausible thought as to why, and that's why they did do that. Very sad. Very sad.
And that could also answer why Bethany's room was ransacked. There's a reason why Bethany's room was ransacked.
Thank you, SRB. Of course. Of course. And again, everybody, thank you. Anybody that chooses to support us this way, again, never ever expected, folks. But if you choose to support the channel via Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, anything like that, we truly do appreciate it. It helps to keep the bills paid so I can keep doing this every day. So thank you very much to all of you, or any of you that do that.
And
Right.
it would kind of answer the question of why Bethany does not want to be in that town at all. Again.
Well, yeah, that's been said too for a long time. She bolted. She moved out of there as fast as she could get away from there and never, ever came back, guys. Has moved on with her life in so many other ways and wants nothing to do with anything or anybody that has anything to do with this. She couldn't even come there for the sentencing to read an impact statement. That tells a lot to me. That tells its own story to me. Okay? Maybe she didn't trust herself. This is the same girl that had exonerating evidence at some point.
Kind of makes me wonder. Could somebody in law enforcement be involved?
Could I've been on that train for a couple years there, boss.
I'm
Yeah,
just,
I have
I
absolutely
mentioned
no doubt at this point that there's involvement with law enforcement for sure.
in what aspect in that body cam of Dylan, there's law enforcement all around her. Yeah, this so happened that guy was whoever she's thinking about was right there, and I know I've been following true crime long enough to know that killers tend to be wanting to see the fruit of their labor, so to speak, and kind of relish in it,
Right.
in the aftermath of what they caused.
Good
I'll
point.
never know the answer to that, but
Barbara's got a good question here too. If there was no blood or anything in that extra bedroom, why was it redacted before the judge's order to seal the bedrooms? That's a huge question, Barb. Thank you for asking. That's a great point. Think about that, folks. 100%. Why? What's in that room that needed to be redacted? There's no bodies in there. There's no blood. There's no nothing in that room. There shouldn't be. According to the paperwork, the documents, and even the photos and shit we've seen, there's 2 rooms, 2 crime scenes in that house. Or is there? Huge point, Barb. Thanks for bringing that up. Colleen, good to see you. Yes, very selfish. And again, yes, great points, Hemisphere.
in my humble opinion, I believe it's all part of the damage control. By
Oh,
the way they can limit the information getting out into the public, where there's not a whole lot being told, just very little,
right.
only what they want us to know. That's my answer to that.
Help me to recall which bedroom is that, the one on the first level as you go in, you take a right. Is that the one that's redacted?
I thought it was the other one. Or maybe you're right. Yeah, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah.
See,
Somebody else.
Bethany's room was right behind the staircase, right?
Yeah.
So whenever they walked into the room in the body cam, soon as whatever the room was, right on that little wall face, right beside the stairwell, all of that was
YouTube,
redacted.
Robert.
They redacted all of that. The only reason why we know that Bethany's room ransacked was because of those still pictures. It wasn't through the body cam. It was through those still pictures. Oh, they let that one slip out, I guess, right?
You got to remember one important thing, folks. Please remember and never doubt. Everything that has been given to us, to the public to see, was done on purpose.
Yeah.
Everything we've seen, we were meant to see. As I said to you the other day, when I sat and thought about this, that this case was meant to be absolutely confusing. They don't want us nothing but confused. That's why they've given us what they've given us. Because if they would have given us nothing, they know that we're gonna bitch, complain, and throw a fit about that. Okay, period. And would have made noise and noise and noise about that, and just jumping up and down, stomping, bitching, complaining, all of that. We would have done it nonstop. They had to give us something to keep us calm. So they gave us this stuff that they gave us to keep us confused. And you have to remember one more thing, and this is how I truly see this. Anything and everything they tell us or show us, I believe nothing of. I think about it in the opposition. So whatever we're seeing is going to be opposite that. Whatever they're telling us, it's going to be opposite that to an extreme or to an extent. I'm sorry. That's how I feel about this. I don't trust anything.
That's kind of like them saying that this was a bloodbath. And then
Right.
when we finally did get the body cam and they give us a walkthrough, it looked like it's been cleaned up.
And we know it was,
Everything's been staged.
distracted from the truth. Absolutely, WB, the whole time from beginning to now.
I think everybody had that same thought that crossed all our minds when we first saw that was, wow, it's
Right.
awful clean for a crime scene. And the table just sitting there with all these cups like they're just throwing a big party game, drinking game. And we're sitting there thinking that this is a fight and all this, and the the way it was all staged up was all perfectly normal. Did they truly walked in and seen that the way it was? Somebody had to go through that and clean it all up and staged it.
There's another good question Echo just drops. So if Bethany's room was ransacked, then where was Bethany when it was being ransacked? Well, where was Bethany and Dylan? Those pictures, that, if you remember, were taken the morning of the day of when they got there. So where were they? Well, we know that that's a great question, Echo. Thank you. We know that Bethany was separated from that situation at some point. Where was she at? See, they screwed up in some places because they didn't redact everything they didn't want us to see. Okay, and again, they didn't take into account the fact that we're going to look at this stuff, we're going to examine it, X-ray it, break it down, build it back up, break it down again, build it back up until we get at least some form of a feeling of truth out of this. Maybe she tore her own bedroom up. Maybe it was part of the original plan that they were going to make it look like somebody broke in and was robbing them, and so she tore her bedroom up and then changed her mind. Nope, that's not going to work. Or somebody told her, no, you can't do that. That won't work. We got to go it this way. Maybe that's what that was all about. I know that sounds like a reach, folks, but think about it for a minute. So does everything else we've seen. That's all I'm saying.
If she's sitting there seeing a flash up underneath the door,
Do you
and
think that's true?
this and this somebody come in her room, just storm her room and ransacked it while she was in the room, and then threatened her that she say any daggone thing, they will come and kill her.
Just think about it for a minute, Hemisphere. Okay, I've thought about this before. I've just never really voiced it. We know there was 8 hours between the time, at least that's what we're told. That's We don't know that it's factual, but at least 8 hours, possibly, before from the time that something happened to the time the cops were called. That's a long time to sit down and come up with a story. Maybe you bounce different stories off the wall until something stuck. We got to make it look like somebody broke in and was going to rob us, and then this happened and that happened and maybe that was good. Plan A, and plan A didn't work out in the when somebody stepped in and said, "Wait a minute, no, that's not going to work because of this, and this." So we got to change it up, but she had already done it. I'm just saying
Right.
these are
So
all plausible things, folks, because nothing else is making any sense. So it is what it is.
from 6 a.m. we got Bethany calling her parents. Her parents are speaking to her mother, which I know she found out yesterday. She is a lawyer or ex-lawyer.
Her stepmother is an attorney. That
Yeah.
is her attorney. Yes, that's true.
So she already lawyered up right then and there with that. And then you got both of the girls pretty much on TikTok, and uh, one of them is on Indeed looking for work. All lived up to 12 o'clock. So in that scenario, what I was saying earlier, I don't see how that fits of how her room got ransacked like that. Unless she wasn't there. She got there a lot later. Well, that's all part of the theory. Um, thinking out loud, there you go. Want to take a stab at that, Eddie?
About what? Stevie Irwin's comment, the dumb bitch theory?
About the morning after, it's the morning leading up to the 911 call. What do you think is what's happening between Dylan and Bethany?
They're, I can't see them being in that house, for one. Not after that happened. They're not in that house. Someone else is in the house doing the cleanup.
Do you think that they were involved in the cleanup at all?
No.
At all?
No?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Good point. Good point. Why can't we see the spare bedroom? No one wasn't alive. Why can't we see a lot of stuff, Yvonne? A lot of the stuff that's been redacted, even after the fact. These are people that aren't even redacted from the documents now. Why are their heads not shown? Their faces? Why are they blurred? We know who they are. We can look at who they are and hear their voices and know who they are at this point, and they're still redacting. It's stupid. Makes no sense. I don't get it. I don't get it. Good question, though, Yvonne, truly. So why didn't you run up to the third floor or to Xana's room for safety, Dylan? Is that because you said, there you go. Again, Echo, you're on point today. This is the great question, folks. I think I asked this like 3 years ago, and we just never went back to it. But when you supposedly left your room after texting Bethany, why did you run to her room? Why did you go to Bethany's room? Why didn't you run upstairs right outside your door to Maddie or Kaylee's room? You didn't know what's going on with them, according to you. Why didn't you go upstairs? Why did you automatically run down to the basement? You claim you stopped and you glanced and you saw Xan on the floor, which I've never believed. Because I still think in some aspects that Xana's bedroom door was shut. It was stated that it was closed, but not all the way, just slightly. Remember? Yeah. Show your waist, not your face. Why are you saying that right now? Somebody coming in? Lucy? I mean, I have questions for both of them. Equal. Okay. Hey, Bemmy, good to see you. Aw, we missed you too. Glad to see you here. Stephanie. Stephanie is, yeah. First floor, she didn't see or hear nothing except for that. Too many questions. Done one says that I think the white car they left at 420 was them leaving in Maddie's car. Leaves in front of her car were cleared away. A lot of people have noticed that there was no leaves there like there should be with the rest of them. That's a good point. You think Bethany was afraid of Dylan? A lot of people said that, Amethyst, and I can agree with you. It makes sense. Bethany seemed a lot more timid, for lack of better terms, I guess, than Dylan. Dylan's more ghetto, more, I don't know how to put it, but yeah. Well, and again, think of who Dylan's friends are, who her boyfriend is. You know, he's very ghetto. And Bethany's in a completely different crew of people. Like, it's hard to explain it, guys. It's little cliques of types of people, I guess you could say. 99-year, no contact order for BK. That's kind of dumb to me. Like, why would he want to contact anybody in this? That's just so dumb to me. Yeah, beyond ghetto. Very good point, Colleen. Even JD didn't want to be near DM. Agreed. I still can't get past something that bothers me to this day. I never noticed anybody else make a big deal about it but me, which that's fine. It could just be me. When Jack Decor walks up the hill, very slowly, very contently, and he stops, Dylan runs over to him, and that goes into that whole animated show that she puts on for him and tells the whole story to him before she's pulled away by MPD. Why that interaction bothers me so badly, I cannot explain to you, but it truly, truly does and always has. It was very animated, very overdone. Am I the only one that thinks that? Is this just me being me and being overzealous in my thought process, or is anybody else? Does anybody else feel that that was like a bit much and that it was done purposely, like as a performance per se? Think on that. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing my coffee. It's done brewing.
Eddie, what do you think?
I think that it was already in effect. The script had already been discussed within those 8 hours. And what we're seeing on Nunez's body cam is it playing out. Whatever they were coached to say and do, that's what we're watching. Do you feel the same way, Hemisphere?
I agree. Because you heard what I thought just by the interactions that they've had in the whole dynamic of the whole body cam footage of the body language that I was getting anyway was kind of off. It wasn't, in better terms, I felt like it was more like, don't worry, guys, don't worry about the four bodies in the house. You know, we
No
never mind
apologies
that.
needed, Meg. Don't ever apologize for that, hon.
We got all this other stuff to take care of first. You know, that's just last priority. That's just the way I felt, and I thought that was odd, very odd.
The two roommates at that point had already known for a long, long time what had happened inside the house. And they were instructed to say what law enforcement wanted them to say. Dago, I have a question for you.
Hopefully, I have an answer, my friend. Sorry, I was trying to type something. My apologies.
That's right, finish up.
Flucy. Love the name, Flucy. Yes, and possibly coached by law enforcement and feds. New contact and phone is someone in LA helping. A lot happened behind the scenes in those 8 hours by people with the ability to do these kinds of things. Why? Why? Right? Duck said he wants a cup of your coffee. He can't have any after 2. Oh Lord. He can have as much. Well, if you're the boss, then no. But he's welcome to any of it that he wants. Tomboy made sure I had more than enough to last me, so I'm grateful for that. Go ahead, Eddie. What's the question, my friend? Please.
So I think the most recent time during, when we went over that Nunez body cam, just not when the body cam first came out and we went over it in its entirety, but when we went back and reviewed a specific part of it, and that part being when DM, because somebody who had a good attention to detail caught that DM said, that man there.
Oh, yeah,
helped
yeah,
us.
yeah. That man helped us, and everybody was trying to say it was Gunderson, and then it was, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because we all thought that she was pointing like down the hill towards that group of officers, right?
Mm-hmm.
My question to you is, have you seen Pavarotti's recent, I guess, follow-up to that? Because apparently he's been, that's intrigued him as well. I never noticed this, but and this is a good, I guess, lesson in confirmation bias. When someone says, look, she's pointing down there towards, it's probably Gunderson, and that's what you see. But the funny thing is she's pointing up towards that white minivan. And then as soon as you realize that, then you can see it. Have you noticed that video of Pavarotti's when he points that out?
Is it the one from yesterday? Because
I forget how many videos
try to
ago it's
follow.
been.
He puts them out left and right.
Yeah, probably a couple, 3 videos back already by now.
I think the newest one is that I'm looking at now right here is Revelation Revealed number 55, revealing. So maybe not. I know I haven't seen this one. He goes over some documents about the geofence warrant, the pen warrant for Verizon, and some other ISP documents. So maybe not. Maybe not. No problem, WB.
I remember the one that I think it might be the one you're talking about, Eddie. Is there was a body cam that was coming down the alley right next to that van, and from his body cam, you can see Hunter leaned up on one of those vehicles by
He's
the
leaning
house.
on the back of Xana's car, which is what everybody thinks she was pointing at because of her position. Yeah. So, and she throws this hand up. There's people, I've seen other people state that they believe that she's pointing at Gunderson. Then there's another officer that was up on the hill that was standing there he was putting up the tape. And we actually saw his body cam as he was doing it while the interview was happening. Okay. Who the hell
Now,
was that?
Mom said that white van was a Fed.
Yeah. And it moved. He said 1 minute it was pointed in one direction, the next it was pointed another direction, which means they left and came back or did something. But
right.
it was it Schneider? Thank you, Redacted. Thank you. Yeah.
And I think it was Schneider.
And Schneider was the one who was standing up in the realm of where that van was, per se. He was putting up crime scene tape because when we watched his body cam, I remember pointing out to you guys, look, Dylan's being interviewed right now. You could see it off in the distance that his were right slightly. So yeah. Was it because what I could do is I could actually pull up that body cam, and at that point you can kind of see what she's doing. The emergency vehicles were parked down on King Road with the law enforcement vehicles as well that were down there. That's why I was asking whose body cam it was. It was Schneider. So if I can pull the body cam, we can look at that point where he's standing there doing that when she's doing the interview. You can kind of see it from that distance. That's how I saw Hunter leaning against Xana's car, and everybody thought that she was pointing at Hunter, but I still Snyder. That's it. Yeah, okay. Snyder. And I still have issues with the ways she said this. Eddie, please tell me I'm not crazy. That man right there told us to call 911. If you're friends with somebody and you know that person and they're 20 years old, 19 years old, it doesn't fit to say that man right there to me. Hello, kiddo. And yes, I see he's got his chicken unit costume back on. My lord. Sorry, guys. Say hi real quick.
Hi.
What did you do with him? Okay. All right, kiddo. But yeah, so that's definitely something that has become a point of contention to me. Okay. Now Paul was saying the white van. Well, I mean, it could be the van, or it could be that police officer that's standing next to the white van. There's nobody in the white van that we know of, or is there? You know what I mean? That's my thought. So if she says Hunter told us to call, then it would be who's Hunter? Blah 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 blah. Wait a minute. So if she says Hunter told us to call, then it would be who's Hunter? Blah blah. I think if she had said that, she's assuming the cops don't know him. Maybe that's a good point too, Fizzy. Could be. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. It just, I have issues with the way she stated it. The whole, like, you're friends with this guy, you've known him, he's your friend, like, that kid there, that guy there, that man just makes, it sounds weird to me. It's always been a problem for me, so. If that's me interviewing Dylan after it is said, and again, Senor is a retired police officer. For those, that's why he makes the statements he does. For those of you that don't know it, after that is said, my very next question is going to be, how do you know the man? Thank you. Or who is that man? How do you know him? That's a good point. They didn't do any of those kind of questioning. None of it. Dunwin says in Warner's cam has the clock tower striking 3 times. It means the clock tower was never reset for DST. Apparently, it's an ordeal to change. Probably that. Yeah, I would imagine. That's a good point, Dunwin. She refers to Bethany as the blonde girl over there. Yeah, but that's a little bit more fizzy. That's a little more understandable, knowing, like you said, that the police don't know them, but that blonde girl, not that blonde woman. I don't know. I guess it's having 7 kids and listening to the way they talk made me. It just lit up something in my head for some reason. It's probably nothing. I believe George thing was going to. Okay. I call Kylie a lot. That's true too. Yvonne, just checking everything here. It is an interesting point. That's for sure. All the way around. She just distances her stuff from now. That was something that I had issues with myself. Why did Nunez have dog? He is their canine handler, Dean. He said that in one of the body cam video to somebody he was speaking to.
Yeah, and it's these little, I guess, inconsistencies like this that we're just pointing out. It's never going to be like we can prove it or not. Like,
sure.
You know, Dylan is going to say, yeah, you got me. Just came over here, guys, to share with you. You got a keen eye, and exactly. You're right. If I was referring to Hunter, I wouldn't have said that guy, and I was totally referring to that Fed that was up in the white van. So you figured it out. I mean, that's never going to happen. So the question is with all these inconsistencies, what are you going to do with it? Is it going to be Kohlberger still guilty? He did it. Is it going to be the roommates are lying? Is your takeaway from it going to be law enforcement is dumb? They're untrained over there. I guess
right.
Those questions. It's all up to you what you do with it. I mean, if you can see it for what it is, the inconsistencies are going to add up, and it's pretty clear what it all means, what's going on.
Yes, and they
Right.
have.
You know, what's killing Dylan is exactly that inconsistency in her statements. All that. It's never lines up.
Right. That's what happens when you lie, right? You don't have to have a good memory if you're telling the truth.
Right. But the thing is, there's a reason why you're lying.
Right. What's the reason? Exactly.
I received enough.
And if you're not involved, that's cool. That's great. But
Right.
if you are involved, the floor is all yours. Explain away. We won't never get that. And
no, this is as good as it gets right here. This is what we're getting.
Right. And I've said my piece about Dylan. I felt like they should have strapped the cuffs on her and take her and Hunter down to precinct and question. They did do that? Nope, they didn't do that. I think the very first thing I ever said about this case to you, Eddie, was there was in over their heads. What you told me? He said, how do you know? Now you know what I'm talking about. They're in over their heads. They didn't know what they was doing.
Good point. That seems to be kind of a good way to put it to some aspect. But I want to know the much larger situation that's being covered up. My main question is what and why.
Bingo.
What exactly, and mostly why?
That's where I'm at too. I want to know what is so big that you have to cover it all up. That's where the accusations of could it be law enforcement was involved. That it was an undercover cop or somebody breaking in the house and doing this, or whatever the case may be. Something or somebody was so enriched in that whole town, in the college, no doubt, that they had to go to the extremes that they did to cover everything up. And it was, in my point of view, in my humble opinion, it was one of those damage control. Let's clean this mess up and hope mom and daddy don't show up and call us out on our bullshit. In other words,
So real quick, guys, I want to show you the response video Jules just put out an hour ago in regards to her FOIA request for the knife sheet situation. I want to show you guys what she said real quick. I want to review that. And everybody, please make sure to go over, subscribe, notification bell, like it, please. Here's her link right here. I thought this was kind of interesting.
And then I'll show you what they sent me. I'm recording this on October the 9th of 2025, and I sent this FOIA request in on September the 23rd, and this is what I asked for. Any and all chain of custody information regarding evidence number 22M-1810, that is the evidence number that was given to the knife sheath, according to the information that we have received from the supplemental narratives from Moscow Police Department. This was inventoried and tagged by MPD on 11/14/22 after being found at the 1122 King Road crime scene and transported by ISP officer Chad Willerford on 11/16/22 from MPD to ISP, Idaho State Police. I would like any correspondence, be it email, IM, or other, regarding the knife sheath in any way, but especially regarding anyone who came in contact with it from 11/13/22 at 11:56 a.m. to 11/16/22 at 8:36 a.m. when the ISP officer picked up the evidence bag and transported it to New Meadows. Any and all photos of this knife sheath and or bag it was held in, sign in and out sheets for evidence room during the time the sheath was in the custody of MPD. Anything else regarding the knife sheath would be appreciated as well. They responded. It says here that they received my request, and it just gives a little bit of a summary of what I'm asking for. And it tells me down here, this is an estimate based on the estimated time we believe it will take to process your request. Please understand that an exact amount cannot be determined at this time, and that the final total due to you may be more or less than stated herein. Based on the estimated 25 minutes to search for and retrieve the requested records, and 120 minutes for redacting, legal review, and the administrative staff time to complete the processing of this request, the city estimates that this request will cost you approximately $161.89 for 145 minutes of city staff time. In order to get the ball rolling, they need a deposit of half. So I'm going to go ahead and call them tomorrow and pay the 80 something dollars to go ahead and get this started. Tomorrow is Friday, so I don't know if they're going to have this to me by the end of the day. I do plan on calling early in the morning, or if it's going to be a couple of days. Okay, it's actually the next day. Same shirt. Yes, it's my uniform. I wore a little thing on my head so that my hair stays right. All right. I went ahead and called this morning, and I paid the $83 and some change for the deposit for the knife sheath FOIA information. Now, she did tell me that it could be like 6 weeks before they even get to my request. They're apparently going through a whole bunch of different camera footage, body cam, interview footage, and doing a bunch of redactions on lots of different body cam footages is the main thing that she said. But I really have to wonder why this wasn't done already. Like, I understand that maybe there's some sort of protocol, like it doesn't get done unless it's requested, but they knew this was going to be requested. So they could have just done the work and then just...
How many people do you think have FOIA'd this specific thing right here, you guys? Out of all of us out here, How many people do you think? $160 for that. And everybody has, I'm sure. And they're requesting the body cams and all this shit. They're busy. They're making bank off of this shit. Okay, this is insane. Guys, I can't afford any of these. Boyas, I just can't. That's why I don't do them. And I'm sorry. If I could afford it, if I was that person, we'd have them all. That's a fact. I promise you that. But I can't. I just can't. God bless her that she can. I mean, that's amazing. So please make sure you guys are showing the love, respect to her channel for her doing these things. Liking it, sharing it, all of that stuff. Please, please, if you will. She absolutely deserves it. She does hard work, folks. And show the respect and love there, if you will. I appreciate that so very much. Jane Bosch, thank you. Let me hold on. She just dropped 10 memberships. Give me a quick second here to acknowledge that. Jane, thank you so much. Real quick, and we'll get right back to what Jules is saying. It looks to me, where'd it go? Colleen O, welcome to the sauce. Echo 444, answer 42. Thomas Oaxaca, sorry. JDD, Stargaze, Oyet, Ralph B, I think, or RPHLB. Norma Fralin, Brooke, Tina Gobley, Nurse DD, all of you, welcome to the sauce. Congrats. We've gotten quite a few new meatballs today in the sauce. Thank you so very much for that, Jane. You're so amazing. Very generous, very, very, very gracious. I appreciate it so much, and God bless. Thank you so very much. Very much appreciated. Amazing. Real quick, sorry guys, let me get that back up for you guys, because I do want to see the rest of that for sure. 1 second. Oop. I don't want to play it without you seeing it. Here we go.
Body cam footages is the main thing that she said. But I really have to wonder why this wasn't done already. Like, I understand that maybe there's some sort of protocol, like it doesn't get done unless it's requested, but they knew this was going to be requested. So they could have just done the work and then just charged the first person that asked for it, whatever the amount is, but it already be done so that there isn't all this waiting around and now all this backlog. That's just my opinion on that. But I'll keep you guys updated. And the second I get it,
Right.
I'll get everything downloaded, put together, and we'll go live and go over it. So hopefully it shows some interesting information. Again, I would love to just see the placement of the knife sheath on the bed. They can redact Maddie and Kaylee as much as they possibly need to in order for us to not see them. But the placement of the sheath on the bed and the truth about who actually found it when it comes to it being either Brett Payne, the way that Dollinger has come out and the way that the reports try to make it seem, or if it was actually an ISP tech, the way that Blaker's report writes. But regardless, we don't really know anything about the truth when it comes to the knife sheath. There's been a lot of secrecy around this. Obviously, chain of custody issues. Something was brought up by Judge whenever the case was still in Latah County. It's my belief and the belief of a lot of other people that it has something to do with the knife sheath, but it could have something to do with the sample that was taken from Idaho to Houston. We don't really know. That's just an assumption based off of everything that we've been seeing go on so far. But again, I will let you guys know as soon as I have the information and schedule the live. You'll have the link up. What do you think they're going to end up handing over based off of the description of what they're going to have to go in and review? Hopefully some photos, hopefully some pictures. Let's keep our little fingies crossed. But let me know what you guys are thinking that we're going to get down in the comments. If you like the way that I present this information and give my opinion, please don't forget to leave a like on the way out. Subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed already. And please don't forget to make sure that the notification bell is set to all so you don't miss any of my rants.
Thank you, Jules. Yes, guys, please make sure to subscribe. Please, 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 please. She does some great stuff. And truly, hold on a minute here. Wait a minute, where'd it go? Where's it at? She just put it out, I thought. There it is. Yeah, this was just put out an hour ago. There's the link to her video and her channel, guys. Please go and do that. Show some support for that. Like I said, she does a lot. she's been putting FOIAs in left and right. Like I said, Lana has asked about photographs on that specifically too. I don't think she's getting it. So I don't know. God bless her. I hope she gets what she's supposed to get. She deserves it. That's for damn sure. 1 minute here. Try to check. And Atlanta made a point. Like, they're not supposed to be able to charge for this stuff, from my understanding. Did you guys all know that? Did you? Hey, stop it. Sorry, you guys. The dogs are being buttheads. Did you guys all see or hear that, or did you guys know that that's they're not supposed to be charging for that kind of stuff?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, Atlanta put something out a while back. She looked into it that they're not supposed to be able to charge you for FOIA certain FOIA things. So it seems to me that they're charging for a lot. Annie, Ms. Potts, she looked into this a while back about FOIA and different things from different places. They gave her some kind of insane number, like $72,000 for like all of everything. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? You know? That's nuts. And that's to me, you're scamming the society, your community, all of it to get money out of this situation. Come on. The public has the right to know these things, and you shouldn't be earning anything from that, in my opinion.
All right. Here's my thoughts real quick.
Yeah, please.
Well, the price, obviously my thoughts on that is ridiculous. But here's what I'm thinking about what Jules will get.
Right.
So do we believe that Jules will see the exact same thing that Ann Taylor saw, or a redacted version of what Ann Taylor was able to see?
A very redacted version, in my opinion.
Right. So based on motion in limine number 6, filed February 24th, 2025, on the bottom of page 2, the footnote number 2 says, the exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location. The body cam footage of one of the first officers on scene shows the sheath tucked under the covers next to Miss Moten.
Mm-hmm.
So Ann Taylor doesn't even know. In other words, it's underwhelming. Whatever they are going to give Jules, Ann Taylor seems uncertain.
Yeah.
About it.
Right. That's a very good point, Eddie. Very good point. And that's sad. She should have absolute everything and access to everything. That's facts. I agree. I want to show you guys something real quick that Senor Wazowski, he FOIA'd, as many have. We want answers. We deserve answers. So Senor Wazowski tried to FOIA this information, folks. Here's his response. He said he didn't mind me showing it to you guys. I did cover up his name. It's on there because I don't want to put that out there out of respect for him. So that's why you're only seeing this portion of it. So, real quick here. The city has, it says, dear, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to say that. Senor Wazowski. The city's received your request attached for records associated with the Brian Koberger investigation due to the increased volume of public record requests, the substantial number of records you are requesting, and the city's legal obligation to review and determine if there are exemptions from release of the requested records. The city will need a longer period of time to locate, retrieve, review, and prepare the requested records for public release. Excuse me. It may take the city more than 35 days to obtain this information, conduct our review, and provide it to you. The city may charge for the city's actual costs for any public record request from a requester who is not a resident or an employee of a resident, as defined by Idaho Code 74101-15. The city charges per Idaho Code 74101-15 10210G. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, a public agency or public official may charge fees for labor and copying costs associated with locating and copying documents requested by a person who is not a resident or an employee of a resident. The fee rates and schedule for requests made by persons who are not residents or employees of residents shall be at the discretion of the public agency or public official, as long as such fees do not exceed actual costs of the public agency or public official. This is an estimate based on the estimated time that we believe it will take to process your request. Please understand that an exact amount cannot be determined at this time, and that the final total due from you may be more or less than stated herein, based on an estimated 30 minutes to search for and retrieve the requested records and 14 hours for redacting legal review. 14 hours to redact something, folks. To draw a black line across it, it takes them 14 hours to do that, but okay. Legal review and the administrative staff time to complete the processing of this request. The city estimates that this request will cost you approximately $2,029.64 for 14 hours and 30 minutes of city staff time. If you choose to move forward with this current request pursuant to Idaho Code 7410212, we are requiring a deposit of 1/2 of the estimated cost in order to begin review of your request, with the balance being due prior to the information being released. You may contact Moscow City Clerk at 208-883. One second here. I'm going to take that number down myself if it's a direct number for my future endeavors. 883-7015 to arrange for your payment. Should we not hear from you or receive payment within 7 days of us sending this letter, we will consider this request withdrawn. Amber Jaramillo, legal assistant to Lori Hopkins, City Clerk, City of Moscow. I think that this, in essence, the same thing that Annie went through, the same thing that Lana goes through, the same thing that anybody that has FOIA'd anything from here is a deterrent, in effect, to thinking that if they charge you this obscene amount, nobody's going to want to pay for this. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, folks, if I was a big, big, Joe Rogan type creator out here, so on and so forth, I would have forked it out for every single thing on this to have all of it. I would have done that a long time ago. Facts. Okay. Because I think that's the only way we would get anything that we really truly want to see. But again, remember something. They're only going to give us what they want to give us, no matter what, no matter the cost, no matter if you're paying $2,000 or not, you're still only going to get what they want us to see. Remember that. Okay. Hey, Josie, good to see you there. Thank you for joining us. It should be and should not be, like Lana said, they're not supposed to be able to charge you for this, okay? It makes no sense to me how they're doing it, but they're doing it. Because they know, I think it's because they know they can. I think it's because they know they can, and people will pay, some people will pay it. Busy says, where to go? I just looked into it, and it states that they charge based on the lowest paid qualified person to do it, which for the redactions would be a paralegal assistant per. Okay. Thank you, Fizzy. Good point. I'm glad you looked that up because I'm very curious. But that's still insane to me. It's still insane.
Well, you're right, Daigle, when you say they're only going to show what they want us to see. It's not like, if you did pay all that you're going to end up with something that could exonerate Brian Kohlberger or that's going to point to the real perpetrators. You're not getting any of that.
No. They're going to still redact.
You're just going to get a bunch of gibberish, bunch of nonsense, bunch of redactions.
Stuff that we probably already know. Yeah. I truly would love to see a photograph of this sheet. If they have it and she gets it, I'll be damned.
And think about it. We already talked about this the other day. And what does that even mean? It means nothing. It just means that you have a photograph of it. It doesn't mean it has no context. It doesn't mean that he left it there.
Right.
So, I guess
it's a void. I mean, it's gonna. I think a lot of people even doubt that it exists. Eddie, even though Ann made statements about it, never denied it, this, that, like that. I think people just want to see proof that the thing exists, and I think that's why everybody's so anxious about it. But truly, it's not going to answer our. It's not going to bring Brian home. It's not going to show us who truly did this, and it's not going to change anything that we already know. It other than there's a sheath, and here's one more thing to remember. We know they purchased one. Okay. You know, we purchased the one they claimed they found. So how hard would it be for them to take a picture of it and send it and say, here it is?
Or put it in just any old bed and then blur everything around the sheath with a similar or exact
yes,
cover or comforter, whatever.
It wouldn't.
You would never be able to tell it.
Never at all. They could dirty it up, bloody it up, whatever the hell you got to do to make it look right. That's all you got to do. Truly and honestly, think about it. We're never going to be able to get absolute truth and facts here, folks. Never. Unless somebody were to come out and leak all this shit that they shouldn't, that finally wants to see some truth. That's the only way I think we're going to get anything. But go ahead with what you were going to say, bud.
I was just going to say, so yeah, that's why I just keep cautioning people about your level of expectation. If you do see the sheath in a photo, it just means nothing.
Just question it, too. Make sure you question what you're seeing. I don't trust anything they can give us, or will give us, or won't give us. I don't trust anything they do, and I have no reason to. I don't trust anybody associated with this case. I don't trust anybody around this case. I don't trust anything with it. I don't. And that's a bad thing, because now at that point, when we get to the point where we don't trust anything, so what do we look at then? What do we talk about that we know is what it is? That's what I'm saying. AR, good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Always thinking about you. And Jen, nothing but the best for you, bro. I hope everything's going well for you.
Wadebird 77, Christine brought up a good point. I wonder if that's true. The ISP lab should have pictures too. I wonder, maybe that's the case.
That's a good.
I would think so. I'm not an expert there, but good point.
They should, but again, Christine and Eddie, think about this. Nobody has done anything they're supposed to do in this case. So who knows? But they should. Big word, should. That's great. That's a great point, though, Christine. You guys have been on point today. A lot of great thoughts, feelings, and points you're making. I agree.
Everybody try to recall that. Put that in your memory. So when Jules finally does get, whatever they send her, if that is not included in that, then reflect back on this moment, this day.
You can't be too angry.
Said.
Yeah. It's
just another, I guess, red flag. Inconsistency.
If you have videos taken down, you're on to something. Has that? Yes, it's happened to me. I've been warned on many things. I've been threatened via email. I've had videos taken down that I've had to fix and clip things out of. Yes, 100%. So absolutely. Ryan says Othram never received the sheath. They state they received a vial. Well, that's true. The sheath was never sent to the Othram. So that's another good point. That there was never, ever, the sheath was never sent anywhere. Remember that. Yeah, I seen AR, Miss Noel. AR is in the house. He is. Great to see everyone in chat. Hope all is, yes. Same to you, bro. I hope you're doing well. Again, I know we keep saying it every time we interact. We got to get together, but we really got to get together, brother. I'd love to have you join me, or vice versa, whatever, and have a discussion, my friend. But I actually am unable to upload videos until tonight. Oh, for what, dude? What'd you do? That's not. You're welcome to join me up here, dude. The link is pinned. If you want to pop up and speak for a few minutes, please do. I'm going to be coming to an end here anyway, but if you want to jump up and talk a little bit, please join us, brother.
Yeah, please do. I can hop out.
I got plenty of room. I can hold 12 people, but I know you got to get down at some point. That's what I figured. Yeah, after a while it gets warm. You've been up here. We're here 5.5 hours, so either way. But I appreciate you, Eddie, as
Likewise,
always.
Dago.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't get to you right at the beginning, but we covered it anyway. We went backwards a little bit. I appreciate you. Hopefully, I'll see you soon.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is just so new. It's hard to have a,
Yeah.
any input or an opinion on.
Right.
It's kind of I don't know, not meaningless, but it
I get
doesn't really hold a lot of content, I guess, for our thoughts.
Right. Absolutely. You're welcome, Miss Paula. Thank you for being here today, hon. Yeah, absolutely, Eddie. I agree with you. Absolutely. Thank you again, my friend. Always happy to have you here. Always an honor for me, and greatly appreciate you. I don't know, before I go anywhere, AR, if you want to pop up and discuss a couple things, please do. If you can today. If not, we'll get together soon. Please, guys, make sure you hop on over to AR Hayes' channel, A Convict's Thoughts. Please and thank you. AR has always got some very good insight. Another amazing creator out here that I've supported as long as I can remember and want to see do the best that he can because he does amazing things. I appreciate him very much for what he does. So please make sure you show your support over there. If one of the mods could please put his link in chat, I appreciate it very much. I appreciate that from all of you. Thank you to my moderators today. As always, there he comes. Bam, there he is. What's up, my brother? Can you hear me? Bam, there he is. What's up, my brother?
What's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah,
I heard
can you hear
me?
me
Too. I think you got a little bit of
Hold on.
background going on, buddy.
What's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Well,
Me too. I think you got a little bit of
I have.
going on, buddy.
No, I got my phone on like an idiot. Is
Oh,
that
you're
better?
okay. Yep. There we go. Clean and clear.
Now I
Sounds
can't
great.
hear you though.
You can't hear me?
Hold on. Let me back out real quick and I'll come right back.
Okay, take your
Okay.
time. Thank you, Lucy. There is AR's link, folks. Please make sure you hop over. Thank you, SRB, as well. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. Make sure you like it up and show some love and support to Mr. AR Hayes, if you will. I appreciate that from all of you, as I'm sure he will as well. Welcome, Miss Denise. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Thanks again, Lucci and SRB. Appreciate you both. You still here, Hemisphere?
I'm here, bro.
All right, buddy. There we go.
Let's see if that is better. Is that better?
You sound perfect. Can you hear me okay?
Now I can hear you. Want to know why? Because I turned on the volume.
You do the same dumb shit I do, bro. I love it.
I guess that's pretty important stuff, man. You got to be able to
Sometimes.
turn on and off your volume. But
Sometimes it is. That's right. That's right. Good to see you, brother. How are you?
I'm doing okay, man. I went in today. I had a meeting with the specialist to try to get this PICC line to be removed and get rid of these IVs that I've been on, and that's a no-go. It's another 40 days of the PICC line. I got to see the hand specialist again next week. She's afraid I need another surgery on the tendons of my hand, so we're gonna see what happens next week.
Well,
But other than that, I'm blessed, brother. I'm blessed. How are you guys?
doing good. Doing good. It's great to see you. I hope that's going to be good news for you. Always, like I said, you and Jen are always in my thoughts and prayers, and I'm always thinking about your health and how you're doing, bro. So hopefully it's climbing upward, not backward. That's what I like to hear in that aspect. Hopefully.
Well, you know what? It's always funny how it works out when you get a little bit of a shenanigan happen to you, like the hand deal with the dog bite that you don't expect. And you get put on these medications, and you're working with these specialists, and all of a sudden the cancer goes into remission, and things really start going well in that direction. So you start feeling really good, and now I'm on a new path, man. Unfiltered Lucky and I talk just about every day behind the scenes, and I'm getting ready to start doing some yoga. I'm gonna start walking and try to really just focus on health And he's ready to join me in doing it, and we're going to be a partnership of pretending like we're grown-ups and we're going to get healthy and eat good. And, but
Hey,
it's the positivity, the mental note of
yes,
just getting rid of the depression and really starting to move forward. And I think the wife will be happy about that too.
I'm glad
Thank
to
you.
hear that. I am glad to hear that. You do. You look good, bro. You really do.
Thank you. I see that Micro Blue said that. That means a lot, because normally I'm the monster for Halloween, and I was preparing. I was going to go apply at the haunted houses up here up the street, just go in my everyday costume and win the award of best of the year.
It's never,
And
listen, dude, it's never been that bad. You can tell you were down on yourself a little bit by, your health wasn't doing good, but your color looks good, bro, and everything. You look like you picked up a couple pounds. You look good, dude. I'm very happy to see that.
I have. I've actually picked up 9 pounds, so I'm on the path to where I want to get. I'm not going to be in the gym doing any deadlifting or becoming a power lifter anytime soon, but just the positivity, making my wife a little bit happier every day, and
Good.
just trying to smile. And thank you, SRB. That's very nice of you. And then bringing some positivity back to my work again, coming back into the idea of YouTube and the platform with a little bit more of a gung ho, get back to the basics, get back to the old ways, not just, trying to roll with everybody else's way. Just get back to me and just have some fun with it.
Good,
So
good, good. That's what I want for you, bro. That's what I want to see happen. I'm grateful to see. I'm grateful to see the you that I'm seeing, and not the other. That I know you were having some rough times there, and it was probably very hard for you to do some of these shows you were doing. You could I felt so bad seeing you that way, bro. I'm very happy to see you this way. Just know that. So
it was hard, man, and it was hard on Jen.
I
That's the
bet,
worst part of it. Is it was very difficult for Jen because she didn't like to see me
of course,
literally every day struggling
yeah,
mentally, not even so much physically, mentally struggling.
emotional,
And
yes,
and then I couldn't put any focus into things I legitimately wanted to talk about. Like I wanted to talk about the Idaho 4. I wanted to get my ideas out there. I wanted to get my feelings out there, because this case is just obnoxiously driving people nuts. It's driving me nuts. But I couldn't even get my opinion, man. I couldn't even sit down in the chair
right.
and fulfill like a series of videos I wanted to do. I would start and then I would walk away. And then I would start and I would walk away.
Well, when
And
you're
it's
worried
like,
about the day, when you're worried about the next day, how that's going to go for you, waking up the next day, if that's going to happen, all that stuff, nothing else you can't really process any other thoughts, brother. And you know that. You've been through this shit. It's just not good. So, yeah,
right.
I get that. I do. And I'm glad, guys, everybody forgets about the other half of our lives as creators. Brandy and for him, Jen, that goes through this with all of us too. And we have our own issues. I've had health problems, nothing like what this man's had to deal with. God bless, but our spouses and the other half of our lives, they endure a lot of what we go through as well, and have to deal with what we deal with in here, and have to deal with what we don't get to deal with in here, and all that. So please remember them in the long run, that they're part of this, and they need the prayers that we all get as well. Remember that. So, hey, Lily, good to see you.
24 surgeries I've had in like a 4-month period of time, and I'm still scheduled for more. I think, unfortunately, I think I might have some more work done on my hand to get the tendons right and get some things, but that's not even that big of a hurdle for me anymore. I'm happy to say I finally got my A1C down around 8, which is not great, but it's good for me.
Good.
I have picked up some weight, which is nice. I'm not a scarecrow every day like I was.
You look good, dude. You do.
I've been able to eat. I've been able to walk and been able to do things that there for a while I just didn't even have the motivation to do. So
I'm glad to
it'll
hear
be
that.
nice. It'll be nice. And I've been keeping up with you. I watch from the background, guys. As you know, I stop in and I say hello, but I do watch even past when I comment in the comments, and I do stay tuned to you guys. And I've never been more appreciative than I am today of the very doors that individuals like yourself, Bubbly Waters, others open for me. That was a conversation I had with Jen the other day. I can't forget those moments of my channel actually growing because of the people that cared enough to help me, even in a struggling moment back then, because, you know, I had a little bit of a drinking situation going on. You know, I was still just so unstable at that point. People were willing to help me. And
Of course.
I haven't had a drink in over a year now. Or maybe it's 2. I haven't had a cigarette in 3 or 4 years. I haven't. And now I just feel better, and we're really starting to move in the right direction.
I'm proud of you for that one, bro. It's been 7 years for me. I've not had a drink, and good for you. I'm very proud of you on that one, brother. That's not an easy feat to pass over. It's really not. So good for you. Very proud of you.
Not when you enjoyed it. I mean, not when you did actually enjoy it.
That's it. That's facts. That is facts.
You know.
Good to know. Good to know. Very proud of you, bro. Always will. And I never. Everybody knows that I have no qualms with trying to help new creators come out and do their thing. I never have. I've always been there for that. And like I said, somebody like such as yourself that's out here trying to do the right thing, to show truth, to look for justice in this aspect, 100%, I would help you again and again in any way, for shape, or fashion that I can. So,
and I try to follow in the footsteps. I really do. But guess what? I've learned it just like you have. Boy, there is some trust situations out here that you got to really sift through, and you got to figure out what's real, what's not, and how to react when you find out something's not real.
It's rough.
And then just how to best present yourself, and how to hold yourself accountable in your own actions, because, I mean, that's what's most important. And well, I really want to dig in with my own channel, and I really... thank you, Seahawks fan. I really want to just retool, get a lot of myself back into what I do, but present myself in a more stable, better way than I was by tying it all together. And I think in the true crime genre, it's, I just want to stay on that even keel. I want to bring truth. I want to focus on the most important things without creating havoc within the conspiracy theories and the wild stuff out there. I want to really directly look at the justice system, because I've dealt with it and I know how much BS is involved. And if you look at the Brian Koberger situation and you really start to dissect what the prosecution literally had to work with, which was nothing. But now people are, the guilty side has followed this narrative to build this guilty plea was all because he was guilty. He was guilty. No, this guilty plea came out of left field, and I'm going to work, as you can see my background. I've been in direct contact. This has been something that's really rejuvenated me. I have been talking with main players in the Innocent Project.
Good.
Not only about the Brian Koberger case. I've learned a lot. I've learned about their involvement in the Brian Koberger case, how just dedicated they were following the lack of DNA investigative usage of all the other DNAs in the case. So I am working on I want to get a video out. I think my hands have been tied. I got suspended for a week through YouTube over one of my Charlie Kirk videos that I called The Purge.
Easy way.
Easy way to trouble about that. I was talking about the purge in the United States, and I talked about when I was young, I made a mistake of wanting to school violence. I didn't do it. My mom caught me, but they took that story as almost a threat. So I got a week suspension, which is okay. I needed it. I needed a week away anyway.
I guess.
But, I have been working directly with very knowledgeable people within the Innocence Project, not only the national side of things, but directly within both Idaho. And then I've reached out into the Delphi area to find out about the Richard Allen case and the things that are going on with that. So I've learned so much, Dago, by actually listening for once, taking the time to let others with expertise speak. And I just learned.
Good deal. Good deal. So you're saying then, based on that they do or are getting involved in some aspect into what's going on with the Koberger situation then?
They've been involved since 2023, behind the scenes, following what's been going on. Now, the one biggest key about the Innocence Project is one of their biggest focuses is DNA evidence in a case.
Yeah.
So they have to let things play out
Mm-hmm.
to see. I mean, if this went to trial, it would have really helped give them more firepower because they would have had the actual testimony and the various things. But what they now need, and this is their words, not mine. I don't know enough about this, and I'm still digging into it, but they need individualized investigation into the various DNAs, what was collected at the crime scene, what was discarded in that collection, what was utilized in the actual investigation that led to Brian Kohberger, how all that ties to. There's so much that goes into it. It's wild.
Yeah.
And they're definitely not backtracking. They're not stepping back away saying, oh, it's done, it's over. Like I'm kind of done saying, oh, he pled guilty, it's over. Move on, move on. It's not.
Right. Right.
And that's why I'm working on a series, speaking about Brian Kohberger, potentially pleading guilty to bypass the whole court, the whole trial, everything with Hitler to put it into the hands of potential real investigative techniques.
Yep.
And the people that could find more to this that brings his case back into light. Now, will it ever go to trial? No. I mean, that's one thing that I've learned is it's either going to be a full-out exoneration. Like, remember, Brian Kohberger said the word exonerated.
Mm-hmm.
He could not wait to be exonerated. And that was something that was brought to my attention with the Innocence Project is they're not looking to try to get him to go back to trial. They're looking to see if this evidence would potentially clear him altogether.
And that's
that's interesting.
When I read about what the Innocence, because I looked and read into a lot of what the Innocence Project does quite a while back, and I knew little hidden things here and there. I didn't know if they were involved or not, but what they basically will do, and that made me wonder if that's why Brian took the deal that he did, because it does bypass all of this. He'll sit. Meanwhile, in the background, there's other things going on, and it will take it and completely get away from what I'm going to say, the biased judge and all the other issues that we have, the people that are involved in this situation that have done everything wrong, and go right for the kill and to exonerate the whole situation. Yes, that's exactly what I would imagine would happen. So that's good to hear that they have been there looking at this for a couple years. So that's good. And as I've said, folks, there's definitely, in my opinion, and has been something going on in the background, truly. And the day that this all comes out of the water, maybe if it was true that it was said that Michael Kohberger said, just wait till the truth comes out, maybe it is. You never know. Because I'm sure that his family would know what's going on in that aspect for that and this and that and stuff like that. So that's great. Just another hopeful, wishful thinking topic to think on, in my opinion. So just to see some real justice come to this situation, and maybe the people that truly are responsible, at least the people that are responsible for putting this man behind bars when I feel that he's completely innocent, will be looked at in the light that they should be looked at. Truly, that's something I want to see happen.
And it's kind of funny too, because I had never really thought about it, Dago. I never really put my mind to it, but I would like to engage and donate some of my time to the Innocent Project to see if I can learn more about what they do, how they do it, and maybe get involved a little bit to where I can bring more awareness about, the system itself, not only through my own experience, because of course I can always tell my experience, but maybe work with others that have experienced either similar or even more important things than I have. So it would be interesting to maybe try and engage with them more. Obviously, It's not like a paid job or I got to apply to get hired. It's a donation of time and the willingness to find the path to their guidelines, the way that they do things, and agree to that and walk that line. And I think it would be really interesting to be able to meet with some of the families of various people that are going through these situations
Yeah.
and sit down with them and just share some
Learn.
support and even guidance through this.
It's a good idea. I agree with that. And I think it would be amazing considering the what you've gone through in life to volunteer yourself, your time, your mind into something like this. I think is amazing, bro. Absolutely amazing. I think that is you, that could be your calling, brother. You may have gone through the things in life you've gone through, as horrible as they've been, just to get to this point in your life to be able to do something like that. I see things like that all the time,
Right.
in the way I view things. I think that would be amazing, and I truly would support you wholeheartedly in that for sure.
Well,
As
I
as,
appreciate it.
as in anything, yes. Real quick, let me step aside here real fast because it's been sitting here for a minute. Jane Bosch dropped 5 more memberships, and it looks like John Butterfield received one. Offset Guitar Tech. Dang it, Nancy. I love the name. Elaine Trindle, Rachel Godwin, and again, welcome to the sauce. So many new meatballs we've added to the sauce today. Thank you again, Jane. God bless. I appreciate that. So very generous. But yeah, that would be amazing, AR. I absolutely would support you wholeheartedly in any fashion I could with that. That's a great point and a very good idea, I think. So, um, absolutely
I
awesome.
think it's adding more to maybe what would keep me driven than just talking about cases because these things are so hard. I mean, I was thinking about the other day, think about people like Sebastian Rogers is still missing. There's that
Summer
little
Wells,
Wells girl is still out there. There's so much going on in our country outside
right?
of just cases like the Brancover Rhino for the
Yes,
Richard Allen Delphi.
yes,
Across the board, it's hard to be a content creator within this genre because it kind of weighs on you a little bit, and sometimes you don't feel like there's an end result or an end reward to the hard work that you put in, the research, the discussions. Where if I can get involved in something to where I feel like I'm making a difference, where
right,
I can step out and shake the hands of victims' families or support the defendants' families as they walk through a very difficult time, just so that they understand they have support as well. Um, that would give me some purpose. That would give me a reason to continue down the path of wanting to do this. And I think it would also maybe influence others in doing the same
yeah,
because I made a statement not long ago. It's one thing for us to all focus our thoughts on cases and discuss them and tear apart the paperwork and the documents. It's a whole nother thing to pick up the phone and make the phone call to the Innocence Project and learn things. It's a whole nother, ordeal to shake the hand of a victim's family and learn how you can support them or a
right.
defendant's family, helping them walk through the hard transition of their loved one potentially having to serve prison time.
That's right.
Um,
That's right.
there's a lot that could potentially be out there that I could be better at than just trying to go over a document. And maybe that, like you said, maybe that's something that will keep me driven and it will allow my experience, my negativity in life, the whole time that I just was so adamant about caring about me and me only. Maybe now I can give a little bit of that back and care about others and actually do something for them.
Amen.
So.
Amen. That's amazing, bro. I appreciate you even thinking that, let alone saying it. And I can see you doing very well in that direction. I absolutely, like I said, and I would be there 100% of the way to support you in anything you're doing with it, truly. And make me think about possibly um adding that to my genre of things as well. It's a good point and a great idea because anything we can do, because people don't get that. That something you said stuck with me a little bit more than the others, but it's all amazing. But people forget sometimes. If you think about where Marianne, Michael, Amanda, and Melissa are sitting right now in the Koberger family, the rest of his family as well, they're victims of circumstance as well, folks. They just lost their son and their brother for the rest of his life. That's they're victims as well. Now, maybe not in the same sense that the victims of the Idaho 4 situation are, but they're victims of that circumstance. That's just the same in a sense. They've lost that person in their life. It's a huge loss. So that needs to be addressed as well. A lot of people forget about that, you know. Just because somebody is the suspect or whatever you want to call them, the person convicted in a crime, they have families too. Their families didn't commit those crimes. They don't deserve to go through what they're going through. That's a horrible thing. So that is something that I think needs to be addressed a lot more than it is. And I agree with that. It's a great point too, AR. I like that a lot, a whole lot. So
I still have a problem with rights being trampled. I still have a problem
Oh, yeah.
with leaked footage of Brian Koberger within a medical cell, whether that's see, I don't believe that was within the actual maximum security penitentiary there in Idaho. I think that was actually before he was transferred there. So he probably left the Boise, Idaho jail
it
and
was.
went to a medical facility, which
Yeah.
was actually listed on the website for a moment, and then transferred from the medical facility to the maximum security J block holding.
I
And the
read.
only reason why, I'm sorry.
You're right. I read somewhere that that's exactly what that was a medical transition facility that he went to. You know more about that kind of stuff than I do, but what I read, basically, that's what it was they had to take him there to do whatever you do to get him to the next level, I
Yeah.
guess.
So with a medical condition like myself, I was diabetic. I was insulin dependent diabetic. So
Yeah.
I had to go to that type of facility, no matter where I was being housed within whatever state it was. I had to go into an evaluation period.
Yeah.
Some only took a day, some took 3 days, some took a week. Depending on what your ailments are. I mean, for a diabetic, they're like, how much insulin do you take? Okay, you're on your way. But you can see the medical bed in there. You can see the bars for the toilet. But what really truly upsets me about that is those workers in those facilities should have no cell phones ever on their possession. They should have none of that because that's the way inmates get a lot of their contraband onto the yard. And guards are not supposed to bring that stuff in with them anyway. There's lockers for that out in the sally ports, or you leave it in your car, whichever one you want to do. And somehow this individual was able to get that in there. That's clearly a cell phone. It's clearly, I mean, I was pissed because I thought it was fake at first, but the more I analyzed it, and then I reached out to somebody, and it's really real.
Well, the thing
And
that
it's
pisses me off
frustrating.
the most about that AR is the fact that they now say that they know who this person is. I did a show on it yesterday. They have this person, but there's no charges to be filed because that person resigned before that could happen. I don't give a shit. That's bullshit to me. If you know who it is, whether they resigned or not, that's a chargeable offense, and you know that as well as I do. And that should be going forward right now, but it's not. And here we are again.
I'm shocked that Idaho is so lenient on that. Coming from the states where I did the majority of my time, like Arizona, some of California, they are strict on that, and they have no problem taking a guard into custody. I watched many get arrested for many of things, typically bringing us stuff, getting money for their families. They brought us contraband.
Right.
So I've seen it. I know what it's about. And to hear you say that this individual, just because they left their position, they're not going to be charged. Well, that does nothing for me because now they can go apply in another state and do it again because they don't have anything on their record that actually stops them from working within the same field.
Exactly.
And
bingo.
That upsets me because look, if I had a child, or even like the Kobergers having a child, or you having a child that just happens to get locked up, and now this type of stuff, that's detrimental to the Koberger family more so than it is to Brian himself, because now there's more to talk about Brian.
Right.
We need less stuff to talk about Brian because the narrative is already so bad. We need to dwindle the opportunity of that narrative.
Yes.
But nobody's in the guilt side of things, the mainstream media, the Banfields and the Nancy Grace. Nobody's allowing that narrative to dissipate. Even Brian Etten. I did a reaction video, which I rarely do. I've really tried to not do it. And I did a reaction video to Brian Etten where he clearly states he would not cover the Brian Koberger case anymore because he was guilty, he was locked up, it was done, it was over. Dude, that guy's still daily doing videos on Brian Koberger. What do you mean you're going to stop? Your
joke.
money is in the basket with Brian Koberger. Your money's in the basket.
Yep.
And we as content creators, look, whether we're stuck in the Brian Koberger Idaho 4 algorithm or whatever you want to say, however you want to put it out there, we make money on Brian Koberger that we don't make on other cases. I could talk about a lot of other cases and get less than 1,000 views, and I venture over into the Brian Koberger case, and let me tell you, my views go right back up.
Yep.
So that's both the algorithm, but it's also because it's a higher followed case.
Of course.
That Brian Etten sees the same number flops when he talks about, some little case in Oregon compared to the Brian Koberger.
Very true. And the sad thing, AR, with that too, is if it was with Brian and Trashley and all of them, as I call her, Nancy, Disgraceful, all of them, if they were to do this on the channels that they work for, and they were handed a script, and it was the opposing things that they have talked about with Brian, even though they swear they believe he's guilty, they in their souls that Ashley, she feels so horrible, this, that, everything else, I promise you, that script handed to them would be read the very next day, because that is their income. That's what they do. So the fact that they come out here and lie and say they support this, that, everything else is what kills me with this whole thing. It's a bunch of trash. It truly is. And it's sad. It's very sad. So you're absolutely on point with that stuff. Very true. Very true. What are your thoughts? I know you've been following all this other stuff, but what do you think about anything as of right now where we're sitting with the way the case is sitting now? Anything new with you, or still have kind of the same trail of thoughts?
Well, every day I get a little more frustrated because the narratives are not slowing down. They're picking up. And I'm not talking about innocence, guilty, this, that. It's still very frustrating. And, I haven't dug in as deep as a lot of you guys. My mind has been kind of all over the place. So, but, the thing about it is Idaho needs to take a step back and really look at their system and realize just how pathetically bad that they handled this case.
Yes.
And how many more have they handled just like this?
Mm-hmm.
Look, when I did my time both in Washington and in Idaho, I was caught red-handed. Like, there was no beating the case. There was no nothing. I did it. You got me. Let's move forward. But
Sure.
I've realized, due to some other people that I know from those areas, they were not caught red-handed. They were bullied. They were literally bullied into some of the plea bargains, and they got pretty, I want to say, easy plea bargains, like less time than probably they could have gotten if they had taken it to trial.
Yeah.
But I'm now focused, and I have talked with people both within the Innocence Project, and I'm trying to learn better. What the hell was Ann Taylor and the defense team doing? What in the hell were you doing literally right before jury selection when you could have continued the path of fighting? You were not prepared for trial, because that's an automatic appeal. If he is even on the doorsteps of trial and his own defense attorneys are saying, we're not ready to go to trial, not whatsoever, and that judge pushes them to go to trial, that's an automatic appeal. That's automatic. And
I didn't know that.
I think they would have got a continuance. If they would have held out, I think they would have got a continuance. And something that I've learned based upon that is behind the scenes they were pushing at 2 DNA samples, 2 that they wanted the results from, adamantly wanted the results from. And they had not gotten it. And it was being blocked from them to be able to get those results. And they threw in the towel before they could push that fight, which, from what I've learned, would have gone up to the Idaho Supreme Court, and they most likely would have won.
That's pretty wild, dude.
I just don't get it. Now, the people I've talked to in regards to this are far above my pay scale, And they've been very embedded in working with the Innocent Project and the investigation of this case. They've been very embedded in it firsthand right there. They know far more than I do, about samples and where they were collected. They knew exactly why the house was tore down and why that was okay with both sides, which I never knew. And, I'm kind of waiting because supposedly there's supposed to be some actual release of that information.
Okay.
That's going to be more believable than if I release that information. Like, let's let the actual people release it.
Yeah.
They're going to talk about that.
Right.
Because I'm not that one that should.
Of
It
course.
just wouldn't be creditable if it came from me. It would be kind of like the fictitious BS story. So I'll just hold off. But
that's a good idea. I agree with that. Good point.
Yeah. And the learning that I'm getting is I don't have to release all this stuff out. They go and try to get a jump on everything because there's going to be enough to talk about that when it is released, everybody's voice that has common sense will be heard anyway. So, like me clamoring out here for clicks or views, I'd rather just come have a great conversation with you. We can have a normal everyday conversation. We'll get our clicks and views through what we can bring to the table. And when something like that breaks, we'll throw our 2 cents in with our opinions and our thoughts about it. And then we can't be held
right
at a weird standard.
I've never ran to the table when something new drops unless it was something huge that I wanted to talk about. You can ask the mods. I've been behind on things. You can ask the people that come in here. I mean, you probably see I've been days behind on things, and I still want to talk about it my way. Okay, there's never been a rush for me. My thing is just to talk about the information when we get it, so on and so forth. So, and I get that. I feel that all the way around. There's some people that have to be the first person to put it out because that they're going to get everybody right then and there. I've never been that guy. I'm never going to be that guy. It's not about that to me. It's about just releasing the information my way, discussing it with the people that are in my community my way. And you're the same way from the things I've seen you do as well. And I know you get that. So, and that's never going to change. I get it. But it makes me wonder with what you just said about that, like, what the hell were they doing? I agree with you because I never knew that. It makes you wonder, was there, because I've heard stories about threats coming at Ann herself, Brian, his family, other people possibly in there. Was there something seriously thrown at them that would make them step away like that and do what they did? That's the only thing that would make any sense to me with knowing what you just told me. I didn't even realize that because I've heard other things about how everybody's always said if he did not take in the plea deal, tried this in court, he probably would have either been exonerated there or whatever you call it, or hung jury or any of that stuff. A lot of people agreed with that. So it makes you wonder why at that point, if that's a true fact, what you just stated, I believe you, of course, and why? What the hell's going on? That's wild to me. That's a crazy feeling.
Well, that's why you got to somewhat understand, because of my background, where I come from, sitting in that defense and then having to sit in the jail and wait for the attorneys. I mean, you don't get to talk to your attorneys every single day. They've got lives. They've got other cases. They got other things going on.
Right.
So, I mean, you take advantage of the little bit of time that you have, which is rare. And even in Brian Koberger's case, they probably worked with it more than what they would work with somebody like myself, but it's still not an everyday thing.
Right.
So you're sitting there and you're working through this. From what I understand, it most likely wouldn't have gone to trial. Like, as they were going into the jury and let me rephrase that. That's an improper way of putting that. That's wrong. It was going to go to trial, but it was going to be continued before it went to trial. Meaning that the people that I talked to said it would have been pushed back a substantial amount of time. And that kind of clicked to me because if you remember when this was first all coming and people were saying it's going to trial, my very first thing I always said is 5 to 7 years down the road.
Yeah, I remember that.
I told everybody, this is not going quick. This isn't going to be in the first 2 or 3 years. And we were coming up on the 3-year mark.
Right.
And it clicked to me when these individuals were telling me this was going to be substantially delayed due to testing of DNA. I don't know. I can't tell you what DNA that is. I can't do it. I don't know.
I got you.
I mean, even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. I don't know. Obviously, they're not going to clearly state that to me,
Of course.
but there's two profiles, two DNA samples that were priority to them, and the plea bargain came before that work could have been done. And if you remember at the very beginning, Ann Taylor, and this never happens. Ann Taylor was at that crime scene before it was really even legitimately going to, the arraignment and everything. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I think her and her investigative team,
They were there.
he was arrested in Pennsylvania,
Yes.
they were already at the crime scene. That doesn't happen.
No, I was surprised. I remember, I think we had a slight discussion about how fast that happened. And we were both kind of like, wow, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I was always like, what the hell is she doing at the crime scene? Most defense attorneys don't even go to the crime scene. They just wait for the discoverable evidence to come to them.
Like
she literally already had an investigative team at the crime scene.
Right. Like it was predetermined or something. Yeah, exactly.
So from things that I've heard, there's something substantial about that crime scene that was very interesting to the defense, but it was also to the point that it was a big enough deal they had to tear the house down. So wrap your mind around that one, because think of how many murder houses are still standing all across this country.
Absolutely.
They don't just go tearing down a house because somebody died in it.
They don't. That's something I think all of us, yeah, my wife even said that. She just said that in the background. Like, they just don't do that. And I think we were all surprised at the fact that Ann and Thompson both said, we don't need it. Tear it down. We're out of it. And everybody was just like, wait a minute. Whoa. Why? Because yeah, you and I both said at one time, too, again, in a conversation that a jury typically would want to be inside this home to be able to reenact or get some form of a sound or an idea as to what goes on, not in a dollhouse with 2 rooms. You need the thing as a whole, in my opinion. I've always said that too. And they just, without fail, that house was down. Dude, if you remember the day they sectioned it off to be tore down, they were out there before the sun even rose tearing that shit down to get it out of the way and over with and gone. That's interesting.
And look at the crime scene photos. Does that look like a house that legitimately needs to be torn down?
Not at all. It was.
I mean, I'm looking at those crime scene photos going, where's the devastation within this?
Thank you. Yes.
I literally, dude, this is no joke. I've been at a party where some of us got a little too violent with beer bottles and got a little stupid. There was more blood across the house than what was in that house. I don't know if they literally just covered up what was substantially the bad part of that crime scene. But from what we were led to believe, the narrative push, that was one of the most disgusting crime scenes that you could imagine. And I'm looking at it going, I don't see it.
It was supposed to be a massacre in that house. Like, they said it looked like a butcher house and things like that. And when we got those photographs, I think every one of us went,
dude, I could have gone in there and still played beer pong on that table.
Right. Where's this at? You know, where's all this at? That's a very good point, sir. I think everybody has made mention of that and said, okay.
But now, now it's so important that we got to have lawsuits blocking the release of evidence that would potentially be the most key evidence, which is the sheet. And I heard you guys a little earlier. Like I said, I was hovering in the background. It doesn't matter now if you release a picture of that sheath to the public. It's all BS. I'm sorry. I mean, AI and everything else, I've never knew people could manipulate pictures so well. None of that matters to me anymore. Like, that's come and gone. If you had to hide it to begin with and then go through a lawsuit to protect it even more and do all, it means nothing. Nothing to me at this point.
Yes, I agree.
Now I want to see the signed documentation of the chain of custody signed off by each individual person. And I think they need to go before a committee, before a panel of judges, and do a disposition on their investigative technique in regards to that DNA. Otherwise, this is kind of the push I have, and this is an argument I want to make, and I think I'm going to kind of step forward. If you can't do that, then the IgG ability in a state should be thrown out of the table, and you can't use it.
There you go. Absolutely.
I just one of those ones that's been through the system, Dago. If you catch me, great. If you catch me red-handed, even better for you. But if you catch me through shady ordeals like this and you can't prove it, then you need to damn well let me walk.
Absolutely.
Prove it. You know, and I think we as people need to get very, very protected in the sense that, you know, we've said this before, we don't know who this could happen to. We don't know what family member that we care about this could happen to. And the people that are okay with the guilt side of things, I know within their gut, they go, oh, man, you know, everybody's got that black sheep in the family that we all love that could potentially be that one. And then what?
Right.
Then what?
That's right.
And we need better jurisdiction, better guidelines of how this is to be done, utilized. And I think that if you're going to use this type of DNA, you know, usage to find somebody even worthy to go to trial, let's say even just indicted, you better damn well have every piece of proof. And I think you need to step before a panel of judges instead of a PCA that gets an arrest warrant. I think it needs to be almost like a grand jury, but just talking to the judges.
Yeah.
And this isn't to get your arrest warrant. This is not to get your indictment. This is just to see if the evidence is even worthy of coming in.
Good point. Good point. Especially now with what we've seen Othrum's doing. Othram has put themselves right here now, and they're being looked. It's going to be, AR, you know this. Now that they've put Stacey Chapin's face on their brand, and she's the mouthpiece, we know exactly what's going to happen from this day forward. That's going to be it right there. That is, it almost, I hate to say this, folks, but it almost looks like it was all done to bring this forth. I'm not saying it's what happened, but it sure as hell points, it envelopes itself out that way, in my opinion, okay? It's crazy now, and it's going to be a dangerous thing. Now that they're sitting where they're at now, they brought themselves to the top, to the forefront, and it's going to be used on every flipping case, I'm telling you, going forward. Watch.
Well, they got the poster family of the Ethan's family.
Bingo. Yep.
Is the biggest supporters of this. And guess what? This is the family that didn't even want to go to the trial if it was going to be a trial. They didn't want to be in the courtroom. They didn't want anything to do with this. But I guarantee you this deal with Othram was made probably 2.5 years ago.
Oh, I can agree with you on that, yes. Very convenient too, isn't it?
You know, this deal wasn't just like struck just here recently.
No,
this deal, it's been in place a long time, and that's why they stayed in the background. And I'm not knocking them. They're a victim's family. I only wish them, you know, the best and to be able to overcome what they've lost. But, you know, I do see the footsteps in the snow of what this potentially is. I definitely don't like the thought that I could get caught up in a case based upon non-confirmed evidence.
Yeah.
I just don't like that.
No, it's a very scary, very scary thought. Like you said a little bit ago, that this can happen to anybody, guys. And that's why we're incessantly talking about this, because if we just sit back and accept what happened here, that, not that we can stop it either way, but just sitting back and saying, okay, it is what it is, let it move forward. In a sense, we're kind of just saying, well, all right, I'm ready. You know what I mean? That's how I see that, and that's not okay with me. It's not.
And most of the times, Dago, I was either caught red-handed,
right,
or, you know, there was enough evidence to arrest me, and then I went ahead and made the decision to move forward with a plea agreement. The times that it was shaky evidence, I actually beat a handful of them. I got out of some cases I should never have got out of. I'll be very honest with you. Like, I actually won a couple of cases that
Sure.
I substantially should have done more time.
Sure,
Um,
sure.
and didn't. And it's because there was actually some, I guess, respect within the system that it didn't fit the bill, so they couldn't bring it against me. Well, Idaho has none of that. I guess we're pretty much seeing it all play out. And I think that, more voices that have been through the system that understands this need to come together and speak upon that. Like, I've learned my lesson. I've grown up as an individual. I'm enjoying a beautiful life with a beautiful wife, and I'm learning what respect of each and every day is. But I've also learned that I'm allowed to speak against negativity within our system and bring it to the eyes of many. So where the narrative is being pushed by mainstream media, I feel as though I could be the voice over here that combats that and says, you guys are fools, and let me tell you why. And these are the things you're missing.
Good. Good.
And maybe I need to do that and bring people with me to help me do that.
Absolutely.
And maybe even have stronger words than I have.
Absolutely.
So,
That's a great point and a great thought. And again, everything you've said today, I'm 100% in support of. I'm behind you with everything. Always have
Thank
been,
you.
bro. Always have been. So good point. Good point. Great conversation, my friend. Great conversation. I'd like to get together where we can do an entire show, just the two of us, or with even if it's with Lucky or something. I've always wanted to talk with him too. Whatever it is, I'd love to have you or join you or whatever. Either way.
Yeah, no, I would love to do it if I don't know if you still have my information, my email or whatever. Shoot me your phone number. I would like to set some up. We can do something next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm pretty much open.
Absolutely.
The only days I struggle are Sundays and Mondays.
Okay.
Well, I should say I struggle every day, but I got to put the head on and everything like that, not get my butt kicked by my wife. But
I got you. Yeah, I can definitely do that. Definitely.
I would love to do a show with you. You always have great guests. One of the most respectful platforms that I really enjoy watching and coming to. I have noticed, and I know it's a little bit outside of what we normally talk about, but even the platforms kind of calmed down. We got less arguments on the platforms now.
Yeah.
And I want to be one of those people that comes in and leads. I have nothing negative to say about anybody. I'm going to actually, when I agree with something someone says, I'll speak upon it. If I disagree, I just won't speak about it. So if people ask me, what do you think of this? If I'm not speaking on it or answering, that probably means I disagree, but I have nothing negative to say about it. Because, I don't agree with everything that's coming out. I don't agree with a lot of the projections that people have, but that's their opinion. That's their thoughts. That's okay. Right. I got mine. I got mine.
Absolutely.
But I want to dive more into the side of looking at the system. Like you said, was Ann Taylor potentially threatened? And I'll tell you right now, I've been involved with some of my defense attorneys, and they get threatened every single day.
Right.
Maybe not to the extent of what Brian Koberger's defense team would. Think about, they're out in the limelight too, and how many people hated us as creators that attacked us. What do you think they were doing to them?
Oh, of course, and that's why I said I'm sure that they've always gotten threats, this and that, and everything else. There's a few statements that were made about that this was different. It was bad, really dark, very bad stuff. Hell, there was even the Gonsalves family made a statement and showed a reporter at one point certain threats they were getting, and they were pretty dark. The things that were being said were pretty dark. So there's some dark ass people out here, and whether you take it for real or not, some people are just full of shit and just put things out to get a rise out of you, a reaction, but you don't know. You know what I mean? You never know. And it could be enough for people to take a step back and say, wait a minute here. Ann had just buried her mother, like I said, not too long ago. She went through that scenario. It gets in your head. It changes your level of processing in your mind in some aspects when you have a loss like that. and it could have just something just may not have went the right way in her mind. I don't know. We don't know. That's the thing. But it's definitely wild to hear that. I did send you an email, bro. I found it. It's a very old one. I replied to. The only one I could find. So don't mind
That's fine.
the context.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll respond to you. So you have my info. I'll get you my number and everything. And just kind of, I know you're probably getting ready to head out and have us here. I'm sorry I didn't give you any time to talk. I took over the platform as usual. I know. But, I had an attorney one time sit down with me because I was banging on the desk wanting to come on, I got to get out of here. I got to get this plea bargain signed. I got to get moving forward. He looked at me and he goes, you do realize we have lives too. Not only your attorneys, but the judge has a life. The jury has a life. The people involved in this case across the board have a life.
Of course.
And unfortunately, within that part of having a life, we get threats. We have issues. We have things we got to deal with too. It's not all about you. And I'm like, man, that actually rings a bell right now when I think about the Brian Koberger case, because I've argued with people. They go, no, the Kobergers weren't threatened. Oh, I guarantee you they were.
I promise you
I
they
absolutely guarantee you they were. The more I think about it, and I go, I remember now why I made sure my parents' name could never be mentioned in some of my cases. That was the very first thing when I got arrested a few times. Of course, in my little town in New Mexico, the prosecuting attorneys kind of got to know me pretty well. Here's this young kid that's always here, so they got to know me. And they knew my biggest stipulation was my parents' name cannot be involved in this at all, because they are good people within the community. They work good jobs. They're very respected. I'm just a totally different breed.
Yeah.
You have to keep us separate. Well, from the day Brian Koberger's name was released, you have to remember the very first image that we all were led to see was their home being destroyed.
Yep.
By, the task force or whatever, the arrest, situation, breaking windows. That already puts a negative look upon the Koberger family.
Sure.
Like what was going on in that house that they had to do it that way was SWAT and everybody. They didn't have to do it that way. They could have taken Brian Koberger down, walking down the street, on one of his walks.
I think Brian Koberger would have voluntarily went in on his own and sat down, just like Richard Allen did, if they would have asked him to. That's truly, I think that whole thing was done to make for a show. Okay. This is how they dehumanized him, in my opinion. They started with that situation. And folks, you got to understand, there definitely were threats that came out. And I can imagine things that were said that, if your son to the parents, if he doesn't cop to this, then you're all done. Things like that. There's some dark people out here, folks. Same with Ann. You got to imagine those things being said to these people, as well as to Brian himself. You better say you did it, or guess what? You know what I mean? So we don't know that, but I'm telling you, I would absolutely 100% say I'm comfortable saying that I believe that all went down that way. So,
well, hell, even when I announced I was going to Idaho to go to the hearings, and I'm bringing my beautiful wife and my dogs with me, you don't think we got threats? You don't think I got emails saying, hey, you better not be at that courtroom, you better not this? And of course, me being bullheaded and dumb, I'm just like, we're going to the courtroom right now. The day we get here, I'm going to go do a video right on the front steps, because I'm not going to be that one that shies away from those. But I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little nobody. I'm a YouTube content creator with 12,000 people to watch my channel. These people, the Koberger family, were being watched by millions of people, and Ann Taylor, millions of people, and all of this, millions of people. That's a little bit bigger level. A little more fear goes into that for sure.
Course. And
they're a school teacher and a janitor as a family that raised 3 kids that probably are just some of the most mellow, laid back, never been around trouble in their life type people.
Right.
Probably don't get to travel a lot, don't have a lot of pull in life where they could just make a phone call and everything gets resolved. So yeah, they're going to get nervous. They're going to get scared, and that could be potentially a discussion over the phone that Brian Koberger and his mother had. Is, hey, we gotta rectify what's going on here. We gotta reel this in. So there's a lot that could go into that. Like I said, I'm working on some ideas of, did Brian Koberger legitimately put more faith into the Innocence Project that he's willing to go sit for 5 to 10 years, which would be, in my mind, that would be his continuance that they're requesting pretrial anyway. But instead of sitting in a jail cell, now he's able to do it in the penitentiary with more perks, more visitation time, more phone time, better commissary, better everything. Yep. Not have to deal with Judge Hippler, not have Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings breathing down your, and maybe it lessens the narrative pushed by mainstream media because they grow tired of it. And now 3 to 5 years down the road, the Innocence Project just surprises everybody and says, hey, by the way, we got the results back on these DNA samples. And we're making a push now. Brian Koberger could potentially be coming home.
There you go. And that makes sense to me.
Myself potentially taking that route. There you go. Like me personally saying, I think I might go that route. He wasn't going to win in Hippler's court. He was not going to win.
They knew that. Yeah, they knew that. There was no way he was going to win in any way, shape, or fashion. I agree with that. And like I said,
he didn't win a motion. Not a motion. None.
And she knew that they weren't going to get continued. That was denied. There was no way that there was going to be any alternate perpetrator situation. None of that was going to happen. There was nothing that he was giving them. Nothing. They knew that. So what other options do you have? And if he knew, we knew that Brian knew how this was going to happen, that knew how the system worked. He wrote about it. And
I do want to say, too, I don't think it was Ann Taylor's idea. I think Brian Koberger, in the plenty of time you have sitting in a cell, sat down, maybe had a conversation with his mother and said, you know, I can't overcome the fact we haven't won one suppression motion. We haven't won one continuance motion. This judge has already clearly stated that my DNA was left at the crime scene because I was guilty. There's no leeway within this courtroom whatsoever. So I'm almost wondering, because my biggest words out of my mouth is I can't wait to be exonerated. Do I need to literally put all of this behind me and just allow the people that could potentially exonerate me to exonerate me?
Good point. And it's like I said, we know that he knows, that Brian knows, that Brian knew. He wrote all about it. And like Lucy just said, that tells you right there, in essence, the lead prosecutor was arguing from the bench. We've all seen it. We all know it. We all get it. That's a fact right there. He knew he had no chance at that point.
And I see WB saying, so you just give up. No, I see it differently now, because I have said, I was very upfront when I said this plea bargain was just weak and it was a give up. Like it was thrown in the towel, disagreeing, here we go. But as I've had more time to sit back and just kind of go through my own thoughts, like I can't put myself into his position, but I can put myself into my thoughts.
Sure.
And I think to win, right, Dago? We think to win. We don't think for a split. We don't think for less time. We think about how can we win. And at the position he was at, we were we were a month until jury selection.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
he was not winning.
Right. And me and you, listen, I know where it was. There's a couple people that came out that got a little wild. We disagreed on that, but it's okay. I understood why people were saying what you were saying. Willie was saying it. A lot of other people, because you were upset at the end result. You didn't understand it, as nobody does until recently. And I'm glad that you were able to get in and get a little bit of knowledge from that, about that, to make it understandable more to everybody. There's people that just said, well, she's a horrible attorney. She didn't this, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I get it. Everybody's angry because we all see what we see. We all feel what we feel based on what we have seen too. I understood it. And that's like I said, that's where we very rarely do disagree, but we disagreed at that point. We know how to do it like adults. So there's the difference. A lot of people don't. So, and I got it though. I got why everybody got upset, and I stayed on my side. Others stayed on their side. It is what it is because I felt that somewhere down the line, something different was going to happen. Something was going to change somewhere. That's why I understood what happened in that sense. Was I happy with it? No, still not. Okay. But I think my statement was that Brian made the best choice he could for the foreseeable future for himself. That's how I thought. I still think that way. And I see something still happen down the road. The biggest thing I was worried about was he going to survive to get to that point? You know what I mean? Because of what started happening when he first went into prison. But I think now he may be learning a little bit more and understanding, and maybe hopefully he'll quiet down. And at that point, I think that was before he was moved to a certain place or whatever too, but we'll see. I hope and pray.
Dude, your first month in the penitentiary, when you get into those, it's rough, man. I mean, no matter who you are, I've seen some of the biggest Billy badasses walk into the run, and their first month is havoc, and I spoke out about like the things he did were stupid, but that's all fish stuff, man. That's all
Right.
brand new to the penitentiary. You're an idiot type thing.
Right.
He just needed to mind his own business, go hang out for a bit, learn from some of the others. You'll learn that.
Yeah.
You'll learn that. And I think one thing that, I had to come to the realization of too, and I was so frustrated with Ann Taylor for just letting him take a plea bargain, but I can potentially see the conversation between Brian and Ann Taylor, and Brian looking right at her saying, are you fully engaged in this? If we're going to trial, are you fully engaged in this? And Ann Taylor looking at him and shaking her head saying, I'm not ready. I've already made a clear statement that I am not ready. And I think that your best option could potentially be not having me.
And I agree with you. I do agree with that because she clearly stated she wasn't ready. It came out that she wasn't ready. She made a statement way before that. And I know you remember this, where she was talking about just the digital evidence alone being 51 terabytes or whatever the hell it was. I can't remember the number right now. But she brought an expert in to look at that alone. And that person said, and it's going to take 3 years for you to be able to sit down and go through this clearly to the point that you need to. We all know that she wasn't going to half-ass that. 3 years was not happening at that point. They were not allowing that to happen at that point. She knew that. Brian knew that. So, yes, that made perfect sense. That was always in the back of my mind. When she made that statement, it stuck. I knew he wasn't going to give her a continuance. He never, like you just said, bro, he was not giving them nothing. And we knew that. We knew that. Jen, when you guys were there at that hearing, I remember hearing Jen say on your live that day, he knew what he was going to say and what he was going to do before he ever said a word. The man's mind was made up. It was done. We knew that. Okay. This here that he did the whole fucking time that he was sitting there pissed me off. The statement that the man made, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I'm happy to be here. All of that was out of line, but we knew then the man was done. He knew what he was going to say and what he was going to do. Like I said, your wife knew, bro. And that's enough for me right there. Twiz knew by watching this shit being there live in person. You guys knew. Everybody knew. Brian himself knew, which is why the man did what he did. That's why I never jumped ship, I guess you could call it, whatever people call it. And I never saw it in a different way because I knew in my mind something's going to happen. This is not over. By any means is this over. There's no way this is over. Down the road. All right, Hemisphere. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you joining us today as always and your input and your insight into this. Have a great day, bro. We'll see you soon. But we knew it wasn't over, guys. And there was something coming down the road is what my thoughts were. Everybody argued with me. You're stupid, Dago. Stop saying that. That's dumb, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. You think your way, I'll think my way. And here we are. And I'm telling you, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I truly have always believed that. And I truly always will until it does. And if it
I
don't,
just want to respond real quick. I'm sorry, and I know we'll get out of here.
Oh, you're good.
Crossroads Accounting and Tax
take your time.
had their thoughts. They shared their feelings in regards to stop watching me. They didn't like the way that I came out and I spoke about the plea. And I'll tell you this right now. I appreciate the time you did watch me, and I appreciate the fact you stepped away and you've been honest with me in regards to why. I don't think I punked out about anything. I've never said Brian Koberger is innocent. I've never said he was guilty. I stand right down the line. My focus is typically on the system itself. And when this plea bargain took place, I was heavily, and Dago, I was heavily frustrated with the actual defense team for allowing this plea bargain to happen the way it did. I didn't give a damn, Dago, whether Brian was guilty or innocent at that point.
I know.
What cared to me, what the most important thing was, we all knew the evidence was light. We knew that the defense team was attacking every piece of the evidence against Brian Koberger.
Right.
And if you want to know who punked out, at that very point in time, my feeling was the defense team punked out.
I get it.
You feel as though I flip sides. I've never flipped sides.
Right.
I'll still to this day tell you, I don't know if he's innocent or guilty. But I know we need to stand up against a system that put him in the very position that he's in, that he wasn't confident or comfortable enough to stand up for himself and go into a courtroom and allow the actual evidence to prove he was guilty or innocent.
Sure, I get it.
He had to do this to save not only his life, but potentially his own family's. And I don't take it as rude, SRB. It's fine. Like it's okay. We share our opinions. We share our thoughts. And I'm okay. I mean, I don't think you need to cuss. This is Dago's chat, and he's always been very respectful. I don't think we need to cuss, but I appreciate you letting me know how you feel. And I don't blame you. I was upset, extremely upset. And I was very vocal about the defense team, Dago. I said, this is just really, really ridiculous. And it took me a handful of weeks to calm down from that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it did lead me to questions. Why? Why would you do this? Why would this? Why would you do that? Now,
I get it, bro.
as I piece my mind together and I get over the medications from time to time, you got to remember some of these medications are fun to deal with.
I get that too. I get it too. I do.
And I've put my ego aside and I've reached out to people that are far more wise than I ever could be. They deal with this stuff every single day, and they allow me to ask questions. They allow me to get into different things that I don't fully understand, and they explain them to me. And this is how I want to approach my future way of doing content. I want to learn before I come out and speak. I'm not all knowledgeable. I don't know. I don't know why Brian Koberger took the plea bargain. I just know why I would or wouldn't. I don't know why he would.
Exactly.
But I'm learning. And I'm learning new things that are very important, not only to this case, but cases across our country.
Sure. Yeah.
And now I'm becoming, Dago, more confident that if I want to go to Idaho and step on that front doorstep of that actual courthouse and say, I'm demanding to be able to speak for Brian Koberger because you have not proven this man's guilt and you have nothing to back the claims you're making. I can lead people to that doorstep to stand up for people that potentially are having unjust court hearings.
There you
Before
go.
I couldn't do that. It was just an opinionated discussion.
Well,
without factual basis.
Listen, yeah, and I never judged your thought process. We can disagree, and I still respected your thoughts on it. Willie's the same way. He's still that same way. And I love Willie to death. We've been close for a long time. And we've gotten into arguments over that point, where I've tried to make him understand. Some people don't see it that way. you have had the ability to get some knowledge on this. That opens so many more doors. Thank you, Crossroads, for making that statement. I appreciate that. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder with you to fight for justice. I truly do. And I get it. A lot of people were truly, like, mentally, emotionally, and physically in some aspects affected by that. Okay. Because a lot of us have had, and you know this, AR, you've been around since I started covering this, a lot of passion involved in this case. I've been seriously passionate about it from day one. Okay. I've been involved from day one. I've nonstop been rolled up in this. I lose sleep over this. I've lost sleep over this. I've gotten myself sick over this because I truly saw it for what it was, the bullshit that it is. Okay. And I believed in my country. I believed in our justice system. I believed that something like this couldn't, wouldn't, and should never happen, but it did. That's where this came to, and it bit me like a dog in the night, folks. And when that happened, I was broken at first to see him take that plea deal, and I didn't know what to say. But that's when I had to take a step back. Of course, I talked to the wise one here, the one that supports me with everything, the smart one. You know, we both have that option. And I stepped back and said, wait a minute, calm down, take a breath. This is crazy. Now, I'm not saying that I didn't bitch, complain, piss and moan, and freak out in the background until I calmed myself down and said, okay, there's something else here. I always believed that. I never, ever thought this was the end. There was too many people that said, that's it, we're done, we hit the wall, it's over. And I told you guys, this isn't even about Brian to me at this point. It's about what went down, what was allowed to happen, what we're watching unfold in our country as we speak with the justice system, the lack thereof, the things that are allowed to be. I will never stop bitching and complaining and talking about that, because if I do, that's me in my mind, not the real world, but in my mind, giving into that situation. And I will never do that. Never. I will always stand for real justice for any of these cases that we've looked at, you guys. Delphi, Idaho, Florida, the Karen Reed situation, and many, many, many others that I've covered and will continue to cover, period. And I know, like I said, at some point, everybody will come around that has fallen backwards a little bit and seen that as what it was. And I respect everything you've done thus far. AR, I've never held it against you. I never will. So I hope you know that.
3 years. 3 years we invested ourselves daily into this case. I have 18 to 20-hour research days to where my wife would have to come drag me out of the documents or out of the, and I would look at her, I'd say, I'm on to something right now. You got to hold on. And I was doing 2 or 3 videos. I was doing a live. And then all of a sudden, when he took that plea, it broke me.
It's like hitting your face with a baseball bat. Yes, I agree.
I had spoken heart and soul that this would never end in a plea bargain. Never, ever, 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 ever. And it's great to see you also, Christy. It's actually my first day even back near a YouTube screen or a computer. So I know that she's messaged me. I got to get back in touch with her too. Mm-hmm. It broke me. And if people that know me, you guys know that I don't do one video every 3 weeks, like one video a month.
Yeah.
You know, I've been off the planet. I've never been this weak or this sick as you guys have seen me become.
Right.
When this plea bargain happened, Dago, it took every bit of the wind out of my sail, man. And
I get it.
The fight that I was putting in to stay healthy, to continue to, dude, I traveled to Idaho for a hearing while doing dialysis and also cancer treatments.
I get it.
People want to question whether or not I was actually engaged. We traveled.
I argued that point for you one time. I knew the passion you had at that point, as much as I do, as much as Willie does, as much as Eddie has. We all know it never to do what you did, dude, while going through the other things you were doing. That said everything. I mean, I needed. So yeah, it did. It broke a lot of us. At some point, guys, I'll be honest with you. When that happened, I truly debated. I talked to her and I said, you know what? I don't know if I can go forward at this point because I don't know what to do. And I slept on it, the rarity that I do that. And I said, you know what? No, I'm not going to let it get me. You're not going to bite me like that and think that you're going to walk away. I'm going forward with where I'm at with this, and I won't. I said it. I won't stop until I see something of truth. I almost did. I almost walked away from it. I said it to my moms. I said, you guys know, I almost left. I did. I was almost done with this, but I can't do that because there's too many other people that have put, like you said, 3 years, multiple streams, 18 plus hours a day doing this right here and researching and looking and trying to get answers. And there's no way in fucking hell you're going to get me to walk away like that, because that in turn, folks, would have allowed them to win. And I'm not doing it. Sorry. So here I sit.
Well, even outside of that, the bonds that you build, the
Right.
connections to people directly involved in the case that you get to know. So you're living through their emotion as well.
Yep.
And, you know, I think a lot of people understand, like I made connections with people surrounding this case, even some that you wouldn't expect I would, like the Gonsalves family and others. I didn't make those connections in the fact I was trying to be best friends with them. I was trying to learn. I was trying to learn how to engage victims' families. I think as a true crime creator, you got to be well-rounded. You can't just look at one side of things. You have to be embracing of the entire situation. And that's another feeling of brokenness, is because I look and I don't even feel like they got justice.
Oh, no, definitely no.
Everybody's been completely let down by all of this. And really, and it comes down to one very simple thing. Can someone just tell the truth about something? Just something from the prosecution side, from the investigative side. Just come out and tell the truth about something to give us some belief that there still is some honor and some respect within our system. Right now, I have none. Like, I have no feeling of respect for our system, that when I walk down the street and I see these officers busting their butts to protect our streets, one, I can't justify within me that I'm going to trust them to handle evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And two, I'm not going to trust that the prosecution that supposedly got their backs will prosecute a trial appropriately.
Right.
So now my whole thought process of the system is actually worse off today than it was when I was a criminal. Because at least when I was a criminal, I respected the system because I knew it could uphold the law and sentence people like me appropriately. They could have proved that I committed a crime. I knew some of the officers involved in my cases, and they had me. Like, I knew what they did to solve the crime, and it was impressive. And now I look at it and say, this is what we've come to today.
Yeah.
You've got better technology. You've got better everything across. I would hate to be a criminal today with all the cameras and all the technology out there that could catch you doing anything.
Yeah. Very scary. Yes.
I would not want to be a criminal today, but I guarantee you, and I'm not saying I'm the smartest dude in the world, but I think I could self-guide myself to poking some holes in cases and bringing up the right parts of, well, I'm not going to waive my speedy trial because of this. This is and Brian, we can debate back and forth. Waiving that speedy trial hurt him badly, in my opinion, now, where I used to think that they needed that time to get the discoverable evidence. Well, they never got that shit anyway.
That's that, right. And I think that's what the anticipation was when that decision was made, was that they were going to be able to get that. I don't think she anticipated, or they anticipated well, she did make a statement in, I can't remember which hearing. I keep referring back to it. I think that tells the whole story, AR. There was a hearing when she was still in Latah County. She looked at Triple J, I call him, John Judge, and said, Your Honor, you have, I'm shortened it down to just a little condensed version, but you have no idea how bad this is. Okay. With the lack thereof, what the prosecution is giving them and helping, doing the things they're supposed to be giving them and doing. Your Honor, you have no idea how bad this is. The look on her face said it all to me. Judge looked at her and said, Miss Taylor, I do. I absolutely do. And I feel for you. And that said something to me right there when he did that. If all you guys remember when we looked at that, it was telling the story right there. It was over there, AR. At that point, it was done before they even went to Ada County. and it was known. But she had to push forward for her client to, at the very least, get that death penalty removed. And did her job when it comes to that. That's all she had to do was save his life. She did it. Okay. Therefore, in turn, I still feel that the reason why that the defense team has not withdrawn, she made one statement when this all was over with and said, we won't be speaking out, but we will be continuing to spend our time defending our client as we have to this point. That says everything to me. That there said it all. As we see things moving forward to some extent, that's going to happen. And I think that Anne will understand something. The woman did not get paid at some point forward from that point when she became non-existent in the public defender's office. She wasn't paid at some point at all. That says everything to me there too. Okay. You're doing this for a reason. You believe in the fact that he's innocent or you wouldn't be standing here. Okay. That's a lot to me. And then some. And she probably knows exactly or knew what you just explained to everybody about the Innocence Project and all that other stuff for down the road. That's how I felt about this whole thing. And I still do. So,
well, that's one thing I got to give her and her defense team credit for. They obviously know way more about what's behind the scenes than I could ever imagine. No matter how much digging I do or how much of this that I try to do, I'll never understand exactly what they go through and all the information they have to dig through and everything.
Right.
And thank you, Robert. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
I know he's Dago. He truly is appreciative. I got to give Robert a little bit of a shout out.
I agree.
Truly appreciative of you and the very guidance that you've helped. I'm thankful for you, not only for myself, but also him too. I think, I've kind of taken him a little bit under my wing as well. Not that I'm the creator that could show him how to do it, but I'm kind of protective of Robert. I know things that he's been through, some things that he's done wrong, some things he's done right, because I've made those same mistakes. I've been there, I've done that.
Right.
And I'm just a little protective of him. And
I had a conversation with him not too long ago, and he asked me some questions. I gave him some advice and this and that and everything else. And I respect him very highly and appreciate his respect for me as well as yours, of course. And anybody's for that matter. I'm not the best out here. I'm not, the biggest, the baddest, whatever you want to call it. I'm not perfect. I just do the best I can to try to give the people that come in here the best they deserve. And that's what I feel it is. That's all I do, because I truly do love the people and the other creators. I respect every creator out here, even if I don't get along with them or agree with them, because of the time and the effort they put into this. That's all there is to it. So yeah, I appreciate that too, Robert, as well. And AR, thank you for the statement as well. I appreciate that very much.
I think the biggest, just kind of wrap up my side of things a little bit. I know you're going on a long day here, and it's it's Friday night, but the number one thing I had to learn, and it took guidance from people like yourself and watching things you've endured and overcome, and then even seeing the I call them the even wildly more successful people that grow so fast and they go way up in subscribers. And I'm appreciative of the opportunity to watch them too. My ego was ridiculously bad. I cared again. It fell back into the same trap of my past of caring more about myself. Like I was this just amazing, blah, 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 my content. No, I've taken a complete step back, and it's not even about me anymore. It's about the community. It's about the people that dedicate their time and their voices and their opinions. They come watch us, even when I haven't earned for them to come watch us. And I'll take even a negative comment from time to time and say, thank God I got that comment. Because I needed that little pick me up today. I needed that little bit I needed to see someone actually watch my video. And but the ego factor, and I'm working with Robert about this, the hard work we put in, the payoff for that is the community itself. It's not the views. It's not the few dollars we make, because we're not going to become millionaires here. And I'll tell you now, my channel's not going to be 100,000 subscriber channel, and I'm good with that. Like I am cool, heart and soul, happy with the people I get to engage with. And then you get to missing it more. I step away to go deal with health stuff. I step away for this or that. And the messages that come through while you've stepped away are just amazing. It's like, I have a family I didn't think I had. You know, I used to bitch and moan that my family left me. I don't have any family. I got a family I never thought I had.
That's it right there. And that's what it's always been for me. And I never will. I'll never have an ego. I know I'm not that person. I don't believe that I'm that good at all about any of it. I just come out here and do what I do and talk about the things I want to talk about every day with these people that are the most important part of this. None of us would ever exist without any of these people. That's facts are facts. And I've always known that. That's why I've always been so interactive with the chat and all that. If I come in here one day and there's 5 people, there's 5 people. If I come in here another day and there's 500 people, it doesn't matter to me, 5 or 500. Of course, it's important in the background, but the problem is you got to be here for the people first and foremost. You can't be here for yourself, folks, and that's what it is. Period. So
that was my biggest mistake, is I used to make this about me.
Right,
and this is not about me. And now I'm even learning more, Diego. It's about truth. Like, the end of the day, it's about truth. Finding the truth of the very things we're speaking about. I can share all the opinions I want to do, but the research and the hard work that we put in and the discussions we have is searching for truth.
Yeah.
And if I can't step up here and be myself, then I can't speak truth. I have to be me, and people that like me will follow me. People that don't, they'll still harass you and troll you, but that's okay. It's a view.
Yeah, and that's it too. That's truly it. You can't let it bother you. You know what we've been through, dude. All of us, a few of us have been through it together, and it was fun. Not really, but it was. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, and we're still here going. So,
well, I experienced something I never experienced, like I never thought I would, and I should have thought that I would, but I didn't. When I was going through my health issues, and I put up a GoFundMe, I was raising money to help me with medical bills, and I was blessed, and like literally blessed by the community with a substantial amount of donations.
Good.
And it covered a lot. It helped like you wouldn't believe, and it put me into a position where things were a little bit less stressful for Jen. And then it became, I was scamming people. I wasn't really sick. I wasn't this. And you know, the thing about it, and I've thought about doing it, but then I just realized if I just continue to be me, it will work itself out. I can legitimately post every single bill that I have from the medical and show what was donated directly to me compared to what I owe. And it's a huge difference. So the people think that I'm scamming. Trust me, I wouldn't have scammed myself into the debt that I'm in, the credit issues I have, the stress of my wife that I have, and I get it. People just don't always believe, and I get that. My past brings that on. That's cool. But it's like I now it's more about others now. It's not so much about myself. I still have people that bless me every day. I see that you do as well. We get super chats, we get memberships, we get the love that we do, and it's amazing.
Absolutely.
And if I can help others by giving back, I do my very best. But you know, Dago, that's one thing. I've always stood by you when people said this or that about you.
Right.
I've known you for you based upon my interaction with you, and I've never had a negative thing to say about you. Never had a negative thought about you. I truly appreciate you, and I just hope you know that. Like, I do. That's not going anywhere. I consider you a friend. Even when we argue and we want to go box it out in the back, we're not going to agree on everything. We're going to disagree at times, and that's cool.
Yes.
That's cool.
It's called being human, brother, and that's what it's all about. And I know you do. I appreciate you for that. It is what it is. You know, we're human beings, folks. Nobody's perfect. He's never scammed anything. I've been accused of it by many people, but I'm not. Obviously, folks, I still live in the same place. I don't even have a fucking vehicle right now, you guys. If I had money coming in, I would have a vehicle right now. I promise you. We struggle day after day after day. it is what it is. I don't care what people think of me. And AR, you know that I've been through this. At this point, I don't. I just don't. So it is.
I only care what the people I care about think of me.
That's it.
People that I engage with, the people that are like family to me.
Yes.
I will always do my best to bring you the respect and never let you down through my actions or through me being inappropriate in a way like scamming or doing something I shouldn't be doing. I've hurt the people in my past because of all that. And I'm thankful for the very people that now they literally they raised me up, man. Like it's crazy to even think that I have this type of bond with people because I never thought I would. I was talking with Lucky about that the other night. And I'm like, dude, I can't believe this. I have no actual real everyday family, but I've got the biggest family you could ever imagine outside of that.
Absolutely.
And he's like, dude, isn't it the coolest thing?
It is. And you don't have to, the biggest part of that is you don't have to be somebody else. You can be you. And that is what they want and respect more than anything.
Well, I do have to be the better version of me. Like I can't be.
Oh, of course. Yeah. That's how part of it.
The negative Nancy. I got to be the better version of me.
Good night, Miss Bell.
Yes. You know, that's done me wonders. And CrimeCon's here next year, everybody. I hope people understand I will be here. Unfiltered Lucky and I are in the process of working on things to where he's going to be here. We have plans of getting members and subscribers here with us. So I want people to understand that Dago, you're always more than welcome to come out. I will help anybody and everybody possible. I live here, guys. Like I live here.
Right.
So any way that I can help people that want to come out, I'm all about it. And we'll shake hands. We'll have a great time. We'll have dinners. We'll do things. Just don't bring dogs that could bite me. No biting dogs. And look at that. I see this young, good-looking gentleman up here on stage. How are you, my man?
Oh, I'm doing great. I tell you what, Dago, you must be doing something right because I'm not getting the nighttime notifications.
You're not? I've been here live the whole time, bro.
Okay.
That's why. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why. Sorry. It's been a long one today. I didn't expect it to be, but I wanted to talk with AR as well. So it's definitely worth the time. Sorry to everybody else. But yeah, now we're about to end, buddy. I'm sorry that's how it worked out. I don't know. I might come in and do one later on if I'm bored. We'll see what happens with the boss lady. Just to hang out. Who knows? But either way. Yeah, it's all good, AR. And I'm in the same boat you are. I'm greatly appreciative of this. If I don't do this for one day, folks, one day, it's like therapy to me. I feel like I'm missing something, and I go nuts. When I went down for a week, ask my mods. I was going out of my mind. I can't not be here doing this. I can't not be here with these people. I just can't. It's part of my life. It's part of me. It's my family, like you said. These people are family. I have these people and these people all wrapped up in one. I'm one of the luckiest people on the planet, as far as I'm concerned. So I have the most amazing community. I told everybody nothing against yours, AR, because we share a lot of them. But I always say it every day. I have the most amazing community on YouTube. I'll stand on that hill and die there, folks. Period. It is what it is. So, yeah, exactly. So I think that's going to kill it for today. Thank you so much, AR, for joining us, brother. It's been great. Next time we'll have to do it a little earlier, a little sooner, so we can get more out of it. And do it again soon. I sent you, like I said, that email. We'll hook up soon. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I'll get that answered back to you. See, I have my info. Dylan, it was great seeing you. I'm going to jump off, let you guys wrap up your show. Thank you to the entire chat and the community. You guys are all awesome. Thank you, Dago. I truly appreciate you, my brother.
Same to you, my brother. Have a good one.
Keep
getting better.
Working on it.
Absolutely. All right, Dylan. Good to see you, Bo. Sorry, it's like I said.
Yeah.
It just it went on for a long time, and it's been 7 hours, literally. Yeah, I do these ones every now and again where I get away from myself, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're all good. I was at work way later than I normally am too, so
I get it.
We've missed a perfect storm.
It's been a while since we've seen you, so as soon as I get down and I go see what the boss says. I don't know. I might pop back in here later just to hang out. Who knows? If not, I will be back in the morning for sure. But it's good to see you. It's very good to see you. Thank you again, AR. If you can hear me, it's great having you again as always. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, it's the same one, Kelly. Never changed. 7.03 hours. It happens, and I'm sorry to my moderators. There's some strong folks, I'll tell you that much. They really are.
They're gonna start taking shifts.
Agreed. So, Dylan, thanks, and I'm sorry again for both.
Good.
Appreciate you. Everybody in the chat, thank you for putting up with my mouth for so long, and everybody else, and having Eddie here. We had some documents, some new stuff to talk about, and then it just went that way like it always does. So thank you guys so very much. If I ever get to that point, Christy, 100%, yes, ma'am. I've already stated that. I hope I could. So anyway, much love to everybody in chat. Thank you all to my mods again. I love you so much. Everybody else, same to you all. I appreciate and love you all so very much as well. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night if I don't see you. And if I do, I'll see you soon. Don't forget to love yourselves, folks, and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. We will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible